until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
realme BMPS 2025 स्पेशल सेगमेंट में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जी चैनल में के मेजी और आज मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे एक बहुत ही शानदार प्लेयर, नाम है राइजिंग इन्फर्नो गॉटन। चलिए उनको बुलाते हैं, जानते हैं कैसा सफर चल रहा है उनका BMPS में। गॉटन, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल, मैं बहुत अच्छा हूँ, आप बताएं।
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। सबसे पहले गॉटन, हम यही जानना चाहेंगे कि जब भी आप क्लचेस करते हैं, वो टीम 8 बिट के अगेंस्ट जो आपने क्लच किया था, कैसा पूरा माहौल था उस वक्त का?
8 बिट वाला जो क्लच था उस टाइम तो सिचुएशन मतलब पूरा पैनिक वाला था। मेरे सारे टीममेट्स नॉक थे तो मतलब ओवर कॉलिंग भी बहुत हो रही थी उधर। सब लोग कॉल्स दे रहे थे, कोई कुछ कॉल दे रहा था, भाई नेड कर, ये कर, वो कर। मैं तभी बोला तुम लोग चुप हो जाओ, मेरे को अपने हिसाब से खेलने दो।
चलिए,
उस
और
टाइम फिर
एक्चुअली में
बस
आपने वहां पर
इंटेंसिटी।
बहुत बढ़िया खेला। पर अगर हम दूसरे सवाल की तरफ बढ़े कि जैसे हम कह रहे हैं ना कि बीजीआईएस में आप क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए थे, अभी बीएमपीएस में क्या चेंजेस आप टीम के अंदर लेकर आए हैं? इंडिविजुअली आपने अपने अंदर क्या चेंज किया है बीजीआईएस से बीएमपीएस तक में?
एक्चुअली बीजेएस में ऐसा सीन था, मतलब एक टीम का वो वाला डाउन टाइम आता है बिल्कुल। बीजेएस में हमारी टीम स्टार्टिंग से ही इतना अच्छा खेल नहीं पा रही थी। उसके बाद एंड में भी हम लोगों ने थोड़ा ट्राई हार्ड करा, काफी आगे तक गए, बट मेरा ही थोड़ा सा टीम में डाउनफॉल चल रहा था। उस चक्कर में हम लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए। फिर बीएमपीएस में मैंने ग्राइंड करा बीएमपीएस के लिए बहुत ज्यादा, तो अब परफॉर्मेंस आप सबके सामने है।
अच्छा, ये ओवेन का क्या सीन चल रहा है अभी टीम में? कभी वो आते हैं, कभी नहीं आते हैं, एग्जीक्यूटर आते हैं खेलने के
हाँ
लिए, तो टीम में कैसे प्लेइंग फ्लोर को अभी
हाँ।
डिसाइड किया जा रहा है?
ओएन का एक्चुअली ये सीन है, वो एमबीए कर रहा है तो
हम्म।
उसकी जो वहाँ पे कंपनी है उन्होंने बोल रखा है उसको कुछ अपना वहाँ पे काम रहता है। तो इस वजह से वो कुछ मैचेस आता है जब वो फ्री होता है, वरना फिर वो अपने ऑफिस चला जाता है काम पे, तो उसकी जगह एग्जीक्यूटर आता है खेलने।
तो ये टफ नहीं हो गया टीम में सिनर्जी या फिर कॉलिंग्स को लेकर?
होती है, बीच में थोड़ी दिक्कत होती है, बट अपन स्क्रिम्स इतना प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं साथ में तो फिर उतना प्रॉब्लम होता नहीं है मेन मैचेस में।
अभी आपको कंपटीशन कैसा लग रहा है इस पूरे रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 का?
कंपटीशन इतना कुछ ज्यादा मेरे को हार्ड लग नहीं रहा अभी। मतलब राउंड 1, राउंड 2, राउंड 3 अपन ने खेला, इतना कुछ हार्ड अभी तक लगा नहीं। हम लोग जोन टू जोन खेल रहे हैं, पूरा कॉन्फिडेंट के साथ खेल रहे हैं, जहां मौका मिल रहा है फाइट ले रहे हैं, तो इतना कुछ अभी कंपटीशन लगा नहीं हमें।
चलिए ठीक है, पर इन्फोर्नो की अगर मैं बात करूं ना, तो वो ऑलरेडी 2 लैन फाइनल्स खेल चुके हैं। 2024 का बीजीएस भी खेला था,
हम्म।
बीएमपीएस भी खेला था, पर पिछला बीजीएस वो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए। पर अभी जब आपने 8 बिट को एलिमिनेट किया था ना, तो कल सोमराज हमारे साथ जुड़े थे, तो उन्होंने भी उसका, उस फाइट का उन्होंने जिक्र किया, पर उनको प्लेयर का नाम
हम्म।
नहीं याद था। उन्होंने एड्रेस किया कि कोई
हाँ।
एक अंडरगॉड टीम थी जो आके वो बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गई। तो इन सारी चीजों पर आप क्या कहेंगे कि जहां पर अभी भी लोगों को जानना बाकी है कि भाई इन्फर्नो स्क्वाड भी एक टीम है जो 2 लैंड फाइनल्स खेल चुके हैं, प्लेयर्स बहुत बढ़िया हैं, कैसे आप चाहते हैं कि अब लोग आपको जाने?
बीएमपीएस 2024 में जब हम मिलान गया था तब फर्स्ट डे हमारा काफी अच्छा गया था। हम टेबल टॉप कर रहे थे, तब लगा था कि हाँ अब कुछ नाम बनेगा ये वो, बट उसके बाद थोड़ा सा इनकंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस की वजह से लोग इतना जान नहीं पाए ना, परफॉर्मेंस हमारा इतना अच्छा सा दिख पाया। इस वजह से है कुछ अभी कमियां है टीम में। बट हाँ, अभी कॉन्फिडेंट हुई है टीम, अभी और क्लचेस मारेगी और जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हैं, मतलब हो जाएगा नाम भी।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं गॉटन ऐसा ही हो। पर आप अपने इंडिविजुअल गेम प्ले के बारे में कुछ बताइए, जो प्रैक्टिस आपकी ड्रिल्स हैं, क्योंकि रिफ्लेक्सेस तो ऑब्वियसली आपके बहुत कमाल के हैं।
मैं तो सुबह उठ के ट्रेनिंग करने बैठ जाता हूँ बस। उसके बाद 2-3 घंटा ट्रेनिंग में जाता है, फिर टीडीएम। ये दो के अलावा मैं ज्यादा कुछ गेम खेलता नहीं हूँ। बस ट्रेनिंग ड्रिल्स और अपना टीडीएम प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ, और बस वही रिफ्लेक्सेस में हेल्प करती है मेरी इन गेम।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि ऐसे आप आगे और भी बढ़िया तरीके से खेलते रहेंगे। पर इससे पहले कि आपसे हम विदा लें, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि कोई अगर आप प्रिडिक्शन देना चाहें कि इस बीएमपीएस में कौन सी वो टीम हो सकती है जो शायद ट्रॉफी उठा जाए। ऑब्वियसली आप अपना नाम उसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं, पर कोई और टीम आपके अलावा भी।
हमारे अलावा आई थिंक वशिष्ठा स्पोर्ट्स, वो काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
अभी आपको
मेरे
पता
मेरे
है ना कि
अकॉर्डिंग।
वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स के दिन अच्छे नहीं चल रहे हैं।
हाँ मेरे को पता है, बट उन प्लेयर से मतलब मेरे को उम्मीद है, मैं पर्सनली जानता हूँ कि वो लोग कर लेंगे।
हम्म। तो आपको लगता है वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स टॉप कंटेंडर्स हैं
यस।
जरूर? चलिए देखते हैं कि
हाँ।
वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स कितना ऊपर जाती है, राइजिंग इन्फर्नो कितना ऊपर जाती है। वेल, थैंक यू सो मच गॉर्डन हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
We're back with the reshuffle groups in the round 3 of the realme BMPS 2025. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. It will be ICBaby12. And final 4 chances now left in the hands of teams to make a comeback and dig themselves outside of the bottom 24.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well because the plot has taken. And what I mean by that is that we have a shuffle here in round 3 itself. So all Group A, B, and C will have an official shuffle between all the teams to kind of mix things up here, especially for the second half itself. So who are we going to be playing in which group? Well, the teams, they have to figure it out themselves in one night.
Of course, pretty much. The groups were announced in the social media last night, so teams pretty much know what the course of the action is going to look like. But once again, speaking about some of the past performances we've seen so far, 8-Bit pretty much just dominating the entirety of the stages so far. And let's not forget, we still got Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Eggy as well, pulling off a phenomenal comeback yesterday. What are your thoughts about that?
You know, to be honest, you know, those are the 3 teams that I kind of expected to do really, really well. But Eggy was a little bit shaky performance, but in round 3, they did really, really well. But in particular, there is a specific team that we kind of had a little bit chat as well because we had a little bit short interview with Maisie and Goten just now. That was a very, very interesting one because,
he was kind of in a situation, to give you guys a little bit more context of what happened was that Goten actually clutched a 1v3 and taking the chicken dinner away from 8-bit in that match.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the way Goten was able to clutch things out for his team and, of course, secure that chicken dinner. And that's one of the main reasons why Rising Inferno is doing so good in the overall standings. But once again, a huge shout out to our sponsor, which is going to be the Realme GT7. The device is already out on Amazon. So move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. The sales are now live. Get your hands onto it. That stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours will help your gaming nights to be as smooth as possible. But back towards the conversation once again, right? Even NonX is now doing so good in the overall standings, right? And NonX definitely has to be one of the wildcard names that is doing extremely good in the overall standings as of now.
Exactly, and I think NonX, we had a little bit quick chat with them yesterday as well, with Roman in particular. You know, they were a little bit shy in particular, but overall, I feel like NonX, they are in a situation where their proving grounds is very, very simple. Just get to the LAN, lift the trophy. Everybody is going to be looking for that as well. And again, for those guys watching at home, the hint has always been spilled out by me a little bit here, is that the person that is going to be lifting this year's Realme BMPS 2025 trophy is going to be the next symbol of BGMI.
Okay, so you're basically saying that this trophy means a lot to the players and even everyone that's currently watching this broadcast. All right, you know what? Well, that makes a lot of sense too. Now, let's talk about some of the comebacks that we witnessed yesterday. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and yesterday we did see quite a lot of major comebacks as well. And one of the surprising names was also 2OP official, AimHacks, getting 9 finishes in that game of Miramar, just surprising all of us. And since we've been speaking so much about the overall standings, let's move on towards the overall standings and figure out what exactly is going on. The top 6 is on the screen itself, 8-bit, and we've also got Eggy as well, even here Xtreme, Godlike, NonX, Team Insane, and even 2OP right there.
Yeah, these are the teams that really surprised us as well. I think 2OP official was one of the biggest recoveries coming towards round 3. They weren't really doing well in round 1, round 2 as well. Yeah. But the confidence of them clashing another team, especially in the map of Erangel, was just phenomenal as well. They just completely destroyed, I believe, to be the AEROxWBG. Sorry, I'm used to calling them Wobble Gaming, but yeah, there was a team that just completely shut off. So there was a little bit of a confidence boost there to give them that additional morale. But let's take a look at the second half as well. Obviously, we have to talk about the teams that is going to be eliminated and not going to be eliminated. And the cutoff is somewhere on the 24 mark. And currently, BO7S is in that cutoff position, which is 22 points. So that means you want to be in the 24th position and above in order to qualify in towards the semifinal.
Yeah, BO7S, as you mentioned, just barely hanging on the cusp. But here comes a little bit of an interesting name, FS Esports. This team has dominated the round 1. This team was doing so good for themselves inside of this BMPS, but now FS Esports in the round 3, that transition hasn't been looking that smooth. You move on towards the latter half of the board, you will still see a few surprising names. For example, Alibaba Raiders. You also do see Godsreen right there. And generally speaking, Godsreen on the latter half of the board like that, I never ever imagined of that. And you can also see Metal Esports too. They're not doing too hot for themselves. Even Team Tamilas is not doing too good. So today's day has to be a point mark day.
Exactly. Even for Apecity as well, with a little bit of a surprising entry during round 2 itself as well. Round 1 was a little bit low-key, but round 2, they completely dominated the lobby by just playing 2 games, surpassing the cutoff points by a huge margin and topping the leaderboards in round 2 itself. But now round 3 seems like they are in a shaky position, but it's not over yet, because now, as we had the current cutoff is somewhere around 22 points. So for them to actually catch up, they just only need 6 points. So 1 or 2 good games, they're pretty much set to qualify for the semifinals week itself. But now, based on this as well, we've played 4 matches. There's 4 more matches to go for each and every single team that's playing here in all 3 groups. 4 matches times 2. Basically, the cutoff, 22 times 2, should be somewhere around 44 points. So as of now, based on what we've seen so far, if you're past 44 points, you should technically be safe.
We had a conversation about this, right? If you are pretty much getting more than 45 points, you should be around that safety bracket. So I guess our cutoff prediction was pretty much decent. So more than 45 points, you should still be on the safer side of the spectrum. But once again, it can go high, it can go lower. We do not exactly know what the cutoff is going to be. It's just a prediction we're making. And even teams like Apecity that did so good for themselves in the previous round, now Apecity is struggling so much. And this just tells us how well the competition is now just getting into the entire BMPS.
Yeah, to give you guys a little bit more context about how Ape City went as well. We're going to be giving you guys a little bit of stats very, very soon on how Ape City has progressed their journey during their round 2 stages as well as in towards round 3 itself. Because like you said as well, the only time they did really, really well was the 2 massive games that they had in round 2 in particular. And now to give you guys a little bit of a stats here between round 2 versus round 3 itself. Round 2, they had 7 finishes, 1,473 damage dealt here, a direct head-to-head here. And round 3, they've only gotten 3 games in the span of 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's interesting, right? I mean, round 2 versus round 3 stats. It's interesting. Total points of just 4 Ape City, and then inside of the round 2, 11 points. I don't exactly know what sort of stats these are, but, I mean, interesting. I'm a little bit confused on this head-to-head stats.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well. 7 finishes, 3 finishes during round 2 as well. Damage dealt was 1,473, 696 as well. Damage received was pretty much from Ape City itself. So you can see a very, very distinct, I would say unique difference between round 2 and round 3. It was that round 2 they played a little bit safer. Round 3 was a little bit aggressive. And that was pretty much the average stats I probably chased.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like a direct actual stats. It was just an average on how they've been performing out of all the games. But this is some of the highlights that actually happened during round 2 itself as well. Ape City just completely dismantling the players during round 2 itself. Tintin was one of the star players during that time with a couple of big clutches themselves. But this exact moment from Ape City was what happened to them yesterday when they were trying to overtake that high Rozok water towers vicinity, and they just pinned downstairs and they just got completely obliterated. And yes, they were able to win and find some space, but they were just pinned out and open.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, for Ape City, pretty much the main difference we're currently noticing is that the confidence issue that they're having, right? Ape City inside of the round 3 just does not really seem that confident. And while you try and compare them to round 2, they were just much more confident going for those elimination fights. They were just trying to focus a lot more on elimination, pretty much. And that's why they were just pretty much brimming with a lot of confidence. And the game one itself, they had 20 eliminations to back themselves up. And the moment that nuclear performance came through, Ape City knew that they're pretty much qualified towards the round 3.
I actually kind of disagree with your point of view as well, because I feel like Ape City during round 2, they were a little bit more passive. Yes, confident is one thing, but the way they strategically took all those places was that they found a very, very good position and they just held the ground all the way through and just shut everybody out. But the 4 games that they were forced to play in round 3 itself were not positions like that. They were always in situations where they need to retake positions, not being able to defend. And that's why their average survival time kind of dropped significantly here in round 3.
Well, I guess we've got 2 different point of views over here, because for that position to contest, Ape City did go pretty aggressive. Ape City were taking a lot of fights, pretty much swooping up the entire ground. Now, we've also got Team Tamilas' stats pretty much inside of the round 3 itself. Rico with 7 finishes popped up. He's also managed to acquire 1,023 damage. Mr. IGL as well, he's not really doing too hot for his team. Pretty much the entirety of Team Tamilas, they have been struggling inside of the round 3.
Yeah, Team Tamilas has been in the stable roster for the longest of time as well. We've seen them in BGIS, we've seen them in BMPS, but this year in particular, it feels like Team Tamilas were a little bit shaky. Like, the only time that I've seen them do really, really well was during BGIS runs, but even then that was the lower round stages on BGIS. But now in BMPS, we haven't seen that one moment where they just completely dominated the lobby. And even that one game they got the chicken dinner, was it really their chicken dinner, or was it just Volcano was caught out of position?
I mean, at this point, look, for Volcano Esports, they were also running thin on ammunition. That was also one of the main things, right? So for Volcano Esports, I generally think like it's one of those teams that really does know how to find their way towards the upcoming rounds. But since we've also got a team card on the screen, right? I mean, 2 OP officials, they have managed to pull up a major comeback in the round 3. Specifically yesterday's, that one-man aim hacks, he popped off on a different level, managing to get 9 finish points in that game of Miramar.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he was able to snatch a chicken dinner away from Jaguar Official. The timing was just impeccable as well. Single-handedly dismantling 3 players from the side of Jaguar Official while they were distracted. And in this case, punish the over-aggression, or in this case, the overconfidence plays coming from Jaguar Official, which resulted in him just coming out on top. So very, very nicely done, because with that play coming from 2 OP Official, they were able to get themselves into the top 4 in overall standings. And I would say now, in their current position, they only need about like 3-4 points per game for the next 4 games, and they should be qualified for semifinals.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 2OP officials, they're in the top 6 of the overall standings, right? So they, of course, don't really need a lot of points to keep themselves around that safety barrier. They just need one decent game, once again, just the way AEROxWBG did in the previous one, and they will instantly catapult themselves towards the semifinals week 1. We've got today's matches on the screen. Group A is going to be the one to kick things off in the first 2 games. Then later on, Group B will be playing Erangel and Sandhawk, and we'll also see Group C playing the final 2 games, which will be Erangel, Sandhawk once again.
Yep, this is going to be very, very interesting as well. But for the first time on screen here, this is the new shuffled Group A here. We are going to be starting off with 8-bit, 2OP official, Team Shockwave, God's Omen, Team Forever, Reckoning Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Brothers of Seven Sisters, Tamilan Esports, Mastermind Mavericks, 4TR official, Apecity, Team Tamilas, shadowblitz Esports, Golden Glider, Orion Esports, and SIGNIFY Esports for the 16 teams in this group itself.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, 2OP is doing really good. Now, it's still all about the teams that are all the way at the bottom, right? Golden Glider Esports is one of those teams that we never thought is going to be struggling so much because they were so phenomenal in round 1 and round 2. And now that transition towards round 3 has been extremely shaky. Hopefully, they make a comeback. The same thing could be said for 4TR as well. In round 1, this team was doing so good. And now 4TR is struggling too much. And the storyline just keeps on repeating for a lot of those teams on the latter half of the board. But you know what? At the start of the day, we also locked in our predictions. Which team did you go for?
Ooh, this is going to be a little bit tricky one here. Well, I'm about to review it to you guys because we are going to be showing the caster's prediction between all the talents so far on the desk. And guess what? We've got a new face. We've got Fixes joining us this time instead of Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. Fixes going with Rival Apecity. Okay, interesting. I mean, yesterday we had a lot of people actually going for Rival Apecity themselves, and yesterday Rival Apecity was not able to perform. Maybe Fixes thinks that Rival Apecity is going to be playing the same way they did inside of the round 2. Even Team Forever picked by Sparrow. You've also got Anki going with Rival Apecity once again, and Cincinnati Kids picked by Ravan. Interesting. Yesterday, I personally went with Cincinnati Kids. They did pretty good for themselves. They were able to get that consistent average.
Yeah, and of course, Cincinnati Kids was able to make a little bit of a bounce back, but they're not exactly in the safety mark for now. But me, personally, I went for BO7S just because I've seen what Doroki has been done as well. If you guys remember his highlight clip as well, where he just single-handedly dismantled everyone from inside of Board Army Esports, that was pretty impressive. And their engagement with Godlike yesterday, they may have lost, but it felt very, very nice. The fight itself was very good.
Yeah, it was definitely quite challenging, right? But now as we move on towards the first game of the day, still there's going to be a question mark. I mean, there's so many newer names that are performing so well, and there's so many known names that are struggling too much. At this point, teams like 8-bit, for them, it's not going to be that big of a deal to perform. But still, for the teams at the latter half of the board, they need to make their points count. As we move on towards the first game of the day, and even the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from North Point towards the opposite side, which will be Quarry.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one because it is a southern shift of a flight path itself. So every single team that's going to be heading up north is going to be having a very, very long journey. Did they plan their vehicle drop location? That is going to be the question for some of these teams. But for now, I'm curious to see how this new group of a drop spawns are they going to be going for as well. We do see a little bit of early drop here from BO7S, knowing that BO7S does tentatively like to go either Novo or military base. We've seen a drop clash between them and Zotic Signature before, and it didn't really go well. However, it seems like this lobby itself, we are going to expect a little bit more teams heading down to towards the military island, because I do see SIGNIFY, I do see Do or Die in the vicinity as well. So BO7S, seems like they were considering heading towards the military base, but after seeing a couple of parachutes here, they are backing out towards Novo.
We've also got SIGNIFY moving down south around that military base, and even Cincinnati Kids, if I'm not wrong, actually dropping right on top of the military base. This is quite interesting. CK usually likes to drop in around that Fairpay region, but since there's already Team Tamilas and a few more teams around that spectrum, CK directly moves all the way down south towards military base and takes it over. Interesting. There was Team Forever and Team Tamilas, and that's why CK knew they would not want to go for a drop clash. So they were just opting for a peaceful way. As we move on towards the zone as well, the zone now shifting a little bit towards the right side of the map. We've still got a few teams who are inside the circle looking pretty decent, right? For example, shadowblitz, they've got a decent start for themselves. But 2OP in quite a shaky start. That too locking horns with 8-bit.
Wow, this is a very, very interesting start as well. 2OP official actually not arriving onto Yasnaya. Instead of going for the crash, and AEROxWBG first one to get taken down. That's going to be Equinox that rushes him. And that is going to be a stab in the head. And that's going to be AEROxWBG first to be taken out. First finish in the hands of Equinox. What is 2OP official doing here in Pochinki?
Good question. 2OP, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was, but I just hope they're not completely dismantled in this drop clash. Now taken down to a 3-man squad, 8-bit. They've got a massive advantage inside of this entire fight.
I really like the decisions being made between both of them. It feels like they are trying to challenge 8-bit just because of the fact they do have the safety cushion, right, to actually work to qualify for semifinals. But as of now, Equinox single-handedly dismantling the star of 2OP official yesterday, just like that. It's just got a sting right now in terms of the morale-wise coming from 2OP official.
But here's an interesting stat, right? AimHacks had 10 elimination points in total.
Yeah.
Throughout his entire round 3 run, and 9 of them were accumulated yesterday itself. That means in 3 games he only got 1.
You know, there was a little bit of stat check here coming from 2OP official, but personally I feel like the MVP from 2OP official from yesterday, and also the MVP from 8-bit, which is Equinox during their game that they won in Erangel itself, was a little bit of an interesting twist, because technically my question was, how did Equinox get MVP? Because he should not have survived the game itself just because of a little bit of blunder of a kamikaze, which resulted in him just outliving the opponent.
Oh, hold on though. Shady spotting out the entirety of 8-bit. 8-bit trying to move in tandem, clear out houses after houses. And this nade might just be on the money. Extremely close. 8-bit still safe. Want to figure out exactly where the nade came through. And at this point, Shady himself has only got 1 nade to back him up, so he needs to make it count. Botfire's position still not revealed yet. 8-bit do want to return back that favor. They know exactly where Shady's positioned to. This nade might just be on the mark. But no, misses it. Outside of that window, it blows up. This fight is just so awkward. 2OP is not really revealing a lot of their footsteps, neither their position. 8-bit does want to make a pounce, but they just don't really have a solid intel.
Yeah, this is a very obvious stat check coming from both sides. So these are the 2 table toppers right now in the top 4 at least, in terms of the overall standings, as they don't really need too much points to actually qualify for semifinals here. So they do really need to get a little bit more of a practice fights on, especially how much urban warfare we've seen the past few days. So I would say this clash definitely is very, very well planned and intended here from 2OP official.
Absolutely. Shady, once again, spotting out the players, cross on over in the open. He knows there's one more man waiting to cross up, but no, he looked away at the wrong time. Shady could have actually threaded that needle and gotten that knock. Equinox out in the open, shots taken against him, does get chipped up, but that's not going to be enough. Equinox still fine and safe. 8-bit themselves, I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan now they're going to be coming up with, but whatever they want to come up with, they just need to make sure that they're getting 1 more knock to activate this push.
Yeah, definitely, but they are going to be clearing every single compound themselves. Even smokes were deployed here to try and mask their presence, but they do give away a very, very big information, knowing that they are pushing towards the center of the compound itself, whereas the rest of 2OP official, they are pretty spread out. They heard 1 gunshot, but they don't really know that are they grouped up or not, because as of yet, Liability, furthest away from the rest of 8-bit, hasn't been able to find a way to get out yet. And look at this, he's just so paranoid right now.
Yeah.
He's just so afraid that 8-bit might have heard his movements, but as soon as Botfire heard it, guess what? He's going to try and regroup and help his out.
Yeah, the main problem is, though, that he does not have any sort of cover fire towards his teammates. So it's just both of them now against the entirety of 8-bit. Botfire, the only way 2OP can actually win this fight is if Liability manages to find the first knock. What sounds extremely tough. 2OP. I mean, Liability notices exactly where 8-bit is too. He can hear those footsteps, spots out Somraj too, but he's still waiting for the right moment to strike. Somraj is out in the open. Liability's still not going for any sort of shots, but he's definitely communicating.
Yeah, the angle was just not perfect for Liability. He can see them, but he can't find the quick peek as well, just because Somraj is just a little bit too quick. But Botfire, he's going to be starting things off with the nades as well. Toy definitely heard him. They know exactly where he is. But another nade comes through, almost knocks Toy. That might be the opening they need. But 8-bit forced to go in for the reset. And it seems like he doesn't have bandage. Som actually gets picked off from Botfire from on top. And now they know he's on top of the roof. And now Raiden looking for a pick through the windows. They're side by side. They're going to try and bait this out. Raiden forces Suppress out of position to try and reposition for a different spot as they need to pick up Psalm. Wildfire continues with the push. They want to pick up Psalm right now. Toy is exactly very, very low, but the nade from Liability actually clips him. And that's going to be 8-bit losing one player.
Yeah, that's going to be solid knock right there. Takes it down to a 3v3 and exactly what 2OP needed. Now they're once again going to regain the confidence. And you can see Botfire as well moving up close and personal. Sombra just taken down extremely low. Tries to move in the outskirts off the wall and he will find the connection. Even Shady shuts down one with the back of the util. Solid stuff. 8-bit taken down to just one man, Equinox. And is trying his best to defend, but now he's got his hands on the DBS, but within a split second, Equinox gets eliminated. Oh my god, 2OP official, what a clean sweep and a reverse sweep this was.
Very, very good comms coming from 2OP official. They had literally played this flank to perfection. This pincer attack of a widespread is so risky, but considering how weak Versatile is in terms of their utilities, and how lack of information they had, 2OP official just completely gobbled them up and isolated every single pickoff. So a very, very big win coming from 2OP official against the champions of BGIS.
Solid stuff. But once again for 8-bit, they've already crossed that safety point marker, right? So 8-bit can afford this sort of risky plays, but the entirety of 2OP, they've done a great job eliminating 8-bit. And now since we know they're also doing quite decent in the overall standings, it's also going to be a great head start for them inside of this game. 4TR now trying to make it down south inside of the circle. The way the zone's forming up as well, it's quite interesting. 40% of the circle's all the way in the water, and just the remaining 60's playable.
This is a big, big shift on towards the east side as well. So obviously for 2OP official, they are going to be the latest traverse just because they are kind of underlooted. But the rest of the world are already making standby to try and make a stand inside Lapolka. Or maybe even the southeast side as well builds up power. But as you can see, Reckoning Esports, they do scout out all these rotations. God's Omen pretty much has to skedaddle away. And now the dogfighting begins, and Reckoning Esports looking to pounce on their enemies. And as of yet, looks like they are not going for this push. I would expect them to actually go for the rush.
Reckoning Esports struggling with a bit of that confidence. And makes a lot of sense too. It's not a team that's doing too hot in the overall standings either. So Reckoning Esports just want to make it count, that's it. They just want to make sure whenever they make a pounce, it's got to be a hit. You cannot miss at this point. Team Tamilas doing okay. But unfortunately for them, they've already lost out on the main man, which is not looking too good. But looking at the stance they've got, looking at the position they've got inside of the circle, they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they have to play the Milta factory right now. It's not exactly the greatest spot to be in, but if you are right on top of Milta factory, you are kind of exposed to certain angles, but you do have off angles that will catch people off guard. But speaking of catching people off guard, you know what will catch you off guard? Lag. And the realme GT7 makes sure that you do not have those lag issues, and that is going to be an uninterrupted gameplay of 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. So be sure to check it out on Amazon.
Pretty much. The sale's now live. Get your hands onto it. But back towards the conversation, Team Tamilas is doing pretty decent on this spot. I'm not exactly sure what the future lines are going to look like for this team. But whatever it is, Team Tamilas at this point, they just need to try and find an escape route. That's it. What if the circle moves away from them? Team Tamilas needs to come up with an escape route. And I hope they've got the game plan as well set up for that.
Speaking of a game plan, Team Tamilas, they've only got 3 players to hold down the fort. It's a great spot to be in, but 4 is definitely the most ideal number for this factory. Look, there's just so many windows, and if anybody gets knocked on the 2nd or 3rd floor, it's so hard to regroup to pick them up. But as you can see, Rico, the scouter members coming from Reckoning Esports, is going to try and take a couple shots in. Unfortunately, does not have the clear line of sight to actually do so.
Team Tamilas looking around the vicinity. They do spot a lot of foes. So at least they've got the intel to play with.
You know what's really tricky about those reels?
What?
If you're standing behind those reels, it looks like it's not a lot of cover. But from other proposed perspective, especially if you're like 300, 400 meters away, those rails looks really, really small. So it does act as some sort of a cover. Just because it looks like it's covering the guy.
Oh my god, the next zone shift though. Oh, it's going to be catching a few teams off guard. Luckily enough for Golden Glider Esports, it's the ideal start they wanted to have. In this Max Center, they've also got a massive spread going on for themselves around the silos too. And then you've got Mastermind Mavericks now trying to rotate all the way from the northern side. Even Tamilan Esports is going to be doing the same thing. 2OP officials still haven't found any sort of breaching point. Even Shockwave Esports is now going to try to make it down south for Team Tamilas. They've made a mad dash right on top of the players of OMEN, and OMEN already losing out on 2 players inside of this fight. Rico and Fox still standing on their feet as Rico gets the fresh magazine in the S12K, but he's whiffing too many shots, eventually connects the most important one. 2 bullets in the magazine. The man wanted to go for the reload, and the perfect cover fire from his teammate will save the day for Team Tamilas.
Nicely done coming from Rico to make that play. He baited with the reload animation, forced them to push in. And you know what's really surprising? The S12K, even you in the reload animation, you can still shoot and cancel it. So that's a very, very small little detail that got them the win. Meanwhile, on screen here, we do see a fight between Apecity and BO7.
Oh
As
my
2 nades
God.
comes through, they get the 2 knocks and they get the confirmation. That was a very, very clean takedown from Brothers of Seven Sisters.
Yeah, BO7 has been looking so clean so far with the utility utilization, and even in their 4v4s, it's tough to take down a team like this. They've also got a decent bit of utils once again to back themselves up, but at this point, in my opinion, they need a lot of smokes. That's the only thing that's going to save them if the zone does move away from their spot. BO7S, looking at the way the surrounding lines are looking like, there's still a few foes. Team Forever in the front, Team Tamilas next to him as well. And BO7S now just trying to cross on towards the opposite side. Deroki will be back up on his feet.
Yeah, meanwhile, Reckoning Esports forced to actually go in for a little bit of a sidetrack here. They are going to be playing from the compounds on the west side. Seems like based on this circle itself, they do find themselves in a very awkward situation, but they do have a nice little crossroad to work with to kind of scout out people trying to rotate through the roads themselves.
Once again, a huge shout out to the Kia's Ross, bold modern design, streamlined door handles, Kia's signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. Do check out the vehicle. It's a vehicle packed with a lot of features, and the looks are great. But 2OP official, at this point, in a big world of trouble. Shady was in quite a shady spot. Man gets knocked out. There's also a bit of a cover fire pouring in from the backlines, and that's why Shady now needs to move inside of that shack, and that's the only way the man can be alive. 2OP official, once again, back to the full number, which is, of course, 3, since they lost out on the man quite early. Aim hacks. Mastermind Mavericks around the lines. You've also got Tamilan Esports just constantly surrounding this ground like vultures.
Well, speaking of surrounding the vultures as well, they're trying to look for an entry point as well, considering how small it is of an entry point. It is going to be all the way towards the shorelines of Mills Power. A very, very difficult circle to push in, considering the number of teams that is still alive. No one is looking for a major crash just because they are afraid of the potential third parties. As you can see, Tamilan, the other furthest away from the north side. They need to find an entry point. And 2OP official and Shockwave is going to make sure that this entire north section is going to be completely locked down. While Reckoning is going to be waiting for a bite time on the south side to try and stop Cincinnati kids, or maybe even the guys coming from north. And from Cincinnati's kids' perspective, they're afraid to push down themselves.
Yeah, Cincinnati kids. All the 4 players next to each other. Backs against the wall as well. The blue, it's going to be hurting for sure. There's also Lumberyard in the back line. So at this point for CK, the back lines are cleared. The only thing they really need to worry about is breaching inside of the zone, the safety lines. Mastermind Mavericks pouring a lot of shots in the front. At this point for Shockwave, they're definitely under heavy fire, but at least they've got a bit of that inch inside of the safety lines. So that's a positive side. They've got CK on the tails, Mastermind Mavericks. So Mastermind Mavericks, they need to be extra careful. Maximer spotting out the players of Cincinnati kids, and Adi, the man definitely does seem like he's a big world of trouble.
Yeah, it definitely is as well, but it seems like they don't spot him out. Cincinnati kids, they know that there is no reason to crash out in the open as well. They are going to try and reposition towards the shorelines to find a decent amount of cover. And that is going to be something that they are going to be working out. But it seems like they are going to try and crash in towards Milta Power themselves to play around the silos. And this is something that Cincinnati kids has experience with, because they have won a chicken in this particular spot. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Cincinnati kids, they actually wiped Signify in the process. While 2OP officials somehow, after the 8-bit fight, they haven't been able to gather their bearings to actually push through, as the zone is about to push them in as well, and their vehicles are pretty heavily damaged right now.
Yeah, look at Shockwave. All the 4 players next to each other before Shockwave. That position is going to be living hell soon. There will be Tamilan Esports pushing it from the back. But looking at this side of the spectrum, Cincinnati kids somehow found themselves a bit of that safety cushion around the silos. And that Rich is really helping him be a little bit more safe, but DOP, even they decide to make the pounce at the same time. Shady! This is quite a shady push, but if it does work out, DOP will be racking up a lot of elimination points. Shady does get eliminated in the midst of that action, but you still got Tamilan Esports. They just want to eliminate, put that nail in the coffin against the players of Shockwave.
Yeah, the reset comes through, and guess what? Extrovert has no choice but to drop down, knowing there's no way out. He's going to play for placement points, but Tamilan Esports, they are going to be on the hunt. They know there's a straggler down below. Meanwhile, Tamilan Esports, a very, very successful push onto a Shockwave, and even the third party, they completely stopped them in his track, just because Team Mastermind Mavericks was helping from afar. But look at this, Golden Gliders, they are in the smack middle of the center. They heard all these commotions, and they're hoping to get a little bit of third party. They know there is a fish in the water, but they don't seem to be able to find anyone yet. Beastie actually looks away, interesting. Just because he heard a suppressed SKS from the other side of the vicinity. Well, got a little bit distracted.
Yeah, the man needs to be a little bit careful though. He's only got 102 bullets in the spare. He's going to be running through that ammunition pretty quick now, make it 85. So yeah, Golden Glider Esports, they got to make the ammo count. Reckoning Esports on this ridge against the players of shadowblitz, and what an 8 that was. Salme threats that needle, finds the first knock. shadowblitz in a big wall of trouble, taken down to a 3-man squad, and Reckoning Esports taking the exact advantage. The moment they found the first knock, Reckoning pushes up close and personal, but Viper messes up big time, but so does the man of shadowblitz. shadowblitz once again taken down to a 3-man squad, but Salme pushes up close and personal, eliminates the player who was trying to patch himself up, and shadowblitz now taken down to just a 2-man squad. Both the players inside of the Wizard Tower. They're not going to be surviving for too long, as Dionysus finds another knock, and just like that, shadowblitz taken down to one last man. The final glimmer of hope.
This is such a big clutch here coming from Dion. Suppressor on SDLK, super underrated gun, but in smoke fights, it's so hard to pinpoint where exactly he's shooting from as well. So greater deal pick here, but Reckoning Esports, they are going to try and clean up shadowblitz, but the nade comes through, and the re-knock comes back, and Gabriel gets knocked as well. Liger forced out in the open, and Gravity is going to go in for the pin, but Reckoning Esports, they're playing their formations as much as they can. They've lost Salme, the guy that actually won the fight, but looks like another lane has been lobbed through, and they will be taken out. And just like that, they win the fight against shadowblitz. But Reckoning Esports, they've lost Salme in the process.
Yeah, at that point, shadowblitz was just trying to avoid the inevitable. Shockwave Extrovert, look at that man, still somehow surviving. A team that made the pounce on top of the players of Shockwave actually got eliminated first, compared to the players of Shockwave themselves. Still in the waterlines. 4TR as well, they're right there around the vicinity. Silos 2 acquired by the players of Cincinnati Kids. So it's looking quite interesting, right? Even Reckoning Esports is around that same spectrum. Team Tamilas as well on that southern side of the zone. So overall, if you look at the structure, it does seem like Golden Glider Esports, they've got the advantage on paper.
Yeah, but based on this play as well here, Cincinnati Kids has played a circle very similar to this as well. That's why they're hugging around the fences on the north side. And those fences are what gave them that opportunity to play the chicken dinner, because they played around the railings of the silo itself. It's usually a very risky play, but if you play, wait until the last moments of the circle, it does create an off angle that catches people off guard. So they're going to be laying low for at least 2 to 3 more circles until it's potentially the final circle before they strike, and that will give them a slight upper hand.
Yeah, and K9 Esports too, if you remember that one particular game, they also had that same position that CK is now in. And K9 Esports ended up securing that game too. It's because of the flank they made with Slug. But since the zone's a little bit different this time around, Golden Glider Esports is the one to have the main advantage. Team Forever against the players of BO7S. Dusty, the util tossed against him, and will also find the knock. Important knock, the first opener's already there. Team Forever, as they've found the opener now, it's going to be easy for them to make the pounce as well. Dusty will be claimed soon, it's not a problem. The confirmation should follow up. Team Forever, they've got all the 4 players standing too, so they can go for the risky plays.
Yeah, BO7S, they've lost a player, but now another nade comes through, and they are going to find one more. And just like that, they completely annihilate them.
Solid stuff. BO7S, it feels like they stood no chance in that particular fight. And that's why they have been eliminated pretty much. It did seem like it. But yeah, a little bit of a technical issue going on, I guess, around the stream as well. We'll get that sorted as soon as possible. But looking at the overall circle, too, and the way it's forming out, as I mentioned, Golden Glider Esports definitely did seem like they had the main advantage.
Yeah, it is very, very unfortunate as well. But we are going to be loading up the game very, very shortly as well, because it seems like, again, something is happening between the OBs. But we are going to be resolving as quickly as we can, because the most important moment of the circle is about to happen as well. Yes, we are going to be jumping in the game, and finally we get to see what's happening again. Let's take a look at the map. What is going on? Because the circle is going to be going back onto the north side. It seems like Golden Glider still has the center control.
But I'm loving what Team Forever is doing. They were rotating all the way from the southern side towards the right edge. So there's a big chance Golden Glider Esports can be flanked. And that position, that power spot from Golden Glider Esports can be stolen. Of course, we were able to see that on the map feed. Unfortunately for you guys do not really have that. But as I said, Team Forever as well can definitely have a chance of shutting down the entirety of Golden Glider Esports and stealing that game away from them.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate as well. But let's take a look at the replays on how things happen here before we actually conclude the match as well. This is a couple of things that actually happened during the game. We saw how 2 OP official was stat checking 8-bit and then just completely annihilated them despite losing a 1v1 battle by Equinox to 2 Equinox by Impacts.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the action really kicked off, right? We did see 2 OP somehow just dropping around the vicinity of 8-bit. And I guess we have seen this drop clash once in the past, but 2OP has lost that in the past. But this time around, 2OP just flipping the tides, turning the tables in their favor, and somehow eliminating the entirety of 8-bit, especially when we thought they had the advantage. And then we later on did see the players of Team Tamilas as well push up close and personal against the boys of God's Omen. And even God's Omen weren't able to do a lot. They got eliminated slowly and steadily by the entirety of Team Tamilas. But as we move on towards the game once again, Team Forever, they tried their best to take that spot away from the side of Golden Glider Esports, but instead they collide against the players of Cincinnati Kids. Quite a bit of back and forth. Team Forever taken down to just one-man Mafia, and now the man wants to go for the reset.
Yeah, 5 finishes in the back coming from Team Forever. They need to go in for the reset. 4TR going to be playing the shorelines. They have the high ground to actually oversee them. So it's all about patience right now. The moment they clear this, they should be able to have a very, very easy entry point. But 4TR, they're actually being very confident about this. They are going to try and push and pick onto Cincinnati Kids, but Reckoning Esports, I don't think they realize that Reckoning Esports is right beside them as well. They do have that low ground advantage to kind of sneak through. As you can see, 4TR, they're trying to look for them, but unfortunately can't seem to spot them out. As Morty's still very, very afraid to pick down just because he may get a shot from Cincinnati Kids or maybe on Team Forever.
4TR.
Wait, hold on. Did I see Extrovert actually surviving on the shorelines?
Yeah, I mentioned this, right? Extrovert was still alive. And somehow the team that made the pounce on top of Extrovert and his boys got eliminated before him.
That was Team Tamilas, actually.
Tamilan Esports.
Oh, Tamilan, yeah.
Yeah. Team Forever on the screen. And Team Forever once again trying to execute that same playstyle. Sending one man, which is Mafia, all the way around the outskirts on the flank. And then the remaining 3 players trying to play around the silos. Once again, CK is going to be a major threat. But luckily enough, CK is only surviving with 1 man. That is going to be Zarif. So I highly doubt CK is going to be able to pull off a lot in this scenario.
And not to mention as well, Golden Gliders, I believe they're down to the last player as well. That's going to be a little bit of an awkward spot to be in here, especially coming from Newbie. He's forced to defend that center all by himself. He is on the shorelines, and 4TR has perfect control on the high grounds right now. And even Reckoning Esports, they can't really push out until somebody makes a play. And little did they know, the play is going to be the teams coming from the downside, crashing on towards them, rather than against 4TR official. Because as of yet, there's nobody to challenge 4TR of the high ground supremacy right now.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to the players of Golden Glider Esports, because the last time we saw them, they were in the prime spot, uncontested by anyone. And then the moment when we were back, it was 4TR who overtook that spot. So it's interesting. But now it definitely does seem like 4TR is in the power spot, at least for now. They've got the prime spot in their hands. They're controlling it pretty well too. Cincinnati Kids is in a big world of trouble. It's down to just Zarif. The man's not going to be surviving for too long. And Mafia not too good when it comes to driving. Mafia does spot out the player too.
Oh, he's
wants
panicking.
to back away from that spot. Yeah, Mafia's definitely panicking. He knows where Zarif is as well. And now this nade should definitely find the prime connection. Mafia, nade pulled out. Wants to toss it around that same corner. And he will get the elimination point secured as well. Blues on the move. Team Forever slowly and steadily mopping the floor around the silos, but now they also need to deal with the players of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time, Team Forever, while they were distracted looking at 4TR, Viper lobs the nade, gets the knock on Thunder, and now looking for that confirmation, and he does get it. 2 for 2 on the money. Team Forever, they've just lost one player, and now they completely stop shooting onto his 4TR, knowing that there's still one more team around them.
Yeah.
They thought they cleared the area, but Reckoning Esports has been silent the entire time. And now they have no choice but to fight this. But Viper, look at this. No backpack. It's just one with the grass right now. And it's so difficult because Team Forever will have the first jump on him. And if they decide to fight, 4TR is going to shoot at them as well. So they're hoping that 4TR is going to be able to make something happen for them.
Pretty much. Before now, for Team Forever, the only team that's going to be a major showstopper will be Reckoning Esports. The moment they find a way to deal with the players of Reckoning Esports, Team Forever, for them it might just be a smooth glide. Just take down Reckoning. That's the only thing Team Forever needs to do. They've managed to acquire 8 finishes on the board so far, so of course looking extremely good in that aspect. And looking at the way the zone is forming up as well, now for Xtreme to survive, it's going to be next to impossible. The zone's already formed up on top, and Xtrovert's underneath. So his shit's going to be taken away to his death soon.
Oh boy, Extrovert. He's got himself 5 position points. I would say top 5 position points. That's pretty much the best he could do. I don't think he's found himself a cubby as well, so he is going to bleed out his zone. And we are down towards the final 4 teams after he goes down. And of course, Team Forever is still trying to make a move to try and push in from the south. Reckoning Esports hasn't really made their mark, but 4TR official, they know they've got it in the bag. But nope. Guess what? Extrovert actually finds a small little pocket, so he will survive top 4, outlasting Golden Gliders. What a small little pixel.
Yeah, microscopic spot at that point. Extrovert still somehow cooking inside of the game. But now as we move on towards Team Forever, wanting to make that pounce against the players of Reckoning Esports. Viper still somehow standing. Reckoning Esports down to just this one last glimmer of hope, and Viper gets spotted and eliminated from the game. Now it's taken down to the top 2 teams. 4TR versus Team Forever. Pain in his life, unfortunately, steps outside of the blue for a second. Gets taken down pretty low. Now the man's going to patch himself up. He's looking good for now.
Yeah.
3v3, though. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, 4TR right now, they're so afraid to peek out because they've saw Cheyenne from all the way at the back. And that's the reason why Always and Mafia is able to creep up on them. And now with the prone coming through 4TR, they just might have lost their advantage. Pain is Life still looking for the pick. Exposes himself a little bit here. Mafia lobbing a nade, and Pain is Life knows that they are very, very close by. And now with the nade connection coming through, Team Forever, they just might be able to push up. And now Wise goes through, sees Morty, is looking to try and nade him out. 4TR getting completely overrun, but Morty finds the pick onto his Wise. Now it comes down to his 2 versus 2, but the zone is pushing them in. Team Forever, they have to make this fast.
Shad's trying to form an off angle as well. This nade's going to be on the money. Oh my god. Look at Morty. The man's taken down extremely low. Now it's down to just that one last man from 4TR. He's up against the 2 remaining players of Team Forever, and this nade's extremely close once again. With Gersh, can he really clutch it out for the boys? That's the main question. Team Forever standing with 2 players, and those 2 players are looking extremely strong as well, and they've got a big split going on between themselves. And just like that, it will be Team Forever to close the game and get the chicken dinner secured. What a nuclear performance that was from Team Forever.
Very, very nicely done as well, coming from Team Forever, because they played that extremely, extremely well. Very tactical approaches, and they just completely denied 4TR that opportunity to clutch the chicken dinner. A massive game coming from Team Forever with 12 finishes in the bag and 9 knocks. They just completely shut down everyone coming from the south.
A huge chicken dinner, 22 points accumulated with that, and we had a conversation about Team Forever, right? It's one of those teams that's not really doing too good in the overall standings, but now with these 22 points, Team Forever, they might just be around that safety bracket.
You know what's funny? That's the Team Forever we saw in the first earlier few days of round 1 itself, because after that, they never really had a dominating game. So it's really nice to see how Team Forever is back in action. They figured out their formation issues. They figured out what needs to be done. And now they're back. Very nicely done.
And I'm also really happy for 4TR, right? Yeah, they were not able to seal the deal. They were not able to secure the game. But still, a top 2 finish with a decent bit of elimination points. That's going to give them the exact cushion they needed. But this is how the action really kicked off. 2 OP, they went in for a drop clash against the players of 8-Bit. And unfortunately for 8-Bit, they started things off with the advantage, but then later on, the entire script got flipped.
Yeah, it was just very, very unfortunate. And even Team Tamilas as well had a little bit of run in, where we had a little bit of a misplay here, but baiting the reload animation with S12K was just so spot on. Forces them to come in and then take the shot through. So that was very, very nice. Meanwhile, of course, Reckoning Esports as well, we saw moments of brilliance coming from Beyond. They had a little bit of mishap. Salme was able to equalize the fight, but he had to pay with his life to keep the rest of the teams alive towards the top 4 in this game itself.
Yeah, and in the final few moments around the silos, Reckoning Esports was being a real pain in the foot for the players of Team Forever. But then later on, Reckoning Esports got eliminated by the likes of 4TR, so it's quite nice for Team Forever because Reckoning Esports could have been the real stopper for Team Forever. But 4TR was the one to eliminate Reckoning, and the moment that happened, it felt like Team Forever was just breaking through the shackles, we're just breaking through that deadlock. We've got Team Forever stats on the screen, always getting 0 finishes, 0 knocks, but then you've got Cheyenne getting 5 and 6 knockouts, 4 finishes as well from the side of Mafia, and 3 from Thunder.
Yeah, a massive game coming from Cheyenne, Mafia, and Thunder as well. Thunder, he was eliminated by Viper, but Cheyenne's positioning has been really, really spot on as well. He always thinks from a position where should I stand in order to get the maximum value in order to allow my team to push through, and him staying back all the way in the final zone here to make sure that 4TR official doesn't overpicks and pick at his teammate was just so spot on.
Yeah, I mean, with the way the day started off, it definitely does seem like more than day 2, day 3 is going to be the day of comebacks, right? 4TR doing really good. Golden Glider Esports as well, they're in the top 5. We did see one more man from the side of Shockwave 2 there in the final few moments as well. We've got the MVP of the match on the screen, 5 finishes, 6 knockouts. It's going to be Cheyenne from Team Forever with 10-19 damage dished out. Of course, solid stat from Team Forever.
Yep, this is very, very nice to see Cheyenne back in action here for round 3. So hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here. But with this chicken dinner from Team Forever, they should technically be in the running to try and fight back for a potential slot in their remaining 3 matches. But let's take a look at the top 5 players in that match. We have Cheyenne, obviously, in number 1 with 5 finishes. Pain is Life is going to be coming in from 4TR with 4 finishes. We got Mafia with 4 finishes. We have Morty also with 3 finishes. And we've got Beast coming in from Golden Gliders with 3 finishes.
I just want to find out how many points did Golden Glider Esports get out of that game, because Golden Glider Esports, yeah, for a moment we did think that they had the prime spot to play with, but I just want to see how many points did they exactly squeeze out of that spot. Not a lot of points, genuinely, looking at the game-winning spot they had. Just 7 points acquired out of that one, and then Shockwave managing to get 5 points, better than nothing. You've also got 4TR getting 16 points, Team Forever with 22, and Reckoning Esports with 10 points. This is definitely going to bring them back to life.
Yeah, like you said as well, Golden Glider had one of the prime spots possible here, and the moment 4TR came in knocking and just denying them and taking their spot, that was pretty much GG for them as well. They got a little bit of decent spot here, so it was a little bit small win. Cincinnati Kid to try to outlast a little bit more. They could not find any corner finish points, so you can see every single team was actually struggling to find some sort of placement points. But you know what was really consistent? Shockwave, because they were the first teams that were very, very earlier. I would say in the earlier phase, they were the first teams to get eliminated rather early. But Extrovert, as a solo warrior, was able to creep in towards the top 4 placement points. So that's a small little victory here coming from Shockwave.
It was such a weird scramble that happened too, right? Even 2OP was the one to be a part of that fight. Tamilan Esports pushed on towards Shockwave, and 2OP got eliminated in the midst of all that action. And luckily enough, Extrovert was somehow able to squeeze away. And in that moment, he was definitely the introvert because he was hiding as much as possible.
Definitely as well. But all things considered here, it was a very, very tough circle to play with as well, because ever since Stage 2 began, it was a hard shift down the shorelines, and every single team thought that there's no way it is going to land towards the shorelines, but eventually it just came down to the last wire. Everybody from outside the usual strategic positions, the mountain terrains that Cincinnati kids try to have, the Harry Potter tower that Reckoning Esports tried to have as well in case it doesn't shift out Milta power. The Milta fences that they thought it was going to be the best spot possible, which in case Cincinnati Kids and Reckoning Esports had the greatest idea, hit there, but they just could not peek out because of the position where 4TR had from start to beginning.
I see. You want to hear something extremely important now?
What?
After this game, they've only got 3 more games to go.
Oh, no.
And teams like shadowblitz, MASTERMIND, MAVERICKS, still struggling. shadowblitz was doing so good in round 1, so decent in the round 2, but inside of the round 3, they're doing pretty bad. I just hope they make a comeback because it's one of those teams that I would love to see in the semifinals. Even MASTERMIND MAVERICKS, this team gave us so many hopes, but so far the performance has been extremely thin. I just hope they make a bounce back as well in the upcoming game. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back after that short break, and now we've got a new face on the panel after a long time. Fixes, welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. I'm pretty sure you are following the broadcast as well so far, and what have been your thoughts?
And I'm obliged, first of all, to be back. It feels great. It feels quite refreshing. But, you know, the circles, the way these teams have been approaching and the storyline that we've been following, Kingdom Come for who? And now, at this point, Team Forever at such an interesting and important junction, securing that chicken dinner. I think they've gone past 40. We can say they might have qualified for the next round.
Of course. I mean, Team Forever, with the amount of points they got in that previous game, which was 22 points, and they needed a catapult like that, too. Team Forever is now going to be extremely safe. It's pretty much in the top 8 or top 5, somewhere around that. And as you mentioned, yeah, they should be around that qualification barrier too. But then you look at a few more teams on the opposite side of the spectrum that are still not able to do that great. I'm speaking of shadowblitz that showcased so many signs of life in the early stages. I'm speaking of MASTERMIND MAVERICKS as well. We have been looking at this banner since the past, and even MASTERMIND MAVERICKS are still struggling. But I'm going to hold on to that thought. We need to convey a great message to the audience as well. The realme GT7 will provide you a smooth gameplay up till 6 hours, stable 120 FPS. So do check it out. It's already out on Amazon. The sale's not live. But back towards the conversation once again, right? So shadowblitz is not doing too hot inside of the game so far, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them.
I think it really comes down to how the format has been structured for them. Let's be honest, it's been quite challenging. You've got just 2 games per day, and every single day time you come in, you've got different teams coming on. You have to be on your tip of your toes. You have to put your best foot forward, and that is something that they've been failing to do so. And, you know, that has been a big cause of concern, not just for shadowblitz, but for the other teams. Now, the only way you overcome this is with going really frag heavy. You need to be there. You need to show that intent on engaging in those fights, and and you do not have a lot of time on you. You just have 3 more games after this, so it looks quite murky for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. We've had this conversation on the panels a lot of the time, right? You need to be extremely frag heavy, especially inside of this new zone structure. If you're not really going to be focusing on those elimination points, gathering those placement points is going to be extremely tough, because in the final few moments, the circle is, of course, shrinking down constantly, and then in the end, there's just too many teams, and at that point, there's a lot of RNG as well that comes into play, right? At the end, you might just see a curveballic shift and the zone's not going to be on top of you. Then you need to figure out a way on the fly on how to make it inside of the circle. And there's, of course, going to be a lot of line of sights on farming on top of you as well. So it just gets extremely tough to always aim for a chicken dinner. It's better to be a little bit more consistent, go for the elimination points much more. That can be much more efficient for you. In that previous game, Golden Glider Esports were in the prime spot. I generally thought they might just be the one to squeeze that game away. But then 4TR, they made that pounce, eliminated Golden Glider Esports. And because of that, Golden Glider Esports is still not doing too good.
Yeah, I mean, that was the hesitancy, the reluctancy shown by Golden Glider that did cost him that chicken, and a lot of things at stakes as we head on, folks. Into the second game of the evening, we've got the flight path trajectory all the way from La Cabrera towards Minas del Sur. And, of course, for Group A and the teams that are struggling, Necro, it's going to be a very important game at that, especially for the likes of Apecity. We did talk about Golden Gliders as well, and even for SIGNIFY.
Yesterday, we saw a bit of a comeback from the side of Cincinnati Kids, but today it's been a little bit rough. Game 1, CK completely lost out. Game 2 needs to be on the mark. Reckoning Esports, the comeback has been initiated, getting 10 points in that previous game. That means Reckoning Esports now will be in much more of a comfy spot. But still, for teams like shadowblitz, MASTERMIND MAVERICKS, Golden Glider Esports, SIGNIFY, they need a nuclear performance, and that's the only thing that can save them and their journey inside of the round 3.
Absolutely. There's no second thoughts about that, and you know, considering the names that you've got SIGNIFY, we've got Immortal, one of the oldest players in the scene, and you know, considering their journey in the entire realme BMPS, we've seen those good games, but like we've been constantly emphasizing on being consistent, that has been missing from SIGNIFY, and if they do not pull out a rabbit out of their hat, their days might be numbered. But heading on ahead, looking at how the circle has panned out, surely looking at a lot of splash of colors around that certain area. You've got SIGNIFY, you've got Golden Gliders, but look at the circle. It has been playing a lot of those tricks recently.
Yeah, I've been loving the circle inside of the round 3 so far. It's been quite off. And that's been catching a lot of these teams off guard. The circle's forming in quite the weird terrains as well. And a lot of the teams are usually not even ready to play around those terrains. So we do see a lot of those miscommunications happening too. And because of that, a lot of the fights do end up messing up, especially for the known names. But now we've got 2OP official on the screen. Oh, liability Does hear a lot of those footsteps, still wants to reposition, but the main problem is that 2OP official, Liability is the only man towards Asian Adil Patron. He's amongst the foes. I'm not even sure what he can do to keep himself alive, but at this point, just play hide and seek, my friend.
He needs to buy time. He needs to set that perfect angle, but Rick's in IGL. Just a step ahead, and he needs to realize that his cavalry is just behind him. And seems like Mastermind Mavericks, they've got a good read on that. And we were kind of concerned, Necro, about how they're going to perform. And yeah, for 2OP officials, all right, they were quite alienated, especially from Liability, as even for Team Tamilas, they seem to have found a frag for themselves.
Yeah.
And even this team, you know, Cometh round 1, we saw so much promises for them to eventually tumble down, not really at the best spot at this point.
Team Tamilas, I mean, for them, it's quite a decent start. Getting that one elimination point off the rip like that is going to be helping them quite a bit. Build up that momentum, build up that confidence as well in the game. But then if you look at Signify, who's lost that one man, they desperately need a lot of points. And now starting things off with just a 3-man squad, it's just going to be even more miserable.
And it all comes down to the flight path trajectory, right? Given the fact that Team Tamilas usually opts for going towards Los Leones, they've also got a drop fight around with Cincinnati kids, and that is something, you know, we have seen a peace treaty drawn between these teams in such big cities where they drop down, get their loot done, and head their own ways. But looking at how the circle this time is formed, really Cincinnati kids need to double down on this. They need to ensure they at least get 10 plus points, or maybe even a chicken dinner. But even for God's Omen,
yeah,
I think they've had a decent start so far, in a good position, but they need to push a little further, at least touch that 40 barrier.
But hey, since we've got Salmai on the screen, let's talk about the man a little bit more. We've got the stats from round 2 about this one particular man. He's getting 6 finishes racked up for his team. Of course, Salmai, he has been quite a flashy playmaker for Reckoning Esports, and of course in the past also for a banner like Soul. Yeah, it's a whole nother story that the man was not really able to stick to that same roster, but since Reckoning Esports, they have been, of course, doing pretty decent inside of their run so far. So we pretty much know that Salmai and his performance, it's been quite stable.
You know, with Reckoning, I've always categorized them as the late bloomers. They take their own sweet time to get conditioned, so much halabala around what we've seen just before the realme BMPS, those epic big switches, and yes, for Salmai to come in clutch in those final moments, surely he stepped up, but now they need to dig in a little bit further. Looking at how these rotations have really been panning out, we've got Cincinnati kids making some early moves still around the center. You've got Team Tamilas still around Los Leones, but look at BO7s around the Puerto Paraiso. Have they even begun starting to loot yet?
It seems like they're already done.
Are
They're probably on the move. Because at this point, they just want to secure themselves a decent spot. Once again, Miramar is all about being a little bit proactive, getting that high ground in your hands, having that good split for yourself so you can maximize the intel. And I feel like someone like CK should do it right now.
This is where, you know, they have to take that call. They for sure know for a fact that they've got Team Tamilas around them. But if they decide to take a fight, that's a gamble they have to take. And Team Forever still pretty much sturdy around Chumacera. We have seen them execute this rotation. It's been going pretty well. They've got Thunder. How has Thunder been according to you? Because before the BMPS, there was so much hype around this one player. Has he really lived up to it?
It's really tough to say. I mean, Team Forever is doing pretty good for themselves, right? So overall, judging it as a team perspective, I think he's doing pretty good. Gelling up with the boys as a team, Team Forever is doing extremely good. But if you speak about the individual stats itself, I'm not sure. Because Team Forever, as a team, they're just not really known to make those flashy plays, right? They've always been much more about that tactical side of things. They've always been much more about that position-oriented gameplay. And we saw a glimpse of that in the past one, too.
And you know, that is enough, at least for Team Forever, to comfortably secure themselves a qualification into the next round. And this previous game was quite important for them. When you look at 4TR, previous game, getting a second position finish was so important, especially to climb up the standings a little bit. And we have been talking about improving. Even if you want to improve your gameplay, please do check out the Realme GT7. It has got the iSense graphene rear cover. Make sure that you've got uninterrupted gameplay, no heating issues, nothing whatsoever. Not just approved by Crafton, but also by my dear co-caster, Necro.
Of course. I love the device myself. I've been having quite a smooth gameplay time. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours has been helping me quite a bit in my gameplay. I've increased what?
Your FP.
Yeah, of course I have. I've been doing pretty good with this device. I'm loving it so far.
I'm starting to wonder which lobby are you actually playing at. But,
All right, buddy. I've been playing in the pro
we need to have
scrims.
those 1v1s. An oldie against the new fiery rookie on the block. But anyways, now talking about how Reckoning Esports, they have been shaping themselves. This time, you know, they are kind of surrounded. Just beside them is going to be Shockwave, who apparently are doing quite well in terms of the overall standings. They've just squeezed past 40. So I feel like they might have gotten themselves a couple of wings there. Maybe getting a little aggressive.
Look, the moment you get more than 45 points, I feel like you're around that safety barrier. So I think Shockwave now just needs a few more points to topple that over. The moment they cross that 45 points marker, they will be extremely safe in the overall standings. And in my opinion, if Shockwave wants, they can definitely go for the risky plays. They can afford it at this point.
Oh, look at the circle.
Yeah,
look at this shift quite towards that eastern side, and BO7s suddenly find themselves dreaming of getting that chicken dinner. But seems like hell might break loose. You've got Golden Grider. Now, this is one of those teams that has been quite reluctant in engaging in those fights, and that has been sort of their Achilles heels. Need to figure a way around that, but for BO7s and even for Team Tamilas, they're going to have a smooth sail, a nice rotation coming in. But look at even 4TR. They're quite surrounded, Necro.
4TR, though, still they're going to be making it down south. It's still a rotation that 4TR is looking to pull off. There's a few teams around them, but I highly doubt that's going to be big trouble for them. There's Mastermind Mavericks. Joyous now decides to take a bit of that stop. Penny's Life did go for those return shots. Mastermind Mavericks once again shaken a bit by the presence. And they're not going to be taking any sort of shots against 4TR anymore. So 4TR, they will be able to pull off a clean rotation, at least as of now. They found themselves around the smack center as well, so it's looking all good in the hood. But looking at the elimination feed, DOP's fighting off against the players of shadowblitz. It's not a fight shadowblitz would want to lose.
You know, a lot of teams have actually engaged. A lot of teams have tossed their hat onto the ring. It's also Reckoning chiming in over there, so it is going to be one hell of a show. You've got Viper. He's got aim hacks down already, and now the next couple of moments he might secure that finish. Got Adonis in the far off fray. Even Gabru trying to go for that escape, but Gravity says, not today.
Good spray. Catches the man in mid-rotation. Shadowblitz in a big wall of trouble. They've already lost out in 2 men. It's not a great start. And looking at their position in the overall standings, they've only managed to secure 10 points so far. And since, after this game, there will only be 2 more games left to pull off a comeback. For shadowblitz, it seems like they've already found themselves too deep in the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're sitting at just mere 10 points, nothing less than a chicken dinner with good amount of finishes is gonna suffice. So surely they will have to pull off a team forever. What they did in the previous game, even for Apecity, the concern is quite longing. This team, having played so well in the previous rounds, eventually just to struggle right now. Seems like the heat of the lobby has quadrupled, and the Apes, they're burning.
Definitely does seem like it. As of now, though, Apecity once again looking pretty unsettled as they have just breached in from that southern side. Apecity, they found a clear breaching point as well, but the tails are not too clear. There's still SIGNIFY Esports in the back line, so Apecity needs to be extra careful. And even the elimination feed once again starting to pop off. It's shadowblitz constantly taking a fight against the players of 2OP official. And luckily enough, this time around, shadowblitz, they've got the advantage. But the moment I say so, one of the men gets confirmed. 2OP, this fight's taken down a 1v1. Botfire versus Liger. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? This nade from Liger, if it's going to be on point, Botfire will be knocked out. Luckily enough, the man instantly repositioned at the nick of time. This return nade from Botfire needs to be on point. Might just chip out a bit of that damage against Liger at this point.
2OP officials at this point, they are exuding confidence. Of course, the numbers are not there. Still does not matter. They've secured enough points can't really say the same for shadowblitz. The pressure is going to be enormous. And Liger, he cannot afford to lose this fight. And now Liger is just anticipating that grenade as fire. He's lobbed it. Not at the right direction though. So Ricochet is in the wrong way. And now Liger, with another nade of his own, does not succeed either. A little bit of that standstill, but I'm pretty sure few other teams kind of aware of these two teams really fighting it out.
Oh my god, while all of this was happening, Mastermind Mavericks have been eliminated from this game.
What? How?
This is quite unfortunate for Mastermind Mavericks. They're almost on the verge of being eliminated. They've only got one last man standing. It's quite unfortunate for Mastermind Mavericks. Never expected this. And they desperately needed this game too. Looking at their stance in the overall standings, they've only got 22 points so far. So they need a chicken dinner to bring themselves back inside of the race. 2OP official. Botfire wanting to win this fight against the man of shadowblitz, but in the end it will be Reckoning Esports. And generally speaking, Reckoning Esports have been reaping the benefits of both of these fights so far. shadowblitz, they've been locking horns with 2OP official, and Reckoning Esports have been stealing those elimination points away constantly.
Wait a second, have they really not anticipated? Have they not seen this through? They could have secured one more finish. And if the other player goes unchecked, if Botfire survives, he could maybe play a spoil spot. But for what it's worth, Necro, look at God's Omen. They also have got their backlines cleared as of now. One of their players already on the ground. A fight against Team Tamilas. Manti, another veteran, marking his return. Did have his good days, but surely is not at his best. It's going to be an interesting fight. None of them really forcing this. Quite unnecessary at this point.
Yeah, but once again, back towards that Reckoning Esports conversation, right? I feel like that was quite a right decision to back away inside of the circle. Looking at the way the zone's forming out as well, and Reckoning Esports, they just want to be consistent. They just want to get a few more points to keep themselves around that safety cushion, and then maybe Reckoning Esports can go for shenanigans like that. And since they were already in the outskirts, playing around the edges, it's already not a best spot to be in. So I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports just want to close in around that centric part as soon as possible. But since there's already so many teams with a field trap set up, it's going to be extremely tough. BO7S, looking at their stance so far inside of the city, the zone moves away from them, and it's going to be a little bit of a stinger.
You know, when you look at the bigger picture, I get it. Reckoning needs 3 more points to squeeze past 40. And now the circle shift is really going to put them in a little bit of a pickle, because you already have 40R guarding a good spot. Then you've got Troy Tamilans and Reckoning. They also have to make their way inside the circle. Of course, Gravity is present over there, but this is a fight that Reckoning has to indulge in. Whilst for Cincinnati kids, they've also got a wild split going on. We've got Seref holding on the backgrounds as Gravity now aware of this intervention from not just Troy Tamilans, but he knows that even 40R is round the corner.
Reckoning Esports. Oh, now they're getting shot at as well. 40R, they're definitely making sure that the opponents are going to be feeling all that pain. Wiper, though, still knocked out from Reckoning Gravity as he is able to squeeze up quite close towards Utkar, but even he gets knocked out. Big problems brewing up for Reckoning Esports, also making a lot of rookie mistakes in the process. Penny's life closes up, wants to get the revival towards his teammate as well. Is he going to be able to stick it in? That's my question. He probably should stick that revival soon. Tossing out a nade just in case before that. Reckoning Esports going for that reset. They've managed to get the fallen player back up on his feet before 4TR. They've got the man advantage with them.
Kind of starting to contemplate where their third player is. For Reckoning, one of them brought down pretty low as Morty this time against Troy Tamilans. It's going to be Ranveer himself. Right next to him would be Inferno and 40R official. They need to find some cover. They are kind of surrounded at this point, taking fights on multiple fronts. Not really going to help them in their endeavors as Sawman and Viper, both of them get dealt with. And does that mark the end of Reckoning? Hold on, as Dion is still alive. Shockwave, they have inched in closer, of course. Sawman's frag, it's going to be confirmed. And even for Shockwave, we did talk about that little leeway, that freedom that they've gotten at this point. Surely would be looking for a couple more finishes.
Yeah, for some reason it feels like Reckoning Esports is taking too much pressure upon themselves of securing this final couple of points to qualify. And because of that, Reckoning Esports is not able to fight freely. You can see the way they were just engaging inside of the fight. for a moment, they were also having those second thoughts if they really do want to engage or back away from that fight in the first place. And because of that, now Reckoning Esports is on the verge of being eliminated. Dionysus is the only man standing, and it feels like Ralphie's got his number. Dionysus pushes up with that S12K, 9 bullets in the mag. And these shells, he needs to make them count. Nade needs to be on the point as well. Tamilan Esports, they have been an annoying pest for everyone in the lobby, even in that previous game, shutting down the gameplay for a lot of these teams. And now Tamilan Esports, as they push up against Dion, that's going to be the nail in the coffin for Reckoning Esports, down and out from the game.
Good stuff coming in from Tamilan Esports, especially when you talk about Reckoning Esports. They were quite lost the moment they had to inject themselves inside the circle, could not find that footing, as a result of which a lot of these players scattered around. But for Tamilan Esports, still a blessing in disguise. Couple of more finishes, and it is looking good for them so far.
Once again, an announcement for you guys. You guys can stand a chance to contribute to this BMPS 2025 prize pool. All you need to do is just head inside of the game, move on to our Discovery Island, play your classic games, and while you do so, you're also going to be earning those exploration points. Those exploration points will be helping you complete the milestones inside of the game, and side by side, you will also be unlocking a lot of in-game cosmetics absolutely for free. And while you're doing all of this, you're also going to be contributing towards the realme BMPS 2025 prize pool. What else do you want? You're not even spending a single penny.
Yeah, of course. And you know, we all love to be a part of this community. A sense of belonging is what we want. And this time, Reckoning Esports, they have offered you exactly that. But for Tamilan, look at them. They've got that slight height advantage, out of which they might be looking to capitalize. But we've got another fire, bot fire. He's being pressed by the entirety of BO7s, as somehow he's managed to hold on to the ground. And there you go, getting knocks after knocks. A lot of players down on their knees. And bot fire ensuring he's got everybody's number on his checklist. 3 players done and dusted, and now down to a 1v1 Necro.
Yeah, 2OP official, known for the flashy plays every single time, specifically that one man. In the past, it was aim hacks. Maybe this time, now it's going to be bot fire. Let's see, though. 2OP, it's one of those teams that's already doing extremely good in the overall standings just because of that one single performance in the past. But now as we move on towards the present, Apecity up against the players of SIGNIFY. There's Rio in the front, Immortal as well, just pinned around the wall. Apecity, they've got the advantage on paper, but they still want to breach in, find that first initial lock on the back of the utilities, and they will be able to squeeze that knock too. But instead, Tintin knock himself out, and also the opponent. Still the man advantage in the hands of Apecity. It's taken down with 2v1, and Rio gets taken down in the end.
Yeah, I mean, SIGNIFY, look at how far apart they are from each other. Apecity doubling down on their numbers, ensuring they've got those finishes. Yeah, there were those slight hiccups, but look at this. Team Forever and 8-Bit going head-to-head against each other. While Cincinnati Kids, they're going to have a dig at it. One of those knocks from the other directions, and Sheik already down on her knees.
Yeah, pretty much. And I can't believe Sheik is also getting her playtime. 8-Bit.
It's fine. They've qualified, right?
Yeah, pretty much they have. They've done the job, and 8-Bit knows, and that's why now they're doing these shenanigans. And it's funny, right? Somraj and Sheik playing together because both of them has got the IGL mindset. But at this point, 8-Bit just looking to make that pounce. Oh, the man gets shut down, but still Shion is inside of the game. Team Forever, the intentions are extremely clear. Team Forever wants to win this fight, but 8-Bit somehow are overpowering them. And at this point, away, still in the back lines for Team Forever. Can he really clutch it out? That's my question. Needs to go up against the 3 players of 8-Bit, and in the end, it will be Sheik to close things off.
And she already has secured 2 finishes to her name. So 8-Bit having a lot of options in hand at this point. Despite even qualifying, they've got all the shackles removed, and as of which, they've got that freedom to explore. Same goes with Team Forever. No matter whatever the outcome of this fight, we're going to see them in the next round. Interestingly enough, 8-Bit did not have the best start to the day, but this time, they've managed to secure that early fight, and now they are 4 finishes strong. But look at the circle shift. Again, a little concentric Cincinnati Kids. They've got so much ground to cover. At the same time, even 8-Bit will likely enter the circle for Apecity. They've also got their numbers intact. It's going to be interesting to see how Team Geo, they decide on getting inside the zone, Necro.
Team Tamilas, Apecity next to each other inside of the circle. The only 2 teams looking decent. But still, for Apecity, the backlines aren't too secured. When you've got a team like 8-Bit on the tail, anything can happen. Team Tamilas, They themselves have found themselves in quite a bit of that pickle. Not looking too good. Want to get the fallen man back up on the feet. Rico will be up, though. It's not a concern. Completely fine still. And since Team Tamilas, they've got the only compound available inside of the circle, they can't afford a lot of risky plays. They've just got the leeway to do so. Got OMEN. 8 finishes on the board. This definitely does seem like a nuclear performance on the way. Only if they manage to squeeze in a few more. And got OMEN at this point. They're trying to lock their horns against the players of Team Tamilas, put them under pressure. But they found the players of 4TR in the open. Exposed as Pain is live, has taken a lot of damage upon himself. The man gets knocked out too in return. 4TR, they found themselves under heavy fire of God's OMEN.
But look at Pain is live. He's just taking down bodies left, right, and center. Still alive to tell the tale. Of course, God's OMEN keeping a close watch on that. But Tintin, this time, however, not lucky. Gets punished as Pain is live. Still alive. At this point, you've got Hydra and Inferno trying to squeezing their way inside the zone. Of course, Pain is live. Oh my god. Was that intention?
I don't know.
I have no clue.
I have no clue either. It all comes down to how 4TR is doing in the overall standings. If they're doing good, then that was intentional. If they're doing not too good, then that was not intentional.
Right?
Yeah, they're doing decent. I wouldn't say extremely good. Still, they want to cross that qualification marker, right? And at least as of now, the cutoff is expected to be around 45.
Actually.
But still, it is just an expectation. We do not exactly know. It might just go higher, it might just go lower.
Yeah, I mean, a lot could happen tomorrow. But for now, what it stands, Cincinnati Kids and 8-Bit right next to each other. And this is one of those fights that they would love to engage in. But look at that spread. Juicy, Mighty playing together. Zerif and Flock still not inside the circle. And I'm pretty sure 8-Bit, they're aware of Cincinnati Kids. And at this point, now they finally decide to reunite, rendezvous. Still showing no intent of actually forcing a fight. It is, on the other hand, Equinox and Raiden who are itching on doing so. And seems like Dream Tamilan, they decide to press the matter. Juicy already down on his knees.
CK's getting picked off left, right, and center. CK has been playing this extremely passive so far. 0 elimination points secured. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why now CK are just getting feasted on. They haven't been establishing their dominance, and now at this point, everyone thinks they're the betas. And everyone wants to feast upon CK. Where is the same confidence that was there in the round 1? CK is completely missing out on the action. Getting picked off one after one. And now it's down to just Zerif, and once again, Zerif is going to make that escape the same way he did in the previous game.
It's the pressure that is speaking volumes about Cincinnati Kid and their downfall. As now 8-Bit, shackles removed, and they have kind of are manifesting a champion's mentality. And even for Team Tamilan, they've been racking a lot of finishes, but it has come at a cost of 2 players being dealt with. Still 6 finishes strong at this point. God's OMEN so far around the edges, they have been quite phenomenal. Zerif,
oh my god,
the lonely straggler, and now 8-Bit, they are hunting sharks at this point. Zerif, he's been snuffed out right in the open with no response whatsoever, fighting tooth and nails, eventually just to fall as 8-Bit will successfully annihilate and eliminate Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, the man was busy switching weapons. He did not know which weapon to use in that fight. Oh no, decision making poor. Cincinnati Kids playing extremely passive. We are missing the same confidence that we saw in the round 1 from CK. The same confidence that we saw in BGI's league stages. And now over here, CK falling short. The competition getting the best of him. And at this point, God's OMEN, they pushed up close and personal against Team Tamilas. God's OMEN has taken 2 different fights and 2 different fights. There's also Tamilan Esports in the back, so they need to be careful of that. But 8-Bit, it's someone that is constantly eliminating teams without any trouble.
Surely 8-Bit has cemented themselves as the team not to be trifled with. The way they have been approaching, but a very important game nonetheless for Apecity and their endeavors on qualifying to the next round. It all comes down to this. And for God's OMEN, seems like they've done the bare minimum. They've crossed past 40 Team Tamilas right behind them. And now it is their time to finally show their faces. God's Omen already embracing them at this point. Just waiting for Team Tamilas to make any sort of movement. Even when you look at the med stats, they do not have a lot of it. They'll have to do something, Necro. Otherwise, they might get claustrophobic and get wiped out from the server.
Team Tamilas, 3 players inside of that house. God's Omen still at the top. And as you mentioned, Team Tamilas needs to find a way to breach outside of that compound. They're getting pinned by the players of God's Omen. The same compound that was a saving grace is now also something that's creating a lot of problems. And a nade is going to find those knocks too. Team Tamilas taken down to just Rico now within a blink of an eye. And I highly doubt Rico can do anything in that spot.
At this point, I'm starting to ponder how many meds does this man have. But even if that occurs, is it going to be enough for Team Tamilas? Just 4 finishes secured. Those early fights, nothing after that. And eventually he succumbs. As of Troy Tamilians, even Hydro, he's been dealt with in Team Troy Tamilians. They also bite the dust. As Apecity, a very important game for them. And Naman, this is not acceptable, getting knocked out like that. And now, 8-Bit and God's Omen, I think it comes down to them. Until Trigger has something else on his mind.
It's going to be straight up brawl. Before now, 8-Bit's dominating everything. They've pretty much got the half of the circle to themselves. And then the remaining half on the name of God's Omen and Apecity. For Apecity, they've still got 3 players standing. Well, now make it 2. Final 2 men standing for Apecity. And luckily enough, this might just be the recovery that Apecity were looking for. It all depends on how many elimination points they manage to gather. There is still Trigger alive. AJ from the back is taking those shots, finds the confirmation. An important one as well, but AJ misses up. This is quite a massive mishap that just happened with the players of Apecity. AJ should not have been that greedy. He should have just gotten the confirmation.
Yeah, they certainly have to. And he had to, but overextension was the cause of their misery. But right now, seems like the floodgates have opened up, Necro, for Team 8-Bit at this point. Superman getting that revive, needs to patch himself up ASAP as Goku getting flooded with those grenades. Needs to back off a little bit. As now again this fight down to a standstill. Smokes being laid out. But for God's Omen, they'll have to be very careful. Both these teams having secured enough points. It's come down to this ego battle. Who's the better team of the lot?
Yeah, pretty much. But for 8-Bit, they know they're better. And they're also playing with substitutes, so that's also a different thing. Recently, they have been testing out the new playing 4.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, when you've got the leeway to do so, why not? You can definitely experiment.
That's paying off.
But the funny thing is, specifically in a competition like this, where a lot of known names were eliminated from the round 2 itself, a team like 8-Bit is experimenting in the round 3. So it's quite funny. And it's because of the caliber they possess too. Sheik trying to create an off angle at this point. Raiden as well next to Sheik. They're trying to play in tandem. Sheik's taken down extremely low. Well-placed utilities from God's Omen. Now starting to hurt the players of 8-Bit. And 8-Bit this time around, they definitely do seem a little bit hesitant, but now Raiden, maybe he just wants to make that pounce. Does spot out a few players of God's Omen in the front, and a well-placed net from Equinox will find both the pieces. God's Omen taken down to just one last man, which is going to be Stone, and I highly doubt he's going to be standing too tall, as he will be eliminated in the end by the players of 8-Bit, and they claim a chicken dinner once again. 8-Bit proving the fact that it does not matter what the playing 4 is. As long as they've got Shamraj with them, they will come out on top.
It's just not about Somraj, it's about that explosive force of nature that Equinox and Co have been so far. I mean, 11 finishes and getting that chicken dinner. If they were not already at the top of the table, they are just starting to kind of rule everybody. We are talking about that storyline of can Somraj hold on to his kingdom or it gets conquered. I'm pretty sure he has cemented his footing at that. But not just about that, but we need to talk about she coming into the roster and instant impact. It felt like, you know, they were always been playing together. They've really never missed Kamla in that situation. And 8-Bit, just ever so good. When the questions were raised, if they can be this good as they were when Espower was in the roster, I feel like they've answered back and in style.
I mean, it feels like 8-Bit is not even missing the lack of S-Power at this point. They're completely fine with that. S-Power not being in the roster, 8-Bit is still doing as good as they were in the past. And once again, this time is 8-Bit looking even more dominant. And I'm just loving the way the calls have been also made in the final few moments, right? I just don't understand. How is 8-Bit so good at controlling space every single time when you think 8-Bit might just be done for? They somehow bounce back in that game and just get a lot of map control.
And not just that, Necro. I think it really comes down to the discussion of how easily they made it look like. It felt like they never broke a sweat. They had an important fight against Cincinnati Kids. They had another fight which they won with ease. And throughout the entire game, it really never felt as if they were getting tested. And, you know, shout out to God's Omen. They were also even equally better the way they controlled that entire eastern side to themselves. They got a lot of finishes, played around the peripheries, played around the center, did manage to somehow secure onto the numbers. I think good show for both these teams.
Yeah, but once again, speaking about CK, though, it seems like now they're not the same alphas they were in the round one. For some reason, they're losing out on the confidence. For some reason, they're just cracking under a lot of that pressure.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what's going on with CK. They're just not really taking those fights anymore. They're just showing their backs, backing away from the fights, trying to avoid the scuffle as much as possible. But that's not the way CK likes to play.
And you know, this is where you've just answered your own question. I think it's the pressure, really speaking. Because other than that, when you look at CK, of course, they've made a few tweaks into the roster. But like you said, right, they had been previously performing really well. And feels like they've got so much of a burden carrying on forward. Because when you look at them in the point standings, they're not doing pretty good. Especially after 2 games being done and dusted. 2 more to go. They need a chicken dinner to qualify, else their dreams are done.
Pretty much. They need a chicken dinner with 20 points. That's the only thing that's going to save the players of CK and a bit more of that consistency at the top. So let's find out if they're going to be doing that. But in the upcoming days, before now, we've got 8-Bit as the victorious ones in that previous game. Aquanox getting 5 elimination points. Som as well getting 3. You've got Raiden with 1 and Sheik getting 2. Solid stuff from 8-Bit. It does not matter what the playing for is. 8-Bit will still perform.
I mean, yeah, of course. And, you know, we've had enough chatter around 8-Bit. Let's talk about Team Troy Tamilans a little bit, because this is also one of those teams that, you know, were performing quite decent, especially in how they were controlling that northern side. And, yes, that was a very sticky fight that they had to indulge themselves in. So many fights happening on different fronts, as a result of which they got taken down. But, nonetheless, a very important game for Team Troy Tamilans and their wantings into qualify into the semifinals. And even the same goes for Apecity. I'm kind of interested to see how many points have they secured in this game.
I mean, both the games for Troy Tamilan Esports have been okays today, right? They haven't been doing too bad. So, which is a good thing. But in my opinion, Troy Tamilan Esports, they need an explosive performance. That's the only thing that's going to save them at this point. There's only 2 more games in the future, Fixes. So, yeah, pretty much their head's on the swivel. And they need to perform no matter what. MVP of the match is going to be Gyrogot from the side of God's Omen, getting 7 finishes and 5 knockouts. Solid stats from the man. God's Omen, they have been the rising star inside of this entire BMPS so far. They have been doing so good for themselves. At the start in round 1, we sort of underestimated them because they were not able to do that great. But the moment they got their footing, the moment they knew exactly how to perform in these lobbies, God's Omen is now just ripping through the competition.
I love this, especially when you talk about this team being one of the dark horses inside the entire tournament. Initially, they were the underdogs, and now they have promoted themselves. So, quite an interesting prospect to eye out for. Gyrogod is there. You've also got Goku in the mix. You've got Stone BGMI. We've seen them in different rosters. But Pain is live. I think he had that one moment when we saw him single-handedly dismantling squads. But look at this. God's Omen, they've managed to secure 23 points. And 8-Bit, they've gotten 21. Troy Tamilans, 10. A decent average, 9 for Apecity. I do not think that's going to make the cut.
I think God's Omen is qualified.
Yeah,
thanks to 8-Bit. They have done it. Troy Tamilan Esports today stays been extremely consistent. Apecity, a bit of that bounce back, but is that really enough? That's my question. And looking at the overall standings and looking at their spot in the overall standings, I highly doubt this is going to be enough. Apecity needs a chicken dinner, and that's the only thing that can save them. Team Tamilas, they've been trying their best to be as consistent as possible, but just getting these many amount of points this late in round 3, I highly doubt that's going to be enough either.
You know, I'm kind of concerned about Reckoning because, you know, they're always off to a good start, a little explosiveness, but eventually we see them dropping the ball. Just 3 points out of this game, and they kind of begun their day sitting at just 23 points. So, really they will have to push a little bit further as we take a look at the overall standings. Of course, 8-bit sitting tall on the mountain, 74 points secured, and God's Omen certainly have also ensured their qualification alongside the likes of Team Forever and Eggy. Of course, they're going to be coming into play later. We've also got 2 OP at 48. Now I'm kind of starting to have this feeling that we might squeeze a little ahead of 45 also.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say, though, that the top 4 are extremely secure, right? More than 50 points. What do you think? I generally think more than 50 points is going to be secure.
I feel even 2 OP might have. They still have 2 more games to go.
Yeah, they still have 2 more games to go, so of course they should be able to squeeze themselves over that 50 points marker. And even Reckoning Esports, they've got 37 points. So I think Reckoning Esports have done it as well. They don't really need a lot of points in the upcoming 2 games.
You know, we've always seen those surprises, right? Final 2 days and somebody just messes up. You wake up on the wrong side of the bed. We know, I think a lot of the viewers watching this, they know that has happened to Clutch God multiple times. Clutch God, Avi, the list is endless. But Reckoning, being a team, they've always managed to somehow inch in. But now, again, concerns really arising. Apecity, a little bit of that recovery, 25 points. I don't think that's going to be enough. They should have targeted somewhere around 30 to 32 points for the next 2 games. Yeah, a little disappointed.
Now, once again, Apecity just needs a chicken dinner with 20 points. That's going to keep them around that 45 points marker. And then in the last game, they just need around 5 or 6 more points so they can directly qualify towards the semifinals. Even MASTERMIND Mavericks isn't really doing too good in the competition so far. Golden Glider Esports had a lot of expectations from them. The moment I saw them inside of the round 1, I was a big fan of them with the way they used to play, with the way they were so good at taking control. But now it seems like it's not the same Golden Glider Esports anymore. shadowblitz too, just getting 11 points. Even they're struggling a bit too much inside of the competition. SIGNIFY, they're struggling too much, just getting 2 points. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, that is not acceptable. And at this point, is it safe to say that their time is finally over? Because I mean, out of 2 games, unless and until they go big, I'm talking about getting 20-plus points in 2 games. In fact, in a single game, I think you're looking past 40 points in just 2 games. So
they pretty much
next to impossible, right?
25 points per game.
Yeah.
Because they've only got 2 points in the overall standings. So if they manage to secure 25 points per game, they will have 50 points, which means they will be around that 52 points marker in the overall standings. So that definitely does help them qualify. We made our predictions at the start of the day. You went with Apecity. I guess their performance was okay, but since in the game when they were not really able to do that great, Apecity was sort of a flop. Reckoning Esports, today's day was a bit of a recovery. They managed to get 10 points in that first game. Second game as well was a bit of a flop. So we both are pretty much on that same side, I guess.
You know, it's fine. It's fine. We still are quite safe. We still get to keep our job, but cannot say the same for Reckoning and the boys because they need to squeeze in and they need those points, and they'll have to do it tomorrow. But at that being said, we are done with Group A's matches, and Group B is just on the horizon, folks. That is going to begin after this short little break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
As the drama resumes in the Realme BMPS 2025, things are starting to heat up and we are absolutely sweating with what's going to happen. And this man from Malaysia hasn't got his dig at a butter chicken, whilst a lot of these teams are getting their chicken dinner. So I see back with me on the desk after a long time. It's a pleasure to have you once again sharing the desk. But yes, I see. What do you take out of the previous game of Miramar?
Hey, it's really, really interesting to see how 8-bit has been dominating in this entire round 3 stages itself here. Because think about this, right? The chicken dinners that they have had, they swapped in Toy, replacing Gamla Boy. They got a chicken dinner. This time, they swapped in Sheik come into play, and they still got a chicken dinner. This is very, very impressive as well, considering that I think Necro did brought it up as well. It doesn't matter who it is. They are going to be swapping it. They are going to win, and they mean business. This is a champion team looking to take the trophy once more.
You know, we have been talking about that entire storyline, right? Can Somraj and Co. save their kingdom, or is it going to be conquered? That has been the biggest debate. But something that is definitely not up for debate is our sponsors that we have with us on board. It is the Realme GT7. It's an absolutely lovely device. We have been talking about the features. We have been talking about the Titan battery, 7000 mAh, and you can play 6 hours of PGMI. That is ridiculous. But now, you know, talking about Group B, let's talk about Erangel, right? What are we anticipating? We've got a lot of interesting names, and we've got Eggy, Team Insane, Rising Inferno, Volcano, all of them doing quite well. But eyes fixated, I see, at the GDR.
Yeah, exactly. God's Reign here have been a little bit struggling as well here in terms of getting points as well. And every single time they have had a little bit encounter as well, unfortunately to say, was against 8-bit. Every single time God's Reign has kind of been taken out is because of 8-bit being one of the most solid team thus far in this entire round 3 that actually shut them down every single play. So is God's Reign doing good? Yes. But why are they losing? It's because of small little details which 8-bit has a little bit of upper hand compared over them.
You know, I still am not buying that, because honestly, when you look at God's Reign, this is supposed to be a champion roster, and you know, they cannot come up with an answer that we have been facing a lot of trouble from 8-bit. Whatever the case is today, they finally get their leeway. Their wishes have been granted. No more 8-bit, so they will have to get a chicken dinner.
Well, hopefully things are going to be for the better as well. Well, did the performance in their first 4 games actually affect them or not? Solely depends now, because it is a brand new roster. We are going to be seeing a little bit of shuffle between the teams. Some teams adapt very, very quickly. Some teams, not so much. So I want to see how things are going to go down here, especially here for Group B itself in a brand new roster as we jump into the map of Erangel to see how things are about to go as well, because now it is going to be time for Group B to continue from the halfway mark of the entire journey here in round 3. Who's going to be able to qualify and who's not going to be qualifying? It all continues from here. As you can see, the flight is going to be coming from the southwest corner of the map, and then it seems to be heading in towards the direction northeast of Novo. So it seems to be a very southern shift here for all this team to traverse in this game itself.
At least the stars have aligned for God's Reign. That's the least we can say. We'll have no trouble whatsoever getting down south. But concerns still on for Metal Esports. And even talking about Metal Esports in whole, they've had a rocky road throughout the BMPS. We've seen them had their good days, but certainly they've seen better days in the position that they are in. But for Team Eggy, they have been a cut above the rest. I mean, the way they performed yesterday, they really caught all of us off guard.
Agreed. Even Team Insane as well is doing really, really well. But of course, let's talk a little bit more on the specific team that is going to be catching a little bit of sigh of relief here, because obviously I brought up God's Reign as well as 8-bit as a scenario coming from the previous group session as well. But this group in particular, we also have to talk about AEROxWBG, because AEROxWBG, they were having a little bit of crash collision on towards Yasnaya with 2 OP official and losing out in both fights against 2 OP official. And this time, not having 2 OP official, where will Aero go? Are they still going to go Yasnaya is going to be the question here, because they are actually dropping right to the outskirts of Gatka. And I'm not exactly sure are they going to be able to make it to Yasnaya in time from that direction. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting, it seems to be divided between Milta and Novo this time.
Yeah, what's up with these hybrid circles? And
just today itself,
yeah, just today we're seeing so much circles skewed towards that eastern side, right? Now that you brought up AEROxWBG, now this is one of those teams that I've been following from a long time. I still remember back in the days they used to head over towards those school apartments. But now with times changing of how this game has evolved with the new zones coming into play, surely they've had to make peace with settling around Gatka. But it's going to be such a treacherous entry inside the circle, I see, because you look at so many of those teams. You've got Volcano, you've got DOD, you've got Team AR. So, yeah, it's going to be a path full of thorns, roses for them. But now, talking about this entire circle, I think it's up to debate whether the circle will stay up north or it kind of tilts down towards a certain side. If the latter happens, of course, GDR enjoy themselves. But if that does not happen, then we're going to see so much chaos on the northern side.
Exactly, but based on the estimated cutoff right now for qualification for semifinals, it's somewhere around 44 points, and currently nobody is safe except for Eggy, who's break past the 51 points. So approximately 4 teams from each group has pretty much, sorry, not each group, 4 teams from a total of 3 groups are pretty much way past the 50 ballpark right now. So as we had, even for Team Insane, they still need to get at least 2 to 3, 4 points to pass the 44 mark if they want to pretty much qualify into the semifinals. But whereas the rest of the team here, they need to get a decent amount of points to try and catch up. And as of yet, Do or Die is currently in 22nd position with 25 points. This is their first game after game. Well, not really first game. It's more like first game after the shuffle. So that means this is game 5 for each and every single one inside this Group B. So they need to start grinding. They need to start getting points in order to consistently get enough to reach their 44-point mark.
You know, ideally, as math dictates, we're somewhere looking at the range of maybe 42 to 48. Yeah. But we know in those final days, these few teams kind of tend to push the cutoff a little bit. So, you know, the safer side would, of course, be par 50. We do have some teams around Group A. They've already secured that.
Or you could actually think like Somrush perspective. Don't figure about the cutoff. Just win every single game.
This is what, you know, has been my only complaint so far watching all these games. I'm kind of seeing that hesitance from all these teams in engaging in those early fights. I mean, heck, the new zone was actually created so that we could promote some of those early fights, and team haven't really figured their way out. I feel like it's the fear of losing out fights and then eventually dropping points, because, of course, the format in round 3 is quite challenging, right? Every single game, you need to hit the ball out of the park, and you know, that is putting all these teams in 2 minds, and this is where you need to conquer your fears. Otherwise, you're done for.
Well, win or lose, the best way is just to win every single fight. Yeah. And in this case, Do or Die, they are going to be having a little bit of a run in here. Do or Die is in a position where they're pretty okay in the overall standings, but not that safe as well, because, again, they are on the current 22 position, so they do need to start racking up at least 10 points per game if they want to safely secure themselves in towards the semifinals itself. But it seems like they are going to be on the hunt for those finish points. They are roaming around Gatka, expecting to catch somebody mid-rotation. Unfortunately, every single team has been struggling to make it into the zone for now. So no major clashes yet. So it is going to be safe for now. But of course, if you guys want to have a very, very good game in your BGMI action, you guys should check out the realme GT7 that gives you 6 degrees Celsius cooler for uninterrupted gaming because of its Ice Sense graphene rear cover to give you that stable 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. And this device has been tested by the Realme and Crafting guys, so be sure to check it out on Amazon and buy now.
Yeah, all you gotta do is head over to Amazon. You get the best deals over there. But right now, coming back to the game, I see we haven't really seen a lot of these teams actually set a bridge camp. Just that I mentioned, you finally see GDR making some move, of course. Are they aware of the presence of IRE? Because the compound that IRE are holding at this point, this is one of those compounds that Godstrain loves to take early on. And we could anticipate some early fights over there. Quite a lot of cluster actually building around that western side. However, the entire Novorupnoi is still up for grabs. Even for Los Hermanos, they haven't really gotten out of Miltap, so there's no blockade set up over there.
Yeah, I agree. But like I said as well, Godstrain, they are going to be roaming around, hoping to catch some sort of mid-rotation if teams are going to be expecting the circle to be on the south side. Obviously, Godstrain, they are not going to be seeing anything yet here. They are looking for a couple of people, but Alibaba Raiders on screen right now. Seems like they have taken a couple of shots themselves. They've lost Chris, and their hovercraft is pretty badly damaged. as they were actually rotating from the south side of Military Island, so they were able to break past, but ZENIN was the one to actually claim a body from them, so they have to continue this with 3 players left, and I don't think they found themselves a good spot to actually fix up this hovercraft as well.
No, even for ZENIN, every single point really matters. Not doing pretty well in terms of the overall standings, but hey, we have seen fortunes change, and who knows if ZENIN get a chicken dinner today. 20 plus points, and they might also squeeze past 40. But Team Insane, they've had such a journey. This realme BMPS, we've seen those early struggles to finally seeing that cohesive unit that they are. They've done quite well for themselves, and now getting inside the circle at this point, Adi's got a lot to prove. He's got a new band of poets, of course, Gods. One of the talked about assaulters in the country, another young prodigy. Finally making his mark, but now things have gotten quite slow, I see. If you talk about the overall picture, as the circle still quite unsure where it is headed at.
Exactly. If you guys are looking for a very, very safe ride here, you guys got to check out the Kia Ceros and just book it now, because it does have the smart cruise control with stop and go for its enhanced control of 5-star BNCAP rating, front collision warning and avoidance assistance, lane keep assist, and also blind view monitor in clusters as well. So when you're driving, you are very, very safe because of it. So be sure to check out Kia Ceros. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see a little bit of a run in here. It's going to be Team Aryan going against White Walkers.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Aryan already lobbed that grenade. Does not really hit its mark, as another one comes in response. Harry brought down quite low. And it is TMG just fighting. Of course, Cyrix already lost on his life, and Aryan is feeling quite lonely over here. Akshu, he's been dealt with. He's already down on his knees. But now Aryan deciding to retreat from this kerfuffle in a very precarious spot, eventually just to be huddled over as Aryan drives past Manglu Pagal and gets him down. Finally, he finds some cavalry arriving, and Hitler, he's going to be cleaning things from the side as TMG somehow they've managed to get in for 2 finishes for themselves. Look at Akshu, he's also bleeding. That confirms the 3rd. And now TMG starting to take over, I see.
Wow, Aryan just finding a very, very big pick here. But FS Esports, one of the first teams here in BMPS to finally take a air rotation, as FS Esports going to be taking the glider up in the seas here to try and cross onto the main island, considering that they came in from the military island itself, and this time they were scammed by the circle, so they are going to try and make a land on towards the main island as well. But the downside is they will not have vehicles, but fortunately for them, some of the teammates does have it, so they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, the Rozok water tower, or in this case the Rozok water tower, is still in play, and Metal Esports, they heard a couple of commotions, and they are going to be looking to third party to rack up some points. They are still outside zone though, so they are going to be able to stock up some meds. And guess what, Venom, very happy with that 4 first aid kits from their bodies.
Yeah, I think Metal Esports, considering how they have switched their drop location and eventually opting for those later entry into the circle, it's fine. And now considering it's still the early phases of the game, but we finally do have some answers of where the circle's headed towards the northern side, and seems like quite a redundant circle. We have seen this in the past, but looks like FS, after making landfall, a little bit of a kerfuffle there as Turbo, he needs to fight this one out, but eventually he falls as Murnox gets that first knock, and now Team Eggy poised on getting another. It is going to be the IGL himself, Dreams, being spotted out as Team Eggy finds some solidity over here, and have established their supremacy over this factory.
Oh, this is very, very unfortunate for FS Esports as well, but all things considered, small little wins here coming from Eggy. FS pretty much disengaging from that fight, but now on screen, Myth, Clutcher, having a little bit of a oopsie there, you know, dodging the bullets coming from Insane, forced to actually drop down. Sakar also going to be falling down as well, but Clutcher, he's going to try and reposition his buggy to try and skedaddle through the shorelines, but it seems like he was able to find a small little road around the shorelines, so he's going to be able to reposition out of safety. But now on screen though, FS, Crypto, Eggy, they are really on the hunt.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
And I don't think they know that he's there. Crypto might be able to get the jump on him. Eggy, He is going to check every single corner. Crypto's not making a single move at all, as Eggy knows what's up, but seems like he is going to disengage. So Crypto, he's got to be very, very lucky. I don't know if it's Eggy being lucky or is Crypto just being lucky.
I do not know. I feel like he should have double-checked that compound. Either ways, Crypto still living to fight another day at this point as Murnox gets his eyes on towards the players of AEROxWBG as Zero gets dealt with, knocked and wiped out in a jiffy. 3 finishes secured and Team Eggy. Now this is what really happens, I see, when your shackles are removed, right? You do the majority of the heavy lifting, and now you enjoy the fruits of your labor of the previous day.
Yeah, but I really like this play coming from Eggy as well. Like, the comms is really spot on. The moment they saw somebody crossing mid-rotation, Eggy pulled back, tried to set up an ambush, and they were able to find a pick. So that was I think that's the reason why he backed off from the initial fight against Crypto. So that was very, very good call coming from Eggy, but they are trying to thin the herd here as the circle is going to shift towards the short lines as well. Lost Hermanos on top, Myth on the west side, Insane on the southeast corner. And as you can see, FS, they finally found themselves a little bit of a break. They are going to be playing around the Harry Potter here, but they haven't been able to take the top floor as VOLCANO Esports is just suppressing them all the way through. No room for anything to actually take the advantage of as well. And VOLCANO is making sure that they do not get to the top floor right now.
I liked how you said Harry Potter. Somebody finally gets the reference, the visit tower and all of that. I was being cast at for that, but as things stand, we do have AEROxWBG biting the dust, getting eliminated from the server. Metal Esports, a really good start nonetheless. 3 points secured already, and they need to vie for a little bit more. But looking at how the circle has panned around, I see we've got Los Hermanos at a very good position. Even the likes of Myth Officials, Team Insane around the edges, but God's Reign. Look at this rotation all the way from the western bridge, from the northern side. And this is something, you know, that we have seen Destro do a lot. So the only problem that has always gutted me is that he sometimes tends to overdo this.
Well, it's going to be tough here. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better. Because as of yet, God's Reign pretty much did see some movements as well. He's hesitating to actually go for the shot. Neo does have the tendency to actually go for those kind of angles, but unfortunately, backs against the wall. It is stage 3. It's about to hit the stage 4. It is going to hurt the most. This is where they will start bleeding out the Mets as well. They need to make a mad dash for this. Destro, they're hoping for a pick. Here comes the spray. Amish gets off down pretty low. He needs the knock, and yes, he will find one, and that is going to be the sound of the push. And God's Reign goes for the immediate rush. They need to clean them out before repositioning. As the zone is about to close in, here he comes, Delta with the flush. They are going to try and clean them all out.
Yeah, this is signature God's Reign at the pinnacle at this point, quite desperate for those points, and they need a lot of that. Molotovs being laid out as up niche, he finally falls down as God's Reign. They decide to pack on those numbers. 3 finishes secured already, no loss taken as the circle is about to take another shift. And now God's Reign, they know DOD, just one player strong right now at this point. Even for Team Eggy, I completely agree with you. Look at the amount of control that they have on this map at this exact spot. They're looking so good.
Yeah, they definitely do. In this case, Eggy right now, they are going to be forced to back off. JD Gaming did spot out a couple of fishes in the seas, but the major fights begins on the west side because everybody was scrambling for space, and now Inferno Rising is going to be having a little bit of skirmish here. They do find a couple of picks, but the Molotovs and the shots from afar is able to take him out. Now Rising Inferno forced to take the fight against Ryder now as they walk up to the second floor. Ryder's got the second floor completely locked down. Fame is still alive. And he's going to try to hold on his forces here. Nades has been lobbed over. The flash comes in, blinds up Jatine, forced to uncook the nade to reposition. But Fragger, he finds PMWI.
Yeah, certainly ZENIN gets that one knock, quite important one at that. Now Jatin, he's got to make some moves. Just has that one grenade to play around with. 4 more grenades on him, but Fame, he responds with one of his own. And now the floodgates for right respots, they seem to have opened up. Fame and Fragger, they have to play in tandem with each other as the pour comes in. And the wipe is there as Rising Inferno, they finally get eviscerated from the server.
That is a big play coming from Ryder Esports here, but Fame, he actually got knocked up, and his zone is closing in. They need to get out. Fragger gets spotted out, but Metal Esports almost takes him out before shots were coming in because Myth is looking to try and third party this. So Rider Esports, Fragger, he's going to be able to get out to safety. Random tries to realign his crosshairs, but unfortunately, he's lost sight of him. So fortunately for Fragger, he's going to be able to get out to safety here. As Battle Esports has to reposition to try and retake this fight against Myth. Myth now hears all these movements, but doesn't seem to be able to take the risk here as they are on the edge of the zone. They're not exactly inside yet. Meadow looking to reposition for a better cover before taking this fight. As the rest of the world are scrambling in, Myth official wasn't able to pick anything off from the west side of a cluster. Unfortunately for them, but fortunate for Meadow because right now they reposition. They are going to be good. Sakar was spotted out. It looks like the reposition comes through. They are going to go for those dogfight against Myth official. But the nades aimbot, ooh.
They better take these fights, I see. Of course, struggling quite a lot in terms of the overall standing, but Lazy now on a one-on-one collision. But there you go, the grenade that will seal the deal as ZENIN, they finally bow out of the server. As Team Insane, they decide to inch in a little bit closer, this time also having the blessing of the zone. Team Eggy, look at that spread. They know they are fishermen at this point, trying to hunt down a lot of these teams, but Los Hermanos still quite poised at the center.
Exactly. Even Volcano as well has got a decent amount of cover. They've got so much zone control from the north side.
They're losing men.
But
Los Hermanos.
at the same time, why is Los Hermanos losing men? That is so weird. Like, they've got a decent amount of compound, but oh, guess what? We've got a fish in the sea. And Fragger was pretty much knocked off, and there's no way he's going to be able to pick up here. His teammates is all the way down on the other side. White Tiger pretty much right below Eggy, but Eggy continues on their hunt, and they will get those confirmations. So that's Eggy that got the first knock. Pro OP that confirms it for him.
Yeah, as long as you secure the finish, your team has it, it's fine. Even the self-revival kit, had it been there in this situation, could not have saved him. That was outrageous. Still swimming around at these later phases of the circle. But now, as things are, Team Eggy, they're deciding to go for a push. Maybe against Los Hermanos, they have been ridding the finish feed. They realize that they are losing out on numbers, and it would really be quite helpful if they secure some concrete covers. But a lot of teams are still around that northern area. Look at that spread from God's Reign. Quite well apart from each other. They know it's an important day, and they will have to deliver.
God's Reign now, surprisingly, they were able to find a very, very important opening. And ever since they've got an opening, they were able to take space from the north side. And because of this, they're finally able to get some bearings here to try and clutch things out. Meanwhile, Myth, from the southwest corner, has to push through. Seems like those compounds are going to be the POI, and every single one is going to be dodging it just because they don't know if it's safe or not. As Myth official heard a couple of gunshots. Don't really know if they want to take this fight as well. Seems like Myth, they are going to try and cover the angles before taking the next fight. It is going to be against Team Insane as well. As Clutcher going to be lobbing a couple of nades here. Molotovs has been used to zone them out, hoping to force them out of position, and maybe a third party helps them out. But unfortunately, it's not going to be doing any sort of value here. So Myth has no clue what Insane is set up for them as well, because Insane right now pushes up. They've got the high ground, and they know exactly what's up. As Gods looking to lob all those nades as well. They know they're right beside, but as soon as he overpicks Eggy from afar, shoots at him and takes him out. And that might be the opening that Myth needs to push through.
Yeah, no man safe at this point. In such a late moment of this game as Myth official. They get a little bit of that lifeline, and now they decide to double down on the matter. Take things to their hands as JD Gaming still trying to rip things apart. As Insane, one after the other. They're losing out on the numbers. Lazy, still prone right now. Sarkar realizes the gravity of the situation. Will lob a grenade. Does not catch anybody, as now Myth official, they decide to go in for the push. KSR just jumping through.
Oh, no.
Lazy will find him off guard with his pants down, takes a couple of those shots, but misses eventually to just get traded by the players of Myth officials as Pegasus goes for a slam in. It is absolutely crazy of what we are witnessing, as Sarkar will eventually manage to wipe out Team Insane Esports, and now Myth, they decide, or rather get an opportunity to latch onto something. 5 finishes, a player still will get a revive.
What a game, what a cluster, what was that? As Myth they've got to be counting their lucky stars because the zone actually closes right at the edge, because any more than that, they're going to be forced to run out in the open. And they're going to be fine for now, but meanwhile, Eggy, they continue on with the third parties as JD Gaming looking to try and take away the Harry Potter, but guess what? From afar, they get shot through, and that's going to be VOLCANO that takes him out. FS will be able to secure the finish point. And no, actually, Godstream was the one that actually steals the finish point. As FS Esports in this Harry Potter, they're going to be safe and sound. They managed to sneak Dreams up onto the second floor, so every single team is wary of where that FS Esports has got a very decent cover. And that's the reason why anybody who tries to take them down, they will try to get shot. In this case, anybody who gets close to them are going to get shot. Look at this. They're positioned in a way that everybody sees them. Now FS, they are going to be taking jabs onto his Eggy. Forces them into the city as well. There is going to be a huge cluster of teams there eventually.
You know, I'm kind of still surprised that FS is still alive. Early on, we saw them lose out on 2 of their players, and just when we were thinking they might have been dealt with, now finally they get to strike their revenge. This time, it looks even. 2 players alive from Team Eggy, 2 players from FS, and they've got a nice compound. Unless Godstream might have something else to tell about this VOLCANO. They've been quite silent throughout the entire game. Not a lot of movement. They still are holding on to their numbers. But now, this is where it could get a little interesting when Myth and Team Eggy are right next to each other.
Step by step, Evil has been sitting here the longest of time as a solo warrior.
Oh, he's still alive?
Yeah, he hasn't moved a muscle, and now Myth crashes in. He has to fend off everybody else. It looks like they did hear a small little movement. They are going to check in with those nades. Sakar drops the nade, but misses it. So Evil hasn't moved an inch. But Eggy as well, they are not sure, but they are going to check the compound. But Eggy's nade is spot on as Pro OP takes him out. So that's going to be Los Hermanos out. Meanwhile, Myth also going to be third party in this fight. But Eggy, I believe they weren't expecting someone there. But considering that Myth threw a nade there, they also chimed in, assuming there was somebody. And because of that small little indicator, Los Hermanos got spotted out. That's just so sad.
You know, look at White Tiger. He somehow has made it to the shore, and now seems like he's gone unchecked. It feels like he could throw a spanner to the works of a few of the other teams. We've got another lonely straggler. Rider Esports, they still have one of their players, but GDR, it feels like they've got good control over this game. And this is where, you know, as the circle will take another shift, Metal and VOLCANO will fight, whilst GDR might capitalize.
Yeah, and currently with the zone coming in, they have to push out the VOLCANO. And VOLCANO can't really exit the premises because their backs are being spotted out as well. So there's only 2 options to this. Finish off the fight with Metal or just make a very hasty retreat. But the question here is, how do they retreat is going to be the question. They are going to be forced out in the open, but with the smoke walls in play, Metal is going to be pushing up as well. Vegito is going to try to deny the push coming through. The Molotovs to try and catch somebody off, but here he comes. Metal goes in for an outside swing, and the spray comes through. Not much connection, but they are going to be able to come through. But as soon as they pass through, guess what? Godstrain was waiting for this, and they will be the ones that clean out Metal Esports as VOLCANO holds on. And right now, there is the entry point.
Yeah, lack of information really hurting Metal Esports. Had no clue of the whereabouts of Godstrain, eventually just to get punished as Team Eggy. They still stand strong, and this time they successfully deal with the players of Myth officials. And Eggy, they have been on a roll lately. As Venom, the final player surviving. The IGL himself, the head still alive. And now against VOLCANO Esports, who also, by the way, have to get inside the circle, while GDR are keeping watch.
Exactly, but GDR, they see VOLCANO, they are going to try this well here. But White Tiger,
he's got a bicycle.
A bicycle? What?
Yeah. He had it in his bag the whole time.
Wow, he was able to ride through out in the open as well.
From the waters, he's managed to get it on the land.
Yeah, very nicely done. Thrown out in the open. Godstrain going to be focusing on VOLCANO. Here comes the spray from Justin. He finds 2, and that's going to be VOLCANO. Loses 2 players. They can't really get out, and now Flash forced to hide around the smokes as Godstrain is looking to clean out this lobby. And this time, Godstrain finally getting shot here from Eggy. They see them out in the open. VOLCANO lose all their players. The 2 biggest winners finally colliding on the final phase of the zone. And Flash will eventually bow out on 7th place as he gets shotted as well.
Oh my god, amidst all this commotion, FS Esports still breathing, but look at that! Oh my god! Dreams might be quite gutted, another finish stolen away. They desperately needed those points, but now Fragger, the last man alive, not anymore. As Eggy will wipe him out, and Team Eggy, they have been absolutely shredding teams apart. Numbers do not seem to matter for them.
Exactly. Now we're down towards the final 4 team. Godstray needs to push away this Harry Potter, and FS Esports is providing the best cover possible. Godstray, they do have a little bit of room to work with, but they're just so afraid of FS, and that's the reason why they have been playing from the outskirts instead. And Eggy, how would they play this? Because White Tiger is also going to be out in open. He's going to be forced to prone his way through. He's did his best. He's down towards the top 4. But there's only so much White Tiger can do in this situation. Look at this. He's fighting for a safe spot to crawl through. And he knows for a fact that God's Rain is on the horizon. And FS has got the Harry Potter themselves. So the moment FS starts taking shots on the specific direction, that is going to be the cue for White Tiger to cross.
It really comes down to that. It's all about who breaks the silence.
Yes.
Team Eggy, they're poised on crashing in on FS Esports. FS Esports quite well aware, but it's going to be Delta, and this time they want to seek revenge. Finally, finish stolen. Dreams just not miss his mark. And now Eggy, the lonely straggler around that murky smoke. How long can he survive is the big ask, as Crypto just shredding through the smoke. And still nobody somehow seems to connect. Eggy, he's playing with fire. He's still dancing.
Oh my god, Eggy, he needs to smoke up even more as well. But even Godstrain, they're smoking up, knowing that FSC's one my shot at them. But look at this. They're creeping up on the Harry Potter. They are going to try and take the fight. But Eggy gets a knock on Godstrain, and that is going to stop the push here. As FS Esports is going to push out. They finally know they've got the numbers advantage. As they try the challenge against Godstrain. We're down towards the final 6 players. And that is going to be a 4 versus 2. FS Esports, they held on for the longest of time.
Out of ammunition. Look at Crypto. Just 26 bullets. He's got to make every single one of them count.
God's Rain. They know where the last team is. It's going to be FS Esports. A bounce back comes through. Nades has been lopped over, but FS, they're going to be playing on the outskirts. And God's Rain tactically pushing from the sides here. With the nades comes through. They need the connection here. FS still healing himself up, but Crypto, he's hiding in the car. He's looking for a surprise. Yes, he will get one. That's going to be one knock, but he instantly gets traded off. God's Rain will clean out the last player, and that is going to be the chicken dinner that God's Rain needs in this game.
Yeah, that also could be their only golden ticket towards the semis for God's Rain. Much needed chicken dinner and decent finish points, if I must say. But FS Esports take a bow early on, start of the game. They lost out on 2 of their players. They were somehow gasping for breath, and eventually just to somehow find that wizard tower and seek cover. Not a lot of high finishes though, but still enough to at least keep their heads above the water.
Exactly.
But for God's Rain, a very important game at that.
Exactly. This is a very, very important game as well, coming from God's Rain, because the 2 times that they've lost in Erangel was because of 8-bit. But now with 8-bit out of the equation, they were able to run rampant and completely shut down the entire lobby. So God's Rain, nicely done coming from them here. Great calls, great shot calling as well. That was very, very clean of God's Rain. Meanwhile, we saw a little bit of domination here coming from Eggy as well. The tactical plays and also roadblocks has been very, very spot on.
You know, now that the Kryptonite for God's Rain did get removed, finally we could see them unleashing themselves. But it seems like I see your theories did stand corrected. And of course, God's Rain did manage to establish their supremacy. But the early game, we kind of saw a rather slower start. Not a lot of these teams engaging into those fights, whilst God's Rain, they had a long rotation all the way from the western bridge towards the northern side, and that's how they carved their chicken dinner.
Exactly, and I think one of the biggest selling point was that the moment they reached towards the circle as well, they needed an important knock on the north side. At the moment they got the knock and took those compounds from the north, that was pretty much, okay, we're safe. That was the equalizer they need to stabilize themselves ever since they came in from the zone itself. So that's the, I would say, the major important win that they needed to actually translate this into a chicken dinner. If not, they would have just been taken out very, very early on. But all things considered, let's talk a little bit about how Eggy was able to dominate this fight as well. Look at this play, Eggy. My goodness, he just single-handedly dismantled everyone from the side of Myth, and even Ryder just could not stand a chance. So seems like the IGLs in this game has just been phenomenal, coming from Godlike as well as Eggy in this game.
You know, honestly speaking, it felt like we were watching an Eggy show tonight in this game, at least, because you know throughout the entire game they were the ones who were the forces of those fights. They were kind of triggering that catalyst, and they were kind of making sure they were the ones who initiated all those fights. But quick stat check: we've got Neo back in good form, 6 finishes for this young lad. We've got Justin now. Finally, they've got their salting department fixed. Quite a lot of finishes. I think we're looking at somewhere around 20 plus points secured already for Godlike. They're looking quite dandy. Eggy, they've already cemented their position, but FS Esports, a big question mark, especially I see the way they started and now in the spot that they're in. Do you think this game was enough?
I think this is just the beginning of the end. I would say it's more like it's a great stepping stone where they can actually start to crawl themselves up as well. FS Esports has been a stable roster that we've seen them in terms of track record, in terms of stats, right? So in terms of average stats, they are the team that is always placed in the top 5, top 6 in terms of the overall standings during round stages in BGIS. And even here as well, they were somewhere in that position, but they kind of struggled since their debut in round 1. They just completely flopped in round 1. Round 2, they made a bounce back. And now, round 3, it seems like they've finally found their footing. But let's talk about the MVP of the match. This MVP of the match here is going to be undeniably Neo from the side of Godlike, because he was the guy that set up a lot of insane Molotovs to win them those fights, to set up a fight where it was winnable for his team to actually go for rushes. So Neo, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been doing a lot of utilities throwing for the team.
Yeah, you know, the latest addition to Godlike, and he's still, you know, I can say for sure that he's starting to live up to the hype around him. But when you look at the top 5 players, it's more of a mix between Team Eggy and Team Godlike. But, you know, we have been talking about these teams. I want to talk about another team, a very important one, that I'm talking about MAVERICKS Esports. Now, they did start off with some early third parties, but eventually things didn't go their way.
Yep. At the same time, let's take a look at the match ranking here. Godlike with the chicken dinner gets us with 23 points. Eggy with 16 points. We've got FS with 10 points. Alibaba Raiders with 7 points. Ryder with 6. Metal with 6. Myth with 6. Insane with 4. Volcano with 3. Aryan with 3. Inferno Rising with 2. And the list goes on. This is very, very unfortunate considering the fact that this game in particular was completely one-sided by Godlike, Eggy, FS, just because of how the circle will force everybody out and open as well. And this 3 teams was the one that completely dictated the pace of everybody trying to penetrate into the zone itself. And I feel like FS Esports, yes, they were unlucky because they traveled all the way from the military island and then couldn't really find a spot. And as soon as they went towards Milta Power, oh no, we got caught off. And the only other safer option was the Harry Potter, which again, not many people would gamble on going for Harry Potter for like what, 3 circle 4, just because once you stop in Harry Potter, your cars outside, they are gonna get shot. So their only available option became their saving grace. So I would say FS Esports played it really smart.
They took a lot of gamble, and let's be honest, it paid off really well.
Yeah,
but
it
now
paid off
getting
really,
back
really
to
well.
our conversation, you know, I really want to talk about MAVERICKS Esports. What on earth is going on with them?
Well,
they're messing up.
Only time will tell. But for now, we are going to be taking a little bit short break. And right after this break, we'll be bringing up the next upcoming match for Group B. See you guys right after this break.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is Necro as we take you through the English commentary for today. And now we saw a little bit of a glimpse of how Group B played in this new roster shuffle coming in from the previous map, obviously in the map of Erangel, and now this upcoming one is going to be in the map of Sandhawk. Necro, were you expecting a dominating performance coming from God's Reign and also Eggy again?
I mean, let's just say that God's Reign desperately needed this sort of performance. Looking at their stance in the overall standings, and God's Reign, since they only had final 4 games left, they needed a massive chicken dinner like that. And with this game, God's Reign has pretty much pushed themselves around that safety marker. So once again, God's Reign is now pretty much around that top 8. But once again, something that's going to help you guys perform in your games is also going to be the Realme GT7 itself. The device is already out on Amazon. The sales are now live as well. And let's not forget that stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours will help you improve your gameplay.
Exactly, so be sure to check it out, buy it now on Amazon. Now, meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more on how things can be improved here, because I feel like FS, did they do well? I say yes. You know, they exhausted all the options. God's Reign, a little bit of comeback, but is it enough?
I generally do think so. God's Reign's comeback is going to be more than enough for themselves. Because looking at their stance, once again, as I mentioned, they were not doing extremely bad. They had that base set up in the overall standings, and now this sort of performance is going to help them catapult themselves around that top 8, or maybe even around the top 16, which is honestly quite a solid spot.
Okay.
Now God's Reign in the upcoming game just needs to get around 8 or 9 points, and they will be around that safety cushion.
What? You mean 8 to 9 points this game?
Yeah, this game. This particular
8
game.
to 9 points is all God's Reign need in order to kind of put on that safety cushion to qualify to directly into the semifinals here. Is this the year for God's Reign's chance to actually qualify for that? Maybe. Just maybe with this performance. If they keep up this performance in Sandhawk, they should be able to do it. But without further ado, we are going to be jumping in towards the map of Sandhawk to see how things go out for them. Will they be able to rise up, or will they completely fumble as we see them tomorrow again? But for now, this map of Sandhawk is going to decide their fates here. Can they get enough points to qualify to the semifinals? It all depends on every single map of a play. And this map in Sandhawk is going to be a very, very short and aggressive one, because now the flight path is going to be starting things off from the east side of the map and then ending and towards the west side of the map. A pretty balanced flight path here, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just dividing the map into the entire 2 halves, and once again, it's going to be quite helpful for the teams, no matter wherever they want to go. Even if they do want to move around that docks vicinity, it's still going to be in reach. Even Camp Charlie's going to be completely fine. I'm still looking for a few more comebacks, right? Volatile is struggling a bit too much in the overall standings. We've also got ZENIN's looking pretty unstable. Alibaba Raiders, the only good game they've had was on day 1, and that game 1 itself, where the one last man was able to survive, which was Fragger. But after that, Alibaba Raiders, we've seen a major downfall in their performance, so I hope they do pretty good for themselves.
Well, speaking of it, Rider Esports having bootcamp uncontested. Very, very happy about that. Considering the fact that we do have a number of teams that love bootcamp. Obviously, Wildfangs has not played yet, because they are in the semifinals. So I'm curious to see how things gonna go for them here. And also Paradise as well is gonna be occupied for God's Reign. It's a very, very hot spot for HERO Godlike and also Reckoning Esports. So I don't know. It feels like this particular spot in Paradise is one of the most dangerous spots to have, especially for a lot of teams as well. I think even the BGIS as well, at least 6 to 7 teams loves going towards Paradise.
Yeah, but we've got a bit of a scuffle off the rip, a brawl, and we all love to witness these drop clashes too.
What do you mean a brawl? It's a drop clash, baby!
Exactly. I mean, technically it's a brawl, right, at the end of the day.
Alright, fair enough.
ZENIN, they're trying to just reposition themselves. I'm not exactly sure what sort of reposition this is from ZENIN, but I hope it's tactical enough to catch the opponents off guard. Alibaba Raiders in the front. Both the teams have been struggling too much in the overall standings, and they need as many points as possible. Both of them extremely desperate for this fight. And the moment they get these early 4 points, that's going to give them a bolster in the overall standings too. So ZENIN, this has to be a great start, and same thing will be said to Alibaba Raiders as well.
Well, speaking of Alibaba Raiders, they did pretty okay considering that they were able to survive in the pretty decent position here. I think White Tiger was able to get himself a top 4 finish. That was a decent amount of placement points, but unfortunately in terms of the finish point department, very, very lacking. So this is a very important fight for Alibaba Raiders. As we can see that Fragger definitely needs to step it up a little bit more, knowing that we've seen them clutch things out big time.
Hey, but looking at the zone so far, forming around that northern territory, and just centering on up around that Paradise Resort, which is of course quite nice too. Godlike finding themselves in the prime spot. And for Godlike, this is going to be the ideal start they wanted to have. Eggy, they've been doing extremely good for themselves, so once again, I highly doubt Eggy's going to be fumbling up inside of this game too. MAVERICKS Esports, even they need a lot of points. They were somewhere around Godlike before the previous game. So I highly doubt MAVERICKS Esports, they've done enough in that previous game to bring themselves around that safety cushion. So MAVERICKS Esports too needs one big game. But hold on, what's going on here? FS Esports, Myth next to each other. Sarkar has the opponent's number, and the opponent's got no clue that there's Sarkar on the opposite side of the wall. And Sarkar catches the first man of Myth.
FS Esports totally wasn't expecting that surprise here. Sarkar gets a free piece, and FS's widespread was completely caught off guard because of this early rotation coming from Myth Official, knowing that it's only been 3 minutes and not expecting teams to rotate this early pretty much hurt them in this process. So FS Esports, they gotta be very careful now, knowing that Myth Official is gonna be coming from the north side. And it seems like, to be honest, why would Myth actually cross towards Alpha Island? That's gonna be the question, because I think because of that play, FS Esports was just completely threw off guard.
Yeah, they were caught off guard. But look at ZENIN's. I love this spot from Sky, but I highly doubt it's going to be that rewarding. I do understand it does give him that drone view, but at the end of the day, it's a territory where the compounds are extremely close to each other, so it's quite easy to move from cover to cover. So Sky, it's going to be a bit of a tough one to convert a lot of value from that spot, but once again, he will have the intel to back his team up. Alibaba Raiders, they've got all the 4 players around that same territory. If they want, they can really catch the opponents off guard. Chris in the outskirts just waiting for someone to step out in the open, make that rookie mistake, but I highly doubt ZENIN's going to be replicating that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. They've got them completely surrounded here, coming from Alibaba Raiders. But the problem is, ZENIN, they are on the sides of the wall, so that means Chris won't have any kind of line of sight unless they go for those kind of exit strategies. But look at this, Sky, he did spot out movement coming to the left side, so they know that they are coming in, so he's keeping tabs, relaying all those information for the team. And as you can see, based on the movements as well, teammates all completely running on the opposite direction. Shots has been made, wanted, not taken down, but they do give away the information here, so they know for a fact that there's someone outside here. So Alibaba Raiders is going to be taking a small halt as Chris looking to try and reposition to find any more pickoffs. They know exactly where ZENIN is as well. This is a very difficult fight and need to wrap things up.
It's all about finding that first knock.
Oh,
and that will bring in the domino effect. And speaking of finding the first knock, we've got Eggy and MAVERICKS Esports duking it out against each other. Elimination feed starting to pop off with the name of Venom. Unfortunately, the man's on the receiving side of the spectrum as he's been confirmed. And it's quite a bad start for Metal, but back towards this fight. ZENIN once again just stuck in his stalemate against Alibaba Raiders. Both these teams are just wasting their valuable time at this point, especially it's the map of Sanhok. You need to be proactive and move inside of the circle.
Yeah, they need to find the pick too. That's going to be the question as well. Because from the outskirts as well, Alibaba Raiders, they are going to make the rush. Beast going to play from the outskirts, but he has no idea there is a solo player outside. But now the nades from Atlantis gets one knock. Alibaba Raiders goes in for the rush, and now ZENIN is going to crumble a little bit more, but Chris finally comes out, and he's going to be able to spot Beast available, but Sky now spots him out, takes him out, and Alibaba Raiders, they waited too long, and ZENIN Esports was able to clean them all out.
That one nade tossed underneath was perfect. Found almost a two-piece, took down the second man extremely low, and the play zone did the damage. So with that one nade, the man was able to find two-piece, and as I mentioned, it all comes down to finding that initial knock, and instantly there will be a domino effect, and that's what happened.
Feels bad for Chris, though, from Alibaba Raiders. He saw Beast for a very, very long time. He took a little bit of a time, but as soon as he comes out, it was already too late, because the moment the action started, he didn't got the preemptive strike. And because he didn't get that, everything just completely collapsed on him, considering how split up they were.
Metal Esports on the screen. But you know what? We'll talk about Metal Esports later on, since we've got something even more important on the screen, and that's going to be the Realme GT7. The device is already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon. Search for the Realme GT7. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours will help you improve your gameplay. And it's also powered by one of the most powerful chipsets available in the market, MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. So do check it out. Back towards the game once again. Team Insane finding themselves on the receiving side. Yash knocked out, confirmed. Insane taken down with 3-man squad. The gods next to each other. Team Insane off to a bad start in this one. But looking at how they've been doing in the overall standings, it's fine.
Well, speaking of overall standings here, it seems like the circle is going to be shifting back out towards Paradise instead of the shoreline. So Paradise, Ghost Raid, they are going to sit there and hold things out in case the circle actually shifts there. While every single team is going to be scrambling for some sort of a safety cover around them as well. We see White Walkers in the north side. We saw Inferno rising, kind of rotating away. We've got Insane. Sorry, actually Insane is the one that's rotating away, running through the houses. Raiders on the east side. We've got Aryan on the south. Myth still outside. ZENIN still outside as well. Very, very far of a circle coming to display. But now, from the perspective of Eggy, no contact from the east at all. God's Rain heard all these rotations. They're just going to sit still in Paradise for the longest of time.
Yeah. God's Rain on the hilltop. We do see a lot of names pop up in the elimination feed too. Solo players getting caught off guard. Team Insane as well getting caught off guard by the players of Metal Esports. And luckily enough for Insane, even Metal has hit hard. They're down to a 3-man squad. So Team Insane does have a fair share of chance to actually bounce back in this fight. But Team Insane, they're already taking too much damage upon themselves. Lazy, he needs to be proactive this time around. He cannot be lazy anymore, but he gets caught by well-placed nade from Metal Esports, but that also catches ZYREX.
Yeah, I really like how Aimbot's confidence as well. As soon as he saw him dock in towards the compounds, he's like, you know what, yippee-ki-yay. I'm going to ride into the horizon and give chase. And he was able to pick him off. So very, very risky rush, but it was very quick as well. But as soon as this happened as well, do or die. Heard some of the commotions. They are coming into stock at them. And now AEROxWBG is there to try and intercept them. So that's going to be a little bit of disengagement, but they will get the reset. Meanwhile, ZENIN, ooh, that is got to be close here for Sky and Beast. Because they just barely got in the zone.
Oh my God.
And they're all out of meds.
Exactly, and that's why Bunty got knocked out. And also eliminated from the game. That's got to blow for ZENIN. Looting up the entirety of Camp Charlie and still not getting their hands onto anything. ZENIN's hurt.
Yeah,
all the players taken down at just 1 HP, and imagine if someone does spot them, they're done for.
Yeah, they're very hurt as well. Even those compounds was completely looted out as well, so I highly doubt there is going to be some sort of meds. But Myth official, again, the same thing happened. They are going to go for a 2-man ride with one guy on the bumper, and because of that, they are able to rotate to safety.
You know what I see? When I get my hands on the Kia Soros, I will put you on the bumper too.
On the hood?
Yeah.
Sure.
You would enjoy the ride.
Absolutely not.
But hey, back towards the game. God's Rain, once again, around that Paradise Resort area. They're trying to execute the same strategy that Reckoning Esports did in the past, if you remember. They're trying to have the control over the entirety of Paradise Resort.
Oh, speaking of Paradise itself, as long as the circle comes into Paradise, God's Rain's got a very decent cover as well. People are going to struggle to push up. Even Myth, they realize that if they try to challenge this, it is going to be very, very difficult. But I'm very surprised that God's Rain is not taking the rooftops of Paradise just because they want to get first dibs in case the circle shifts out. And does it shift out is going to be the question.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it does shift out, so that's why. Seems like it is going to shift onto his Meadows vicinity, and they have a road to cross. And unfortunately for God's Reign, they do not have vehicles. So they need to figure out how to rotate away, but never mind. I spoke too soon. Seems like Neo was able to acquire one from the south side, so they are going to be able to get out of safety.
It's all good in the hood for now. For God's Reign, they're also looking to reposition themselves. There are a few foes line up in the name of Rising Inferno. And Rising Inferno Esports at this point. What did I just witness? And he still messed up. There's no way you whiffed that fight. Godin, after watching you be an absolute goat of BGMI, now you do this.
Justin, you've got to be the best player in this game. But that hip-fire headshot on Golden 2-tap hitting him, that was just nuts.
That was disgusting.
That was disgusting, because if he did not connect a headshot, he would have been knocked right then and there. So that was a very, very sick play. Justin also spotting up PWI on the horizon as well. Insane reactions, Justin. That is insane.
He would have been knocked and finished instantly.
Yeah.
So God's Reign would have been crippled off the rip. But luckily enough, Justin somehow made a comeback in that duel and shut down Godin.
That hip-fire headshot, that was just clutch from Justin.
But unfortunately, that made Godin look pretty bad in that scenario, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's sad for him, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's really, really sad.
It's not even his fault, right? Like, how do you expect someone to just two-tap you when he's just hip-firing like that?
And he was just on a, he was proning and standing up. So technically, the shooting arrow should be all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, not like a high margin, but it does mess up your aim quite a bit here.
Maybe he would have whipped out the shotgun. The odds could have been better
Maybe.
of him actually
just
getting the
maybe.
knockout.
Just maybe.
But hey, do or die on the screen. And at this point, do or die, yeah, they're not doing too hot either. 27 points, they've got the base set up. If they manage to acquire chicken dinner with around 15 or 20 points, they will qualify instantly.
Definitely. But let's take a look at the stats here. Alibaba Raiders, they have been taken out, unfortunately. They are going to be on a 22 position with 28 points. But let's take a look at the circle here. Cal is going to be a little bit occupied here. We do have Volcano and FS having a little bit run in, considering that FS lost a player right from the get-go just because they were looting without any sort of awareness, as they were surprised. I would say it's surprised by Myth early on. So Volcano also going to be taking a little bit chill pill. They are going to try and dominate from the north side instead. They are going to get some sort of control in that map. FSG though is going to try and push up even further in the next phase zone, and of course with 10 seconds left they have to be on the move very quickly. But as soon as he leaves, it seems like they did hear movements coming very fast. They are going to look back on Kyle, trying to zone them off and try to get Psycho out of vicinity. But the circle actually shifts down southeast, and that's going to be Los Hermanos having one of the most valuable compounds in this game right now.
Yeah, the zone's playing his own politics. And at this point, it's catching everyone off guard, surprising everyone around that territory. Luckily enough for Los Hermanos, they found themselves in the best possible compound they can ask for. Also in this max center. And within a blink of an eye, somehow, Eggy has been eliminated from this game.
How?
They were in that compound with all the 4 players standing, and Eggy just got eliminated. What?
Yeah, I'm curious too. Like, how did they actually get shut down? But as soon as I say this, Volcano, they are going to be pushing for an offside. They do hear a couple of gunshots in front of them. And it seems like Do or Die does have a decent compound from themselves as well. Do they want to try and third party is going to be the question. They are going to be waiting for an opportunity. But Volcano, they are going to reposition. Arrow, however, also has a decent compound from the south side, but they are looking in the wrong direction right now because the rest of the world from the south side is going to be coming in very, very soon. And on the finish feed, we do see Destro getting picked off by Myth.
Yeah. Team Insane. Gods in the far fray. And at this moment for Team Insane, they know Gods is the only saving grace. Just needs to squeeze in as many points needed for Team Insane. And generally, they're doing really good in the overall standings too. 46 points, but hold on to that thought. FS Esports! What am I watching? Insidious just casually driving next to a foe and eliminates him.
Okay. All right, FS Esports, dual gaming once more again. And at the same time, they are going to be forced to do it once more because it seems like it is going to be a little bit of a scuffle here because White Walkers, they are going to be walking up to try and find somebody. They do see a couple of smokes coming in, and FS Esports going to be hiding there. But White Walker's going to be checking every single angle first before they actually go for the push. Meanwhile, on screen here, looks like Gods is going to be a little run in here. Neo wasn't expecting this, but yo! What is that reaction? He should not have survived. Casually walked in, did some ninja step, pulled out this shotgun, one pumps him. What was that, Neo?
Yeah, it feels like since the man's joined the Godspeed banner, he's been popping off on a different level. But as we move on towards the centric part of the zone, we've got a few teams now starting to face the bright. FS Esports eliminated from this game by the players of White Walkers. That one single nade finding a quick two-piece, putting them out of their misery. White Walkers with 4 elimination points so far inside of the game. The next zone's also going to be shifting around this territory. So White Walkers a little bit lucky, specifically when it comes to that aspect. But Metal Esports, they do not really have a lot of pieces, so they cannot go for risky play anymore. They're down to a 3-man squad.
What was that ninja step, man? Like, what, Neo? What was that reaction? My goodness. Anyways, moving on here. God's Raid, they do have a line of sight. Catches on White Walker. Justin gets 2 knocks. Gets a confirmation on top of it all. It's Justin trying to patch himself up, but White Walkers, they are in a lot of pain. But the circle, they have to move in, as you can see, is slowly shifting into the middle of nowhere as well. Los Hermanos, one of the most valuable compound in their favor. And now with Neo knocked off, it seems like Myth is able to find him as well.
Yeah, I knew it.
As now Justin needs to look behind to try and provide cover fire. Neo may have taken that spot just now, but it seems like that nade pretty much gave away his position. As the rest of God's Rain has to push out. Delta dropped down pretty low. Myth is going to be waiting for the opportunity to take him out. It's only Sakar that is looking in this direction, whereas the rest of teammates has bailed out of him. And now Sakar down to his low HP, and they will get taken out. As Sakar clutches it big time against God's Rain, but as soon as they go in, the circle force them in, and they get completely shut down by Meadow as well.
No one from the outskirts going to be eliminated. And at this point, no one was able to make it inside of the safety lines. It's quite unfortunate. God's Rain, Myth, both the solid teams, even in this game, not able to get a lot done. But for God's Rain, they're in much better stance. Another team falling up that same fray, and it's going to be the players of ZENIN, down and dusted. But now for Metal Esports, they've got the higher ground around this fight. White Walkers, they need to be extra careful. Nade tossed against the man, and that will seal the deal as well as White Walkers. They've been eliminated from this game too. Volcano Esports underneath the players of Metal Esports. Metal Esports, the moment they eliminate Volcano, Metal will control a lot of terrain.
Yeah, and now with the zone coming in play as well. Seems like Do or Die have a very good compound on offside. Los Hermanos on the south still has a decent amount of cover to work with, while the rest of the world are scrambling for some sort of control. As you can see, Volcano, they are going to be pinned from Meadow from above, but they have to wait for the right timing. Even Rider Esports is struggling to come into the zone from the southeast corner. They have to cross the road, and Los Hermanos has got the entire south side locked down. And everybody needs to find a way to go through. But as you can see, Wampy, he is going to try and whistle the horn to give him a little bit of safety, and they are going to make the play. Here he comes, Los Hermanos getting rushed in from WBG.
Yeah, Aero in the front. Los Hermanos tossing out the utilities. Luckily enough for them, Aero's lost out on him. And Colin, what a shot that was! Gets the second knockout as well. Los Hermanos still alive inside of the game, looking extremely strong. But the players in the front from Aero, they still have a saving grace coming through. This nade might just find the re-knock, and it does too. Aero taken down to a 2-man squad once again. And this time around, Colin's not going to be stepping back. Instead, he steps front. Pushes up close and personal, wants to stop this revival. But it's going to be extremely tough. Aero, they're still squeezing that revival in. But for a moment, the man lets it go. And that was the main reason why now Aero is taken down. It's just that one last man, and even he gets shut down.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate for Aero WBG, but Los Hermanos held down the fort, and everyone from the south has been cleared out. And now it's their mark to push up to the north here, because the south is about to battle to the north here. As Aryan was able to sneak past them from the east side. And they will be the ones to gatekeep them here, considering the amount of pressure they have exposed. Los Hermanos is going to be repositioned from a different perspective. But look at this, Do or Die. They are trying to take a little bit more space, but Balu here, he knows there is a player right beside him.
Aimbot.
And Aimbot can't really pick this because Balu has some sort of cover fire. Mado, they are getting attacked from 2 angles. Aimbot, the only thing he can do is just wait things out. ZEREX trying to fend off Los Hermanos, and he's gonna get gobbled out as well. Now Aimbot forced to completely prone down because a new contender has arrived. And Balu still thinking if he should commit to the fight here. As Balu now focusing on Los Hermanos, nades being come true. Aimbot almost burnt alive as well. That was so close.
Middle Esports had too much on their plate. Molotov was extremely close to Aimbot, and even Balu has the itch to take the fight. But Balu knows the moment he engages inside of the fight, the third party will be there. So he cannot just do it right now. Los Hermanos from the top, reigning supreme. There's another team next to him as well. That's going to be the players of TMG. And TMG now starting to shut down the players of Los Hermanos. It's not looking good. Spies down. Kalan and Evil, the final 2 players standing. Los Hermanos, they've got too much trouble on their way, and Colin now is trying to escape, but even he gets caught. The bullets will gun him down, and in the end, it will be TMG to come out on top in that fight. Middle Esports doing decent so far, but Aimbot's the only man standing.
Oh, never mind. He got spotted out as well. He tried to get out. The Zolos forced him out in the open here, but this time it's going to be a battle between Do or Die and Aryan. And of course, playing defense is going to be do or die, while Aryan needs to go on offense here. But with the circle coming in, Devotee pretty much got shot up pretty low, but the flank comes through. Do they get the fight? Yes, they do. Devotee finds the opening, and now here comes the crash. It is going to be a 3 versus 3. As Reaper going to try and fend them off. They've got 1 knock at the back lines, and Reaper loses the fight. Balu goes for an outside flank through the zone, and he was able to take down Aryan. But he gets taken out, and now it becomes a 2 versus 2 situation. 2 versus 1 now.
2v1, and DOD of Niche is the only man standing. The utilities are starting to do a lot of damage. The man gets back inside of the shack. The players in the front, of course, trying to make sure that the man in the front regrets his option to get inside of the shack. As the nade's being tossed around that corner, but it's still not finding any sort of connection. Of Niche once again gets back out. He wants to find someone. He wants to find at least 1 player off guard first. And the man in the front, Hitler, he's now trying to make the pounce as well. But Avnish kicks away to his death out in the blue. And just like that, it will be the players in the front to kick things off in a great manner.
What a clutch coming in from Aryan. What a clutch. The opening that they needed to take the compound. And they were able to clutch the chicken dinner away. Take it away. Snatch it away, you called it. As Do or Die will die in that scenario, as Team Aryan was able to secure that chicken dinner. 10 finishes, 10 knocks, 1,701 damage dealt so far. Aryan x TMG Gaming is back in action. So a very, very interesting play, but props towards Devotee because that opening knock on Do or Die was the reason why they won.
Exactly, and in the end, he was also 1-on-2, and unfortunately for Avnish, even the backs were against the wall. He could not really do a lot, so DOD, they're already doing decent in the overall standings, right? Before Team Aryan, this was a desperately needed chicken dinner. Now they get 20 points in the overall standings. I still want to find out what sort of position they've got in store for themselves, but I'm pretty sure they're now going to be in a much more better spot.
Exactly, but props towards Team Aryan on making that desperation push as well. They know the circle is going to push them out as well, and Devotee intentionally ego challenging Do or Die, forcing them to challenge him, resulted in them just completely ignoring the flank. So that was a huge place here.
Yeah.
And of course, the MVP, Devotee, is going to be in top 5 as well, is going to be a part of the equation. But I want to see how much points they've gotten here. With that chicken dinner and 10 finishes, they get themselves 20 points.
Exactly. 20 points acquired on the board. You've also got DOD with 13 points. Middle Esports as well, decent bit of points. 12 points on the board as well. You've got Los Hermanos with 10. Los Hermanos is trying to stay as consistent as possible. Aero getting 6 points out of that game. White Walkers as well getting 6. You've also got VOLCANO Esports with 4. And ZENIN getting 4 too. Now, the latter half of the board is a bit of a concern now. Team Insane's doing okay, but you speak about teams like Alibaba Raiders, FS Esports, Myth. They're not doing too hot. They need these points.
Yeah, I agree. And even Godstrain as well. They did have amazing game in Erangel, but in Sandhall was just a completely fumble there as they tried to exit out from Paradise Resorts, but just could not do anything. But let's take a look at the overall standings. Did they get enough points? Because as of yet, Godstrain is on the 9th position with this performance here. So a very, very huge comeback coming from Godstrain.
We had to talk about this, right? The moment you cross that 45 points marker, you will be around that safety cushion. And Godlike definitely does seem like they're around that safety cushion. You've also got Eggy with 69 points. Pretty much the top 6 have qualified. It's not even a question.
Yep.
But then you look at a few names that are still around that under safety marker, right? For example, Reckoning Esports, we did see them at the start of the day. Rider Esports as well. They've played all their games so far. And even they're looking quite the good ones. But this is where the real problems do commence now. Metal Esports, they need around 10 points in the upcoming 2 games. Let's just say they need 15 points to be around that safety cushion.
Yep. And at the same time as well, BO7S still currently on the 24th position here. They are the benchmark of this entire tournament itself. They've got themselves 30 points, but today is not a BO7S day itself here because there is still one more group that has not played, and Autobots is the closest to take them down here. So 30 points is the current cutoff, but it's very, very close because they should not be safe right now after the end of the day.
I still think the cutoff will be around 40 to 45.
Yeah, somewhere
easily.
around there.
And if you try and consider 40 points or 45 points as a cutoff, Team Aryan needs 20 more points in the upcoming 2 games. Now, that does sound like a Herculean task, but since they've managed to pull off a chicken dinner with 20 points in just 1 game, I think they can do it. But looking at the past journey as well inside of the round 3, it really makes us doubt.
Yeah, inconsistency issue.
Yeah.
Right? It makes a lot of sense because especially when Aryan first appeared, it was like, oh, okay, this team looks really, really solid.
Solid, yeah.
But as the game goes on as well, we started to see no signs of life coming from Aryan. But now with this play coming back as well, it's nice to see that they are back in action because if you think about it as well, Devotee was part of the Bot Army Esports. When they first appeared on screen on BGIS, they just completely shut down every single team in the lobby.
I mean, it is pretty much Bot Army Esports, right? Just one man has changed.
The old Bot Army Esports.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the same Bot Army Esports. So they're doing pretty okay for themselves. But as I mentioned, now they need 20 points in the span of 2 games. That does sound a little bit too much looking at their performance in the round 3. And since they've already qualified or directly qualified from the round 1 towards the round 3, maybe that gap around the round 2 is something that's affecting them. And I hope they wake up, man, because it's already a little bit too late. Their head's on the swivel. Yeah, they got a chicken dinner. I just hope in the momentum in the tomorrow's day, they do pull off a comeback. At the start of the day, we did lock in our predictions. I personally went for Metal Esports with this group, and Metal Esports did quite okay. You went with Rider Esports. What are your thoughts about that?
I want to say they're doing okay, but they're kind of on the average ballpark as well. Because
I mean,
my predictions for today, even for BO7S, is it feels like a cursed day, and I genuinely feel bad for Autobots now because I'm really hoping they would overtake BO7S because they are currently the closest towards the cutoff from Group C itself.
So luckily, Rider Esports is not fully cursed since they're in the top 16. And they're just extremely close to qualify.
Okay, so it's not a curse yet. Huh?
It's not a curse yet.
Okay, fair enough.
They would have been cursed if it's tomorrow's day and they get that many points as they did today.
To be honest, even if Rider does get that much points tomorrow, they should technically have enough to pass 45 points.
You've got a point as well. But let's just be honest. We do not know if the cutoff is going to be around 45 or it might just go a little bit higher too. So in my opinion, just stay around 50, man. Just to be on the safety side, just get 50 points. That will confirm you the slot towards the semifinals. But for now, it's time for a toss to a short break. You guys know what I'm going. We'll be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. And as you all know, Group B's done with their games, at least for today. Now we move on towards Group C. And inside of Group C as well, we've got some interesting prospects like Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Genesis, 4Miracle Esports, Nonix, and all the 4 names that I've taken so far. These 4 names have been dominating their lobbies constantly.
And you know, these are the exact 4 teams we will try to avoid because the race is on to enter inside the top 24 overall, right? So many other teams, the likes of H4K, the grand finalist of the realme BGIS, now struggling almost on the verge of an elimination.
Yeah, pretty much. But hey, something that's going to help you guys perform in your gameplays is also going to be the Realme GT7. The device is already launched on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, get your hands on this device. The sale's now live. But yeah, once again, back towards the conversation, right? We had a conversation about these 4 names, but even one of an interesting prospect has to be Autobots Esports.
Yeah.
Now, we've been looking at this banner over and over again since 2023, and this banner has always been trying to crack in towards that officials, or at least towards the LAN finals, and they've always been failing consistently. But this time around, Autobots Esports, they seem a lot better.
You know, there's always been that cloud of uncertainty around Autobots. You talk about Autobots, AERObots, TEAM TAMILAS. They keep on shuffling between each other, as a result of which they really have never found their footing. But who knows, this roster might really work out. But when you take a look at the matches they will be playing today, it's going to be Erangel and Sanhok. And we know for a fact that Autobots feel quite comfortable, especially in Erangel. So if they have to secure qualification, they'll have to perform today.
Hey, we've got the Group C on the screen, too. As I mentioned, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Nonix, 4Miracle, Genesis, Autobots. These guys have been doing really good, particularly in this group. And even Exotic Signature. Yesterday, we saw a major bounce back from them in the overall standing. So Exotic Signature as well, at least as of now, are doing decent. But one of the known names that's not doing too hot in the overall standings is going to be Wasista Esports.
Yeah.
Their performance, once again, shaky. It's now giving me a bit of that flashback of BGIS, and it's not a good feeling.
It certainly isn't, especially when it comes to Hector. Now he's got that Chokers tag on him. Earlier, he used to go a little bit deeper, but, you know, if Wasista Esports were getting eliminated from round 3, that is going to be a big shocker, because imagine, this is a roster, yes, they have gone through turbulent times, they do have an international coach alongside them, but still, despite that, still not producing the results that they desired. I think they will have to put their best foot forward, play like maybe GDR or even Team Forever or 8-bit play today.
Yeah, and that's the main problem, right? They've got the experience, they've got the caliber as well. We know they can do it too. We know they can be the table toppers if it really comes down to it. But still, for some reason, Wasista Esports have been struggling, and it feels like the main reason behind that is because Wasista Esports is really trying to implement that defensive playstyle. And because of that, maybe they're just overthinking a lot of the scenarios that they're not really supposed to. That's what it feels like.
And you know, more than that, they've had to go for a rebuild in such a short span of time. We've seen so much drama unfold before the realme BMPS begun, right? So, you know, kind of taking all of that into factor, and then you see their performance. Yes, there have been those days we're not really satisfied, but these 2 teams, Necro, have been playing quite well. I'm talking about Nonix officials, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, both of them securing a chicken dinner each, 47-48. I think they would be unleashing themselves, especially Nonix.
I mean, Nonix Esports have been quite a major surprise, right? It's one of those teams that we never even thought of performing so well, and now Nonix is over here surprising all of us. Here, Xtreme Godlike, yeah, let's not forget, they've got a champion lineup, or pretty much a solid lineup, right? Star players inside of that lineup. You've got Amino, S-Power, Jonathan. What else do you need? Some of the best fraggers inside of the entire region. And then you move on towards a team like Nonix, which is given quite a tough fight to a team like Hero Xtreme Godlike, and then you wonder, oh man, this time the competition is definitely tight.
You know, this is where legacies are created, right? And Nonix officials, they're on their way on trying to achieve that. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, like you said, right, this is an all-star lineup. We expect them nothing but being the champions of realme BMPS this time around. And their performance has been speaking likely the way they have been playing. Of course, in round 1, they would have ideally desired to be in the top 8, missed out. It's fine. Coming in round 3, they're looking so dandy. And I think, you know, looking at Hero Xtreme Godlike, they would want to play a little more extra games, right? Just to make sure they've got everything in line.
I mean, look, at this point, Hero Xtreme Godlike has already crossed on towards that semifinals mark.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. They are easily moved on towards the semifinals. Nonix as well. They've easily crossed on towards the semifinals. Now the real race is to the semifinals on what's going to happen inside of the semifinals. Because I hope Hero Xtreme Godlike does perform the same way they have been performing so far. If they do fumble up in the semifinals, one thing is for sure, there won't be a lot of chances given to them. So I hope we will be seeing that that same consistency. But for now, it's all about the comebacks. H4K struggling. The grand finalists off the BGIs, not able to perform. I hope H4K pops off in these upcoming 2 games as we move on towards the map of Erangel, and even the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Primarks towards the opposite side, which is going to be Kameshki.
Finally, we get to see something different. You know, the third Erangel of the day, and this time, flight path trajectory almost dissecting the map into 2 halves, and you could see all these teams will have a rather better time in getting those drops. But what we're really eyeing out for, Necro, is for those early skirmishes. Do we see any changes in terms of the drop location? Of course, after that shuffle, and eyes will be on the teams on our right-hand side. Jux Esports, Team Cosmic, MAVERICKS, Jaguar, AceX, Dragon Esports. Another team that we've been following from quite some time. And even AERObots. You know, all these big names, they will have to step up. They will have to deliver.
Yeah, specifically H4K, though, in my opinion.
Yeah,
H4K
for
was
sure.
doing so good in the round 2. They pretty much just stormed through the competition, and now inside of the round 3, it feels like a day and night switch-up. That's how big of a dip we're seeing from the side of H4K. And for Vasista Esports, such a glorified lineup, a star-studded lineup as well. Vasista Esports is not able to do that great. Even that's a major concern. I hope Vasista Esports qualifies. That's all I'm going to say. We've also got DC2. DC in the round 2 was doing so good for themselves. Now that transition towards the round 3, it's been extremely shaky. Pretty much the same thing is going on for all the teams on the latter half of the board, right?
Yeah, and the pressure is enormous. Be it the southeastern side or the northwestern, I am elated watching the circle. I really hope it goes as far as Zaki. If the previous algorithms of Erangel come true, then ideally you would want those rosy beds just around the southeastern areas of Zaki. That open fields, a circle like that, would really throw off a lot of these teams. But taking a look at the clusters building up, quite a lot of teams dropping around the central eastern side. So many teams, but not a lot of teams actually contending against each other. Everybody has found a safe ground. It's all about which teams make the first rotations and get in a good position inside the circle. Another hybrid one at that.
AERObots Esports on the screen. A team that's doing worse in this entire group. They don't really have a lot of points. Just getting 6 points so far, which is, of course, a major concern. AERObots Esports, it's a lineup that does pack a lot of punch. They do possess some heavy firepower, but still we're not really seeing that firepower being unleashed in the lobby, at least as of now. Dragonclaw Esports next to the players of H4K, once again trying to get back to their peaceful ways towards the peaceful routes. And I highly doubt they will be colliding either. They're not going to be taking any sort of fights just yet. But an important announcement for you guys, the Realme GT7 is already launched on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, get your hands on this device. The sale's already live. That stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours will help you get that smooth gameplay on the way. And not just that, even that 7000 mAh battery with 120 watts fast charger will help you charge the device back up extremely quickly.
That's ridiculous when you look at the stats and the numbers on this phone, right? And even the iSense graphene rear cover keeps things cool even in intense moments as such. Dragonclaw Esports quite close to the players of H4K, and this is one of those games, Necro, where H4K have to go big. No second way around that. They need to start manifesting how well they played in round 2, and it's imperative that they get off to a really good start this time. However, avoiding an early skirmish, of course, due to the lack of resources, they decide to head on. As far as Saki, it seems, or maybe they might settle around the northwestern Georgie city.
They might. H4K walking in an unknown territory, is at least as of now. And for H4K, once again, as I mentioned, desperate for points. In the span of 4 games, just getting 7 points in total. And for Miracle Esports, they've been a surprise, specifically Dragonopi. He's a man who used to be an assaulter in Limbra, and now in 4 Miracle, he's the IGL. That transition wasn't really smooth initially, but now it's been looking quite decent.
Yeah, I mean, for Miracle Esports, I've heard a lot of stories, and I'm not sure if you could share that, but yes, Dragonopi, he's got quite an interesting numbers up ahead, especially a young prodigy assaulter turned into an IGL. He took his sweet time, right? I think we've been following this young lad for quite some time. And initially, we thought that this lineup was in tatters. But I think the recovery was equally good for Miracle Esports. Did find their footing. We've seen better days. And certainly, the IGLing is also improved. Now, taking a look at the circle, a lot of space around. A lot of playing areas around the northern side. You could see the players of Team Ace just trying to squeeze in, cross over the bridge, and maybe hunker down around the northwestern Georgia City. Now, the big question is, are they aware that Dragonclaw and H4K, both of them, are already present over there? Even when you look at Circle, you could see, right, even for Jocks, you've got Team Cosmic quite close to each other. So some early skirmish is definitely anticipated.
I think at this point, everyone has to be aware that there is someone around the centric part, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much like the common sense. So for Ace, H4K, Dragonclaw Esports, they probably have each other's numbers. Specifically for Dragonclaw, they were still getting that loot up. So I do want to know how long it's going to be taking for Dragonclaw to progress up and maybe reposition themselves outside of that city. Probably just wait for the next zone to pop up. Round 2, or Stage 2 is usually supposed to be a curveball shift. Exotic Signature, yesterday's day, a major comeback. They've got the wind of the sails, at least as of now. And Exotic Signature can do it once again as well. It's one of those banners that does surprise us every single time.
I mean, that's the idea of tournaments like this, to find out these rather newer names really step up. They did have a decent run in the Realme BGIS, but this is where they are putting their hearts out. But seems like Team Ace official, they found some footing. This time, safe whatsoever. And I must say, I really like the position that they have, right? They can easily escape if the circle really goes away from them. And then even whilst H4K or even the other team, Dragonclaw, really close in, they might have a dig at them. But Scary Jod, emerging player, you know how good he was in the Realme BGIS. How has he been so far in this tournament, Necro?
Specifically speaking of Vasista Esports as a team, the stats haven't been that impactful. Yeah, in the initial rounds, Vasista Esports did pretty good for themselves, but then later on, we have seen a clear dip in that performance. And that's why Scary Jot's stats aren't exactly as we expected to be. It's because the entirety of that team isn't being able to do that great. But once again, Vasista Esports, they've still got a decent base setup. They can easily bounce back. It's not even a question. They get one decent game. Vasista Esports will be around that safety cushion. But still, it's not the Vasista Esports caliber performance we've been looking at so far.
All right, hot take. Did you like Scary Jod more in Bot Army, or do you like him better in Vasista?
I feel like that's... Look, that's quite a tricky question that you asked me, honestly, if you talk about it. Because Bot Army Esports, they had a completely different playstyle. And now Vasista Esports, they've got a completely different playstyle. Vasista Esports likes to play a little bit more defensive. Yeah, they do aggress on, but only if they want to find a good compound, if that compound is occupied by a team. But Bot Army Esports, they like to aggress on off the rip. That was a team who was feeling on the elimination points. So in my opinion, yeah, I love Bot Army Esports playstyle a little bit more compared to Vasista Esports because that was the elimination-heavy playstyle.
Me too. I mean, of course, for Bot Army Esports, what we really loved about them was how quickly they engaged in those fights. And you talk about fights, of course, now Jux official, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle there as Exotic Signature will take the lives out of 2, and JE not really having the best of the starts that they would have wanted, and things aren't looking good. Whilst for even Exotic, they've lost out on Skylar, which is a little alarming.
For Exotic Signature, yeah, as you mentioned, losing out on Skylar cripples them a bit, taken down to a 3-man squad, but still they're not out yet. They're doing pretty okay inside of the zone too. Exotic Signature, they've got their own fair share of compound, and that territory will be marked by them. There's so many teams now starting to make it around that centric part of the circle too. A huge wave of vehicles moving in. A blast of colors. Vasista Esports still all the way on that southern side. I'm not a big fan of this late game rotation, and as I mentioned, Vasista Esports, they're known for their defensive and passive playstyle. And once again, trying to execute that same thing over here too. But H4K, they find themselves up against the players of Ace, and this time around, one of the men from H4K does get ran over, and Pasha OP finds the second knockout as well. H4K taken down with 2-man squad, but what am I watching? Ace official single-handedly dismantling the entirety of H4K. A revival's coming through. Pasha will be able to squeeze in that revival on the fallen man. Phantom should be back up. Pasha spotting out the man in the front. Shots were taken, but those shots are not even going to be close to eliminate that player.
Yeah, both these teams getting those early casualties. Certainly not accepted as Genesis. They lock horns against the likes of Miracle Esports. Of course, Poco is down on his knees as now Beard Baba and Reaper making quick work of Genesis. As Apollo, he takes his final breath, and now Genesis, they are enraged. One player down already, and they want to fight back as Shadow. He comes in a little bit closer, takes a couple of shots, will find Reaper. And quite a sketchy fight at that. Both these teams getting those early casualties, but Genesis will be on the better side. 3 finishes secured, and they're looking good. But for H4K, this is unacceptable, man.
Yeah, the tables were flipped against him. H4K started things off. And now you've also got Team Cosmic around the fray. At this point, there's a lot of teams next to each other. The moment a fight ignites, there will be a lot of third parties. For Miracle Esports, unfortunately for them, losing out on 3 players against that fight with Genesis Esports, that's going to be hurting them too much in the longer run. But they've still got 37 points on the board, which is not too bad if you think about it. In the span of 3 games, they need, what, 10 more points? Which they easily can secure.
Yeah, they can. I mean, at this point, a couple of them, especially who are just around the gateways, it's just those mere points. But for the likes of H4K, they have to dig deep. They have to claw, scratch, do whatever that's required out of them. And same goes for Dragon Esports as well. And oh my god. Alright, it's just a glitch.
Yeah.
And now they've safely somehow crossed over the bridge. And will be trying to get control over these hills.
Interesting.
And the good thing is, Necro, they've got their backlines clear. At least as of now. Even for Vasista Esports, when you look at them, they're fighting through the blue, but still should have an easier time till they make it inside the circle.
I don't think Vasista Esports is going to have a rough
gatekeepers.
time. There's going to be a lot of teams around that territory soon. Just look at the amount of teams that are pouring inside of the circle from that left side. And if Vasista Esports joins that same fray, they're already hurt by the blue. And yeah, they're going to be hurt a lot more by the teams around that territory. So Vasista Esports, this decision might just not pan out that well.
And even if they decide to play around the edges like GDR played in the Erangel Chicken Dinner, they still have so many teams to deal with. You've got Jaguar Esports, you've got Team Cosmic. So it's going to be so difficult for Vasista Esports to really make that entry. And look at this. This is what you were talking about, right?
In my opinion, if you're someone who likes to play passive defensive, you need to be proactive in the early stages. Place yourself around the center spot in the circle as soon as possible, and then you can play defense. That's pretty much the tower defense that you need to execute. But Vasista Esports, they want to play from the edges, at the same time execute this strategy from the edges. It's not going to work out that well. You cannot be defensive and play from the edges at the same time. We did see the L-band a while ago for the Kia Ceros. Once again, cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity. Trinity panoramic display, dual-pane panoramic sunroof. You've also got Kia Connect 2.0 with 80-plus Kia Connect features. Do check out that vehicle.
Simply put, it's just gorgeous and sexy at the same time. But seems like Extreme Godlike, turbulent waters. This Power down on his knees and Nonix Esports. This is a rivalry that we have been talking about. Nonix Esports, they have been punching beyond their weight, and boy, oh boy, certainly have been hitting hard, Necro.
Yeah.
And now Jonathan caught between a rock and a hard place, but still decides to answer back. Lobster down on his knees as Aerobots. They need to somehow find some recovery out there, but Jonathan quickly scoops in that finish. And Arib, he was a sitting duck there.
Did not even try to save his teammate.
Yeah, atrocious.
I'm not even sure what Autobots Esports is doing at this point, but Toxic now fighting his own battles against Admino. Here Extreme Godlike is so split apart. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why here Extreme Godlike themselves are starting to face a lot of brunt. They've lost out on one of the main mans, Admino as well in the front. And now Admino has got his own troubles brewing up as he's taking a fight against Toxic. Autobots Esports this time around, you should not underestimate this team. There's someone who does pack a lot of punch and also have a lot of caliber. Admino, chip down low. Autobots Esports, here Extreme Godlike, both in quite the awkward stance. And this scuffle, in my opinion, it's not going to be benefiting anyone. Instead, someone else might just reap the benefits of it.
At this point, given that the shackles have been released, no pressure whatsoever, but look at Jonathan. Trying to get away.
There's no way.
And Arib responding back. It's the pressure that's been talking. And Arib, He's feeling all that heat, and Jonathan just spreading his wings across. One nade lobbed. Nothing secured, but the second one already on its way. This time not tossed in the right direction, and now finally Jonathan has some assistance, but Areeb, he decides to fight back. Bunk and Admino, both of them dealt with. Jonathan still inside the bunker. An absolute disaster, but now Jonathan and Areeb in a 1v1 situation, and Jonathan also gets dealt with. Areeb finally being the Grim Reaper as Autobots Esports successfully wipe out Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Manhandles Hero Xtreme Godlike in this scenario. For a moment we thought Areeb might just be done for, but then he just flips the entire script. Flips the tables against the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, eliminating 3 players all by himself. Solid stuff from Areeb. And specifically, after taking down those 2 initial players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, you saw that confidence from the man. He instantly pushed up against Jonathan, wanting to suppress him down, and he got that final elimination point too. Solid stuff from Autobots Esports, specifically for Areeb.
Nothing taken away from Areeb, but I feel like Hero Xtreme Godlike weren't really try-harding in that one. You could see the communication was not there between the players. The idea was both of them trying to create a bait whilst Jonathan comes out. That surely did not work out for them. And still, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have earned the qualification into the semis. But Visista Esports still fighting for that. And by all means, still alive, but still around the edges of the circle. H4K right close to them.
Visista Esports this time trying to change things up a little bit. Just tweak that aggression a bit more. And I like that. Playing around with their own playstyle, and this time around, Visista Esports straight up making that pounce, eliminating the man of H4K, and even H4K desperate for points. They're taken down to just 1 man, which is not good, and H4K, they've only managed to squeeze in 2 elimination points so far, which is quite a bad outing.
I mean, for H4K, things are looking quite gloomy, especially with how the game began, how we talked about the circle really favoring them. Them to fumble this game, not acceptable by their standards, especially being the grand finalist of the BGIS. But Jaguar officials right next to Autobots. Areeb caught in no man's land. He's not going to be shown any mercy at all as Jaguar Esports making no delay. What's going on? Hercules, he's going to get everything there.
All of that is fine, but what just happened to Areeb in that scenario? Why was he still looking in the front? He did not hear the vehicle behind him. It is so confusing.
I don't know, man.
Did he not have his headphones on or something like that? I don't know. The vehicle was literally right behind him, and Areeb, if he had wanted, he could have actually shut the player down too. He had more than enough time to react. But yeah, that was a major mess up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no second way to sugarcoat that. Mistakes have been made, and now it is going to be quite costly, especially CV. Yeah. Last player surviving for Autobots has no other options but to tuck his tails and run. But the big question, are Jaguar official going to allow him that privilege? As Visista Esports, they're on a finishing spree. They've managed to secure a couple more finishes, will get their player alive, and now will ace inside the circle.
I'm loving this Visista Esports. From the edge now, starting to swoop in those elimination points too. They've got them up in their hands, and now they seem like the cleanup crew.
Look at Genesis.
Yeah, there's still just 1 man of Genesis Esports next to him. I highly doubt he's going to be that threatful. He still backs away, so it's completely okay. Genesis Esports once again trying to reunite and recalibrate, which makes a lot of sense. Genesis was taken down with a 3-man squad a while ago. Visista Esports with 4 elimination points acquired. They just want to put a little bit of more dent. But at this point, the man from Exotic Signature, he's the only glimmer of hope standing. And he's going to be taking his own chill pill time. He's not going to be rushing things a little bit too much.
Oh my
God. Got spotted, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Genesis Esports claiming that elimination point, and that's it for Exotic Signature.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite needed from Genesis, especially even them having to secure a couple of points. It's been ages. You want to see these players at their very prime. And now look at Visista Esports marching their way inside the circle. You've got non-X officials with a beautiful spread. Don't really know. Look at Levi. It's got a nice angle, but look at this. Shadow right next to the players of Visista Esports. This is where maybe the cars could collide, but Shadow decides that he's got no monkey business and rather establishing a little bit of that high ground terrain for himself to then maybe take a fight against Persistent.
This is going to be an interesting fight. Specifically, Genesis Esports, they're down to a 3-man squad. And if this fight does come through, there's a big chance Persistent Esports as well might just take equal amount of damage. Genuinely speaking, it's not worth it for any of them. Dragon Esports on the sidelines, Duoro OP driving around in the hovercraft. It needs to be blown up. If that hovercraft stays up for too long, it might just be a real pain. Duoro tossing out those nades, trying to suppress the players of Genesis. And Genesis Esports too. They've got different intentions. Genesis does not really want to pounce on top of the opportunity just yet. Instead, take their own sweet time. And looking at the way the zone's forming up as well, it's quite the weird terrain. Out in the open, it's too exposed. There's not a lot of playing covers that you have.
I'm pretty sure you must be enjoying that, right?
Yeah.
Open circle, a lot of fights happening out in the open. All these teams going after each other. Mysterious 4. They have been collecting a couple of finishes here and there. Hero with 3 already on his name. And now Mysterious 4 around the edges. Seems like they've spotted out players of Jaguar official and maybe a lonely straggler. Sirvi, that's more giving his position away for Mysterious 4. They'll have to make some quick calls. Do they stay safe and not fight? But whilst all of that commotion, Sirvi is finally out of the game, and Autobots, this is now looking oh so bad for them.
The man gets snuffed out. Mysterious 4 spotting out Jaguar officials in the front. It's 3 players underneath. And all these 3 players from Jaguar officials, they need to find a way to breach inside of the zone. The moment they do so, they will be shot at by a lot of teams. There's AEROxWBG Esports at the top. You've also got Mysterious 4 on the sidelines. So yeah, the moment Jaguar official does make sure that they want to get inside of the circle, they need to find a solid plan.
Mysterious 4, they've got so much vision. But the big question is, what do they decide? To take that fight or get inside the circle? I think the latter will be the wiser option. Get inside the zone, maybe gatekeep the players of Jaguar officials. But seems like they want to create that angle. And for Hero, was that on purpose? Was that intentional? He's drawing so much attention. And now Jaguar official, they'll have to act on it. Mysterious 4, they've got a beautiful spread, Necro. Look at them. Even Sketch has got a nice angle, as even Persistent Esports and Genesis right next to each other for quite some time.
Yeah, but Mysterious, they might just be in a big pinch. So they need to be extra careful. There's also Ace Official next to them. And Persistent Esports now, they want to move in as well. There's a bit of that terrain in the front, but there's Jux holding that terrain, which is going to be extremely tough. Dragon Esports, they move up against Genesis. And Genesis Esports, I mentioned this too a while ago. They need to take a fight against Dragon Esports no matter what. Duora gets back inside of that hovercraft, and now the man's going to be busy patching himself up. And of course, Hunters knew that Duora was inside of that hovercraft. And just look at the man playing around that hovercraft so well. Everyone from Genesis Esports wants to blow it up at the same time, and now he's got no other option than to play around it. Duora gets eliminated in the end, and that's going to be it for Dragon Esports.
And this is looking really good for Genesis Esports, racking up 9 finishes already. This is the game that they were eyeing out for, of course, losing out on Apollo, still not bothering them. And now against Persistent, really felt that this could have been that window where Persistent could have capitalized, but seems like they also had their hands full. They've got Chucks right in front of them. Viper shuckling around. Position compromise. The smoke somehow keeping him alive. But look at Beard Baba in no man's land inside that little shack present over there. As now for Jaguar official, they might be under heavy duress as the paw comes in. It's going to be Mysterious 4 circling around them, Necro. And around that murky smoke, somehow Jaguar Esports is still breathing.
Mysterious 4. Oh, they spotted the man in the front. Constantly running back inside of the grasses ball, Mysterious 4. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for them, but there we go. That's the knock they wanted to find, and they've already found it too. As I mentioned, the moment Jaguar official decides to get back up on top, and if they do want to breach inside of the circle, they will be shot at by the players of Mysterious 4, and that's what exactly is going on. Jaguar official, they're not going to be surviving for too long now. They're down to just this one last man. He's shrouded inside of the smoke. He's trying his best to keep his position anonymous, but for how long, that's the main question. Last man's position, no two, and he's still fighting back somehow. He did get the knockout and the confirmation against Mysterious 4, but in the end, his entire team got eliminated.
Yeah, even Mysterious 4, they really have been enjoying themselves, having their 8 finishes secured, and what felt like was a sketchy fight eventually went in their favor. But look at this. A lonely straggler. Non-ex officials. They've done their due diligence. They've already done majority of the heavy lifting. Does not even matter. As they get eliminated, and Vasista Esports will be the harbingers of death and destruction right now, sitting at 7 finishes. Group C has been quite exhilarating. Not gonna lie, the way the fights have been panning out, I've been loving every bit of it. Look at this. Shadow down on his knees, and now Rebu might want to secure that finish.
Chucks Esports, they're still completely fine, but the moment Vasista Esports pushes up too deep, that's when Chucks Esports will be in a world of trouble. But as of now, Vasista Esports is just cleaning the grounds around them. Mysterious 4 as well, it's starting to fall prey to them. They've also got a few more teams around that vicinity. Even for Miracle Esports next to him, specifically Beard Baba is inside of that shack. Does Vasista Esports know? That's my main question. They've got no clue yet. Look at Pasha. He's inside of that container. For how long can he keep himself alive there? Probably for long enough, actually.
Quick question. Is he going to take down a couple of players of Vasista?
No, not yet. He wants to get at least in the top 2, without a doubt.
He needs to snipe somebody at least. Would be for the highlight reels, but for now, we've got Clown taking a dig, a jab at the players of Mysterious 4. Does not really connect. And now Genesis on the prowl, but Zap gets taken down. It's going to be Anto and Aerobots. They've been quite silent. Just respecting the circle, not a single finish secured. But now, this is where Jax deciding to go in for that push. Hunters in a 1v1 against Jax as those grenades get flung through. Zap still on the ground, and now the numbers double up. Pushing in tandem, amazing in Jax against Hunters as he preps up another grenade. It's going to be such a close affair.
Genesis Esports really starting to hurt the players of Chucks. And Jax inside of this airplane is now once again starting to move out. Genesis Esports, they can probably hear all the footsteps as well. Hunters is primed and ready. He's got the shotgun available too for a close and personal combat. Wow. And just like that, he will be eliminated in the end. That's it. Genesis Esports down and out, but they still managed to acquire 10 finish points. And this one man from 4 Miracle Esports have been still alive. There's a lot of solo stragglers.
Yeah, he's gone unchecked, and oh my god. Scary Jod. He catches the whiff, takes the player down. But Vasista Esports, little do they know. They've got Beard Baba right on their tails. They have been cleaning their backlines, but this time he goes unchecked. And now Hector, he's got to make a move. But look at Aerobots. They finally decide to wake up. This is going to be a very interesting fight at that. As Hector, he lands a blow. He gets a player down, and now Vasista Esports, they will double down on it.
9 finishes acquired. Vasista Esports want to get a massive game in their hands. Where was this Vasista Esports in the past 4 games? That's my question. Vasista was lacking so much in the past couple of games, and now look at them out of nowhere. Getting 9 finish points in the top 4, looking extremely confident. But this confidence can be broken by Beard Baba. The moment he finds that light glimmer, he will instantly eliminate that player. And he's already found that glimmer too, by the way. He's still waiting to react upon it. Does Viper hear his sound? Does Viper know his presence? Not yet. Still pretty unknown. Beard Baba's position not compromised yet. He knows where Hector is. He's got the glimmer as well. He's got his number, but he's still not going for the strike.
Look at him. He's just camouflaged with that wooden log. Just slithering through, still alive. Hasn't moved a muscle, but Hector, he needs to check this. He needs to ensure that he's got Beard Baba still. Oh my god. That could be a disaster and a half. And Viper, he's got no clue.
Yeah. Oh my god. The trigger discipline from Beard Baba might have just extended for a bit too much. Come on, man. Just do it. Disrupt that flow for Vasista Esports. Spoil the game. Vasista Esports, they've worked so hard for this chicken dinner, but it can be spoiled by just this one solo survivor from 4 Miracle Esports. And Beard Baba is just waiting for the right moment to strike, baby. Blue's on the move. Beard Baba needs to be on the move as well at the same time. Needs to respect the blue. And now Viper's also going to be on the move right next to him. Vasista Esports, all the eggs in one basket. Beard Baba, one last man standing for 4 Miracle Esports, which is already doing really good in the overall standings. And look at Jux now, even they're starting to hurt the players of Assista Esports. So Jux is causing that distraction, which is giving Beard Baba even a massive edge.
Oh my god, we've been on the edge of our seats for quite too long. And now Beard Baba has got a little wall, kind of keeping him alive for now. As even AEROxWBG, they intend on closing through. Now Beard Baba, he's got a lot of targets to lock in on. And usually at times we have seen it goes to a really bad ending, and now they've been snuffing him out, and there you go. And this is exactly what I was talking about. A little too much of that trigger discipline, and completely goes foiled.
I saw this coming too. I knew it. He was going to be taken down by the players of AEROxWBG Esports. He could have actually spoiled the flow for the players of Assista Esports, but I guess look at the brighter side now. Assista Esports, they're prone to getting this chicken dinner. 3 players standing, the same thing can be said for the players of AEROxWBG Esports too. AEROxWBG Esports, they do not really have a lot of elimination points, but if they do get this chicken dinner, it might just bring the confidence back. Of course, it's not going to make a lot of dent in the overall standings, but it'll still be something that might just give them the support that's needed. But hold on to that thought. Jux Esports eliminated from the game. Wiper falls down too. AEROxWBG Esports, they swing back to life. Now it's time to make the pounce. Utilities tossed out as well. And that's going to be it for Assista Esports. Assista Esports did claim a lot of points out of this game, but AEROxWBG Esports was the one to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner.
A much needed chicken dinner at that for AEROxWBG. They have been silent throughout. They have been playing by the circle. They've been playing by the book, and not a lot of finishes, but eventually managed to scoop in 7 towards the end. I think it was the 7th or the 8th circle, before which they were literally sitting on 0 finishes, and then suddenly they get in everything, and 17 points. They were sitting at 6 earlier, and now they've reached past 23-24. So at this point, it's still not safe to say that they have qualified or anything, but a decent starter today, and if they could maybe grab another chicken or a good show in Sanhok, then who knows?
Of course, they need around 10 or 15 points in the upcoming map, and yes, they have done enough for the day. So still there's a massive chance AEROxWBG Esports can catapult themselves directly towards that safety cushion. But Assista Esports with this sort of game is now going to be putting themselves extremely close towards the top 8, or pretty much towards the top 16. As we move on towards the highlight, this is how the action really kicked off. We've had Ace Official take a fight against the players of H4K. Then later on, we did see Jonathan as well do his own shenanigans. Areeb shutting down the entirety of Hero Xtreme Godlike all by himself.
Yeah, a moment of brilliance, almost to be shrouded by another moment where we were kind of really caught astray of what really happened there in the open. But this was a very interesting game, Necro. A lot of fights happening left, right, and center. And this is exactly what the new circle zone has to be all about. You know, engaging in those early fights, try to clear as much space, and teams were actually intending on doing same. And now when we had questions around Assista Esports, how on earth are they going to get inside the circle? Not only did they manage to get inside the zone, they racked up a lot of finishes and also earned themselves a second spot.
Yeah, Dragon Esports too had a lot of expectations from this banner, but unfortunately when they collided against the players of Genesis Esports, that collision did not really work out that well for them. Jux Esports, they were surviving till quite the final few moments. In the end, got eliminated by the likes of Assista Esports, and in the final few moments, AEROxWBG Esports, they were just cleaning the entire floor up. They were just getting those solo stragglers, collecting as many elimination points as they can, and then in the end, just eliminating the entirety of the Assista Esports too.
And there you go, the stats coming up for AEROxWBG, which was a rather silent affair in these early phases of the games. Eventually, that kind of sparkled, and now you can see Legit getting 3 finishes, Beast with 2, and then we've got Anto with 2 of himself. And, you know, for AEROxWBG, now this is a right step. You know, they've taken a big leap, but like you said, still far from catapulting themselves inside the top 24. But there's another team that I really need to touch upon. That's going to be Genesis. They were sitting at 35 points before the day began, and still decent amount of finishes. I think they might have squeezed past 40.
Look, at this point for Genesis Esports, even if they do get 6 points per game, they're still going to do the cut, no matter what. So Genesis Esports, I'm pretty sure they had a decent bit of elimination points out of this game too. I think they had around 6 to 7 elimination points. So that's going to be more than enough for Genesis Esports in this particular game. In the upcoming game of Sanhok, if they just get more than 7 points, that's just going to be the bonus.
Yeah, and then they can just go all out. But it was a very interesting fight where we saw non-X officials initiate against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Hero Xtreme Godlike did survive that wrath, but what happened towards the end we all saw, right? But yes, the MVP will be none other than Scary Jaw. This is exactly the performance that we needed from his side. A lot of damage done, and in fact, not a lot of finishes have been converted actually.
I mean, I was concerned, specifically when I saw the breaching point for Asista Esports right in the mid-pack. They were surrounded by so many teams around them, but still, Asista Esports somehow did a good job eliminating all the teams around them, and I guess that was one of the main reasons why Scary Jot was also able to pop off, getting 3 finishes to himself. We've also got a Hero from Mysterious 4 getting 4, Hunters 2 from Genesis Esports getting 3, Legit from AERObots getting 3 finishes, and then you've got Shadow right there with 3 finishes too. In general, once again, the top 5 players doing pretty good for themselves and their team, so it's not even a question. Genesis Esports, as I mentioned, they did pretty good in that previous game. That's going to be more than enough to keep themselves alive. And Genesis Esports actually got 11 points. So that's really good. Genesis Esports, they've done it.
Yeah, that's more than good. Now, I think sitting at around 46 points. Just a few more points to make sure that they have completely qualified. Just for if you're considering 50 to be the cutoff, I feel like this Genesis can easily make it inside the semifinals. No questions around that. But yes, big question marks around H4K, Dragon Esports, Team Cosmic, even Autobots, as a matter of fact. As non-ex-official, nothing much to worry about. They have done majority of that heavy lifting. But even for the likes of Chucks and Jaguar, this was a very important game. 8 and 6, decent points, but I think they need to get a couple more.
Even Exotic Signature, right? Yesterday's day was a major comeback, was a major catapult from them, but now in the first game itself, just getting 1 point, yeah, that's going to be the cutoff, or that's going to be the consistency instantly cut off from the side of Exotic Signature. So in my opinion, now in the upcoming game, once again, just get 7 to 8 points. That's going to keep you around that good spot in the overall standings. And when it comes to tomorrow's day, once again, just maintain that same average. Get yourself 7 to 8 points per game, and you can still move on. At this point, there's a lot of desperate teams. And let me tell you, tomorrow is the day where we will see all hell break loose in all the groups.
It feels like it's forthcoming. It's already happening. And teams are just going all out, putting their best foot forward. But still, one more match remains.
One more match remains, and what's going to happen, that's for the future, because right now, Vasista Esports, they are making the comeback, exactly what we wanted to see from a banner like Vasista Esports, and they do seem pretty safe as well. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys know our gunner. We'll be right back.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार? रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back, folks. You are watching the realme BMPS 2025, and this time I've got along with me a rather complaining man who was on his Instagram broadcast talking about how casters get bored when matches are slow, but seems like he must be happy considering how good this game was, how fast-paced it was.
Well, definitely as well, because we are about to jump in towards an even faster pace of a game very, very soon here. It is going to be the map of Sandhawk in particular. And of course, when it comes to Group C, we have to talk about the highlight team as well, and that is going to be EXTREME Godlike, because that is the team that I don't know what happened, because them losing a 1-3 against Aryan from Autobots, that was a big shocker for me.
It was a bait and switch gone wrong, but I'm telling you folks, there's one thing that you cannot go wrong with is this beautiful sexy phone in front of you, the Realme GT7, and it has got all those features that you desire if you are also an esports player or aspiring to be. Of course, catch it out on Amazon. You've got some amazing deals. But coming back to discussions, yes, EXTREME Godlike, they did not have the best of stats, but they've got nothing to worry about. I see they've qualified, right?
Fair enough. They're based on their overall standings. They are in a very, very comfortable position. However, speaking of teams that are not really in a good, comfortable position here, especially in this lobby, is going to be number 1, Autobots. Number 2, Vasista Esports. Even though they got a top 2, they are still not exactly safe yet, so they need more points starting from this game. And of course, we know when it comes to Sandhawk, things can get a little bit unpredictable as well. But what is consistent so far, especially coming from Group C, is that Genesis Esports has finally found a little bit of a footing as well coming here in day number 3, because day 2, they were very, very slow, but today, this game, even though they did not finish in the final 5, final 6, but they still got themselves 10 finishes.
Yeah, 11 points overall, and I think that must be really enough to secure that top 24 position, and Genesis would be vying for a lot more, but Vasista Esports, they've made those gradual improvements, come with how they performed yesterday and moving on forward, as we will be chartering into the rainforest to find out who is going to be dominating the battlegrounds as it is, folks, would be a game of Sandhawk right in front of your screen just about now.
Well, we are going to be jumping into game as of yet, and this is going to be the final map for today here for round 3 in day 3 itself here. And we are going to be kicking things off here for Group C, match 18. And this is going to be game 6 for each and every single team here in Group C in particular. Of course, the flight seems to be starting things off from the southeast corner and then ending towards the northwest of Camp Alpha. A pretty balanced flight path for all the teams who's going to be traversed throughout the entirety of the map of Sandhawk itself. But I want to see if are there going to be contention on towards for Bootcamp or maybe even Paradise Resort. That's going to be something that I think a lot of teams are going to be curious as well, because EXTREME Godlike has been dominating Paradise Resort for quite some time now. Are we going to see a new contender?
Yeah, I was told they've got a little bit of a bitter rivalry going on with Nonix officials, so you know you would love to see that fight come into play. But seems like there's been a small change.
They're actually going to a bootcamp.
Yeah, why not? I think it's vacant. Nobody's there.
Interesting, you know, to see EXTREME Godlike having a little bit of switch here.
They always keep on doing that, don't they?
It's funny to see how they do opt between Paradise and Bootcamp from time to time, but based on how things are going out as well, it seems like they just don't really want to fight against ex-officials, so they are going to be playing Bootcamp for quite some time. But that's pretty much a secondary drop, right? So I want to see how things go. But on screen now, we do see Genesis Esports having a little bit of a run in here. Shadow getting shot a little bit tagged up. It's going to be trying to make a run for it, as there is going to be a little bit of collision here. Genesis Esports loves dropping towards Hartin, and now Shadow needs some sort of backup, and he's going to go for a couple sprays. He gets the first knock, finds the confirmation. No, he needs to reload. He could not find the confirmation, so he's going to try and lob it in, try and secure it. He does see him along the door as well. But Shadow, does he want to get out? And yes, he does, because the rest of the team is going to provide some sort of cover as well. So Shadow immediately makes a run for it. Apollo is somewhere in the vicinity, but I don't think Apollo has a line of sight for this fight. So Shadow OG, he's pretty much stuck out in the open.
Yeah, even does not have any armor on him. So everything is going to just do pure damage. And all he needs to do at this point, I see, is just buy some time. And yes, help Shall arrive. And his teammates have crossed over Hartin. And now it's all about threading that needle, finding the perfect angle. And Apollo would have really liked a 3 times on that M4. But it's still fine. He's going to make do. Still early phase of the games, but at this point, you finally see EXTREME Godlike spreading their wings across, and seems like they are on a hunt.
Yeah, they might be doing that as well. But on screen, we do see a little bit of glimpse here on Non-X. No contact whatsoever. But Genesis looks like they are not too happy. The Dragon Claw got a little bit of jump on Shadow. This time, they are going to go for the give chase here. And throughout all this commotion, Punk is hearing all these gunshots, but he can't really spot out where exactly those shots are coming from. But he has a general idea that Dragon Claw and Genesis is about to have a major fight. Genesis Esports now Shadow creeped up. He's going to try and lob over the nade. It looks good. Does tag up Harshi. Pretty much stuck inside his cabins. And now Hunters from the outskirts actually finds a pick. And that's going to be SKOP that goes down. First finish in the hands of Apollo though. Genesis just prying open onto his Dragon Claw. While HeroXtreme Godlike finally heard those commotions.
Yeah.
They're going to come and check to see what's up.
Yeah, they're pretty angry about the fact that one of their knocks has been stolen, right? And now at this point, they would want to get an entire whitewash over here. Maybe take down both Genesis and Dragon Claw. At this point, why not go for it? But for the likes of Genesis, they've got Dragon Claw completely surrounded. And at this point, Hunters is ensuring he's got some pre-fire. Does not have any grenades on him whatsoever. As Zap inching in a little bit closer. Shadow out in the open, completely oblivious of the fact that HeroXtreme Godlike still around them. As Dragon Claw, they take an early elimination. This is where HeroXtreme Godlike strike, don't they?
Well, it might be the case here, but Genesis Esports, they've got Dragon Claw completely boxed in. A very, very big win here coming from Genesis Esports. They get themselves 3 finishes, but at the same time, look at them. They're going to try and regroup and back off. They're not exactly completely looted out. As HeroXtreme Godlike, they came in, checked the vicinity. Doesn't realize that it is a good fight, considering that the rest of HeroXtreme Godlike is still inside bootcamp. Only Admino has been looking around, trying to find some sort of pickups here and there. And Genesis will safely go back towards Hartin to try and loot up. But as soon as I say this, they might run in towards Non-X. Meanwhile, if you guys want some amazing gameplay and uninterrupted gaming, be sure to check out the realme GT7 with the iSense graphene rear cover that gives you 6 degrees Celsius cooler when you are gaming and 120 stable FPS for up to 6 hours. And it was tested by the realme and Crafton guys, so be sure to check it out on Amazon.
Yeah, now, getting back to matters at hand, have you noticed HeroXtreme Godlike, in fact, Punk has given a little bit of freedom to their players to go on those solo exploration missions, right? In the previous game, we also saw there was a big split and, them securing enough points, at least to qualify for the semis, I think has really made things better. But when you look at the circle, look at Jaguar Esports right around the center. You've got the likes of even Ace Official. Did have a decent start in the previous game, but not enough points secured. But look at that cluster around, building around that certain side. So many teams, especially H4K, a very important game for them.
Yeah, it should be. As a matter of fact, every single team here is going to be very, very important as well. They need some points. But HeroXtreme Godlike, they went back towards bootcamp. And Mino was kind of scouting things out around Genesis' vicinity. Genesis went back to Hati to try to loot up as well. We got a huge cluster on the east side, on the southeast side, inside the inner circle. Ace Official coming from northeast corner as well. So that is going to be a little bit of a plot twist because we don't really know where the exact circle is going to be in here. But we do see massive fights coming in. Mysterious 4 actually finds a couple of picks, and that's going to be Dragon Esports that gets picked up. As they try to go for a mid-rotation, gets caught up. And Mysterious 4, after the engagement, they are going to reposition, knowing that, you know what, it's not worth fighting out in open here. And if this takes too long, they are going to be stranded out in open. So they are going to try and fortify the compound that they have. Doing a fantastic job, though. It does scare off Dragon Esports a little bit.
A little bit of a nudge. At least that one finish. And at this point, Mysterious 4 quite happy with how they performed in the previous game, sitting at 31 points. The ideal target should be crossing past 40 as the day ends. But now, Dragon Esports right in front of them. They are going through a tough time. Just sitting at mere 9 points, and seems like time has taken a toll on them. The performance that you would expect from their side has been missing, I see.
Yeah, I agree. But AEROxWBG Esports, though, despite their chicken dinner in the previous round, now gave them 23 points. So it is still a very, very far-fetched to try and break past the 24 mark point, but they are very, very close. So 3 more games for them, and if they do well, they should be able to qualify to the semifinals. But now, let's take a look at where the circle shifts. Guess what? It is going to shift up north-west It is going to be split between the islands, and HeroXtreme Godlike repositions for center control for stage 3 now. Juck's going to be playing onto his Paradise. We do see Team Cosmic in the southeast corner near around the outskirts of the warehouse wood camp. Well, not really on warehouse, it's pretty much a compound themselves. The compounds. The triple houses near the T-junction is going to be the contact where Team Cosmic is. We have Vasista coming from the southwest corner, going through boot camp. Huh, interesting enough.
Much better from Godlike, I must say. Leaving boot camp and playing around the outskirts. Ideally, the circle kind of tends to shift away from boot camp. It's a very rare occurrence that we see the circle going over there. So, smart moves made by HeroXtreme Godlike, but they've got Team Cosmic around them. Pretty sure they've got the whiff, but now it's going to be an interesting one. Ace Officials against Autobots as Lobster will open it up. Hyper Ash, before he could even respond, he was sent packing back to the lobby. And now, it's Phantom. He's heard all that commotion as Autobots. They've got their numbers, but now Ace Official completely in a disarray. 2 players together, but they are starting to back off.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit awkward start as well, considering they need to get out. They don't really have vehicles as well. That's the problem with Paradise Resort, right? Like, once you get in, if you don't take the initiative to go out of your way to take vehicles to secure yourself, it is so hard to exit as well. You are going to be lagging your way out. In this case, Autobots was able to clean them out very, very easily. And Hyper Ash pretty much down for the count here for Ace Official. But the problem for Ace Official right now is that, what do? Circle is not exactly in the most comfortable spot. If the circle shifts back here, great. But if it's not, that's a huge gamble you're risking here. And of course, Reckoning Esports also getting a couple players picked off here. They are going to lay low on the outskirts, which again, Mysterious 4 has been hunting them for quite some time. But they themselves are not exactly in zone. They are playing on the edges, hoping to catch late rotations. But unfortunately, nobody is coming from the east side. Everybody is coming from the south side instead.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a weird pace so far. Majority of the teams playing around the center of the circle. And now Ace Official, their hearts pounding, sitting at mere 12 points. They need to get a little more. Arib, he's been spotted out, but Phantom, he's not moving a muscle. He's got 2 grenades to work around with, and now, finally he realizes his time has come. Now, the players of Autobots checking every single corner, and maybe, Phantom out in the open, did not even respond. He needs to back off. He certainly does, parkering through his way around those rooms. But now Autobots, like hounding dogs, just hunting him down. Every single angle being checked. As now Ace Official, they've got another player caught in a very sticky place. As now Autobots, Esports Toxic, that's an absolute disaster. Pasha will punish him for that. And now Lobster from the backlines trying to provide cover fire. He's gotten a few knocks, but not a lot of finishes secured. And now, look at this, a third party.
Oh boy. The commotions coming through. Mysterious 4 is going to be coming up. Autobots, they may have dropped the ball there. Ace Official gets the full reset, but Lobster, he has to play this solo, and Mysterious 4 directly having contact as well. As Lobster has to clutch this big time against the team. They do finish off a reap. Now Autobots forced to play this all by themselves, but the circle not exactly in their favor, so they definitely need to clean out everybody in Paradise first before they go in. But even based on the map, look at this. The 4th party Juggler Official may consider look to try and fight them as well. And despite all this kerfuffle that's going to be happening in Paradise Resort, guess what? They have to go through Jux Esports, which already has a very, very solid defense on the northeast corner inside the inner circle.
I'm still fixated on what the hell is Zap doing in that lonely island. I mean, if he's anticipating the circle to shift over there, fine. But yeah, coming back to the conversation for Jux, stuck in a rock and a hard place. So many teams around him. Look at that entire southeastern clutter. But look at this, Aerobots trying to inch in closer. It's a fight against for Miracle Esports. Poco and Dragon, both of these players having that perfect crossfire angle. Will not even break a sweat. Getting those 2 finishes secured. As for Miracle Esports now sitting at 3 finishes. They've got a couple of other teams. But Autobots, Anto, he's found the heads of Tuora being dealt with the trades. Or rather, another third party coming in from for Miracle Esports as Reaper gets through Anto. Now Now, this is what I really do not like. Fights will break down left, right, and center, and let's see what happens next.
Exactly. This southeast corner is just a complete chaos right now, and now legit finds an opening, finds the pick, and now another rush comes through. Mysterious 4 trying to find a new entry point, but runs into legit, and Sketch will be picked off apart. And just like that, they lose another player. Mysterious 4 hasn't been able to find an entry point ever since they gatekeep the edge on stage 2. Now they've lost all the upper hand because 4 Miracle is the biggest gate they have to overcome in the southeast corner. And even AEROxWBG as well hasn't been able to struggle or find an entry point, so they are going to be taking the zone. Meanwhile, HeroXtreme Godlike now on the street. They do see these rotations from teams coming from bootcamp, and they are going to make sure that they stay inside bootcamp. There's about, what, 3-4 teams inside as well. That's going to be Team Cosmic. There's going to be Vasista Esports. There's going to be H4K as well. 3 teams pretty much stuck inside bootcamp because HeroXtreme Godlike is just making sure they do not get out.
Yeah, I think this was a smart maneuver, right? Securing that King of the Hill situation, and now they've got so much control around the game, especially in such a small circle. When you've got 44 players still alive, HeroXtreme Godlike, they've got a nice spread to work around with. They've got vision on everybody. It's all about them trying to pick their enemies one at a time. But now, Mysterious 4, they've got Jaguar officials right beside them. It's going to be an interesting terrain as the circle takes another shift. And all right, Zap still finds the luxury of the circle, but non-X officials, they're going to make some moves. Whilst Godlike, they will be feasting on all these teams, trying to get that influx from that eastern side.
Well, Genesis now has got a very interesting spread. They've got a very, very nice contingency plan, is that they will pretty much guarantee themselves some sort of decent placement points.
Yeah.
If things don't work out. But guess what, Lobster, he tried to go for a solo play. Thought that was a very good hiding spot. Yes, he was not wrong, but Genesis had also very similar ideas as well, knowing that the entry point for the north is going to be very difficult. So they sent up Zap and Hunters to try and dog things out, to try and pick maybe some potential stragglers along the shoreline. So Genesis Esports definitely looking for finish points, not looking for chickens. But it's going to put a dent onto a lot of people's defense. Meanwhile, Ace Official, though, they do get shut down by Skylar coming from Exotic Signature. Pasha pretty much spotted out as well. A lot of pings being pinged off from Tekken, but there's only so much Pasha can do. Smoke has been spread out as well. Skylar going for those sprays as the circle comes through. Pasha needs to make a move very, very soon. But Skylar, he's still holding the angles. The nade comes through, sees a pixel, goes for the spray. Doesn't find connection though for Skylar. And both of the players are going to be tanking the zone now, as Pasha pretty much stuck in one of the most awkward possible outcomes he can ask for.
Oh my god, this is not looking good. Oh my god, he's playing with fire. Look at him. He's barely got any armor on him as Pasha really down to very low HP and feels like he's going to fall prey to the circle. As Exotic Signature, Skylar gets away with 2 finishes. Important because they did not have the best of start. But now HeroXtreme Godlike, all poised, all coiled up, ready to strike. Could be one of the players of Jaguar official. It's going to be Sama. And he's been snuffed out. That grenade dealing quite a hefty blow. And the other one to maybe secure that. No.
They saw a pixel. There's no way he's getting out. Jaguar needs somebody to help them, but HeroXtreme Godlike's got that entire place locked down. And the only one that can save him right now is going to be from the north side. Exotic Signature needs to make a play, but there's only so much he can do. But Jaguar official, look at this. He's trying to get some mets in. Now finally pops up, but boop, and takes him out.
Yeah, this was quite anticipated. And what is even more exciting is the Discovery Island. Look at this. As for now, HeroXtreme Godlike, they've got that eastern area completely under their control, but they have to deal with Duora, the only lonely straggler. Punk, he does not know.
Yeah.
This could hurt him.
They're checking every single corner, and guess what? Zone is exactly on top of the mountains where HeroXtreme Godlike is as well. This is perfect control. They've got it completely locked down, and now they have to win every single fight. Guess what? Amino finds aim guard, almost gets dropped down pretty low. As the nade is about to cocaine first aid down to the last wire as well. Skylar lobs it over, doesn't connect, misses by an inch. But he is going to be returned fire as well. But now Nexus finds the knock on Amino as Power needs to shut him down. But the cover fire from Jonathan will save the day. And just like that, Exotic Signature, they're dropped down so low. Skylar Down towards the last HP. Now another nade comes through, but it's Jonathan that gets the nade through first. And HeroXtreme Godlike, they close out Zolic's signature. And they manage to save Admino with 5 finishes in the bag. What a cover fire. What a support from Jonathan.
Exactly. Finally, much better comms coming out of HeroXtreme Godlike. This was much needed, especially after that first match debacle. But now, Shadow having been spotted out, Jonathan, that King of the Hills position really helping him out. So much information getting relayed, and all these players of HeroXtreme Godlike shredding bullets one after the other. And Genesis seem to be at the receiving end of things. If not HeroXtreme Godlike, they're still getting taken down. And now Apollo, but look at this chaos. H4K right next to them. Vasista, we've got Team Cosmic also into the mix. As Viper, he gets taken down. H4K getting their numbers up, finally deciding to go for the push.
Yeah, they have to win this as well. Scary John, do you have the mechanical skills? Oh, he goes for the pick a little bit too late. Now Osiris goes for the pick as well, but no, he misses the reaction. Osiris picks him down, and now Fury needs to save the day, but he gets shot up pretty bad. Vasista Esports now slowly but surely crumbling to pieces as H4K goes in for the flush, and now he goes. Fury is stuck in a corner. They know where he is. Can he find the pixel? And yes, he does. Knight actually goes down. Fury gets the knock, but he still somehow survives. H4K, they're trying to flush him out, and the nade doesn't come true, but eventually Suzhou will pick him apart. No way out. He tried his best, but the best is just not enough. There's just not enough options left for him.
Yeah, life and death separating, and H4K left to tell the tale. A very important fight at that. Vasista Esports getting taken down, but more importantly, H4K survive. But is it going to be enough? They need a lot more points. And for Team Cosmic, you've got Lasso right next to them. He's all heard all that commotion, but he's the only straggler there. Not making those movements, but HeroXtreme Godlike. Again, this fated rivalry about to brew.
You know, I really like what Genesis' game plan is initially. What happens if we don't win the north side? Hunters is the contingency plan. Play around the shorelines, wait for placement boys. There's only so much you can do done.
But look at this. Deora, finally, his cover has been blown. And now he's been spotted for Miracle Esports. They still have to deal with their own troubles. And Levi from the backline stealing with Admeno. But Poco constantly applying pressure on towards the players of Team Cosmic. Even H4K out in the open in that little trench. They're getting ripped apart. And now Knight, he gets that final elimination. But for Miracle Esports, they're also squeezing in, inching in closer to HeroXtreme Godlike.
Yeah, HeroXtreme Godlike. Dora finds S-Power, but he narrowly escapes as well. But now S-Power looking to cook a nade as well. He knows where Dora is as well. Does clip him perfectly as well. Dora goes down and S-Power finds another pick. 15 finishes for HeroXtreme Godlike. What a game this is. But another team has fallen as well. That's going to be Genesis that bows out of 6th place. But guess what? It's not over yet for HeroXtreme Godlike. S-Power right on the edge of the zone. He sees a player in front of him. That's going to be for Miracle. But seems like based on the zone, they need to reposition and push through. And right now, the biggest, baddest boss that they need to overcome right now is going to be NonX, who has perfect control of every single spot inside his zone right now.
You know, for Miracle Esports, they must be going paranoid. Where did that grenade come? And if it did come, who threw that? And now S-Power, he's going to be under severe fire. And this was inevitable. This was bound to happen as Jonathan somehow manages to find a trade back. But Reaper will get another knock, and it is going to be the king himself taken down. But Admino, he's sitting at a lot of finishes. 6 at that, trying to make it 7. Now HeroXtreme Godlike, they've been pinched by 2 teams. Against for Miracle Esports, Dragon and Reaper will have to work this one out.
The Molotov.
And the Molotov is not going to be helping their case anymore, but still, amidst all that fire and commotion, still sticking that revive. That's looking so exciting.
Oh, for Miracle, they got taken out because of the smokes here. The temporary smoke from Admino gave them a little bit of a sanctuary here, as NonX will be able to save them. But now Jonathan gets re-knocked once more. Admino, he's stuck in the corner with the zone coming in. There's not much he can really do. The sprays come through. Godx, he is going to try and take him out as well. Admino goes for a last-ditch effort. He's going to try and take him out, but no, he cannot. NonX has just got the entire zone locked down. It is over. Hero Xtreme Godlike bows out on third place, and even H4K, they are stuck. They cannot go out. And Sujao, last man standing, could not do anything at all. And that is going to be Non-X Esports that clutches the chicken dinner for the final game for today itself. What a game we have seen here in Group C.
Again, exhilarating game as Non-X official grabbed that chicken, but finally little something to latch on for the players of H4K, and this is something that we were anticipating, right? Sanhok has always been one of those maps where anything can happen, and even H4K, who was struggling so much before this game, they finally find some footing. But boy, oh boy, what was that performance from Hero Xtreme Godlike when fingers were raised? They did live up, but even for Non-X officials, they started off from the western side, they built their way up, 12 finishes, good stuff.
Exactly. Non-X Esports, they are the winners for this match, but this is some very, very high-level gameplay here as well, because Hero Xtreme Godlike just completely dominated every single team from the northeast side. But when it came towards the final circle, and when the circle forced them out here, I really like Admino's split-second decision, because the moment Jonathan and also S-Power got taken down, he was all by himself. He immediately identified the biggest threat, which was Non-X Esports from the back. Smoked up the back. Because he was hiding under the cover of the smoke, Non-X could not see him, and he could see the guys on top pushing down. Guess what? Instead of taking shots on the guys on top, let Non-X do all the heavy lifting, and I was going to outlive the guys on top. That was really, really smart as well. But all things considered here, even though Non-X got all the chicken dinner, Hero Xtreme Godlike did all the heavy lifting of just clearing out everyone from the northeast and the south side.
No, they did everything down to the T. Everything was perfect for Hero Xtreme Godlike. It was just that they were caught in a very sticky situation. And, you know, the moment his power flung that grenade, I felt like it was coming. But again, taking a quick look at the top 5 players, we've got Roman making a mark, so a nice suspect coming up there. Even for Levi, he was getting himself on the board, but this is something that we are well acquainted with. Hero Xtreme Godlike, you've got Admino with 6, you've got 4 for Punk, and then Jonathan with 4. That kind of summarizes how dominating Hero Xtreme Godlike were in terms of finish. I still feel that, you know, the number of finishes that they've got might be still sitting at the top once the point table have come.
Yeah, they have gotten a lot as well, but no, they don't. They actually lose out by a point just because they finish out in top 3. But Non-X Esports with the chicken dinner, they've got themselves 12 finishes. They get 22 points. So are they on top? I would say the 2 strongest teams are going to be Non-X Esports as well as Hero Xtreme Godlike from this lobby itself. H4K, they crawl in with a decent amount of placement points as well. They get themselves 12 points. Genesis with 7 finishes, but not enough placement points because they had no choice based on the circumstances of how they played from the north side. So for Miracle, also making a little bit of bounce back here with 8 points. Jux with 4 points because of placement points. I think Jax was the last man standing. He was hiding all the way to the bootcamp because they were part of the equation where they were stuck inside there. So every single team that was forced to duck into as a bootcamp never made it out alive. And even Vasista as well. They were the first teams to take bootcamp after Hero Xtreme Godlike left, but they never left the place.
Look at this, Vasista sitting at 41, but we'll get there. We've got a very intense rivalry building up, folks. We've got 8-Bit still sitting at the tippity top. 74 points is what they have accrued. But it's going to be Non-X official out of nowhere at that second spot. But Hero Xtreme Godlike not far behind. Had they gotten that chicken dinner, things could have been different. We've been talking about that Kingdom storyline. Is it going to be 8-Bit or the Godlike? But even for Eggy, he's been doing quite decent.
Hey man, all things considered, 8-Bit is still on top right now. So it's not that, it's very, very close. But all things considered, Genesis with today's performance, they do bounce back into the top 5 equation. God's Omen also kind of surprises by making a little bit of recovery here, breaking into the 55-point mark right there. Team Forever with 52 points, and For Miracle also making a comeback with 49 points. So this is a very, very good start coming from them. In particular, I think God's Reign also did really, really well on pushing themselves to 11 points. Vasista also crawling in the top 16. Not too shabby for themselves. But now, the moment of truth. The cut-off stages is going to be on the 24th place. Jux is going to be holding the gates right now, and Autobots is going to be the next to take them down. 32 points, 31 points, 30 points for Cincinnati Kids. BO7 has dropping down to 28th position as well. Zotic Signature, a team that dominated during the round 2 stages, also at the borderline as well. So I feel like based on tomorrow's final 2 games, it is going to be very, very close. The cutoff should be somewhere around 40 to 48 points if this goes on.
You know, currently we're sitting at 33, right? Chuck's officials at 33, 24th position. Autobots not far behind, but Cincinnati kids will be a very important game for them. And then you've got Alibaba Raiders, AEROxWBG. Yes, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, but still, despite that, sitting at the 32nd spot. So they will have to throw the entire kitchen sink. Same goes with Autobots. You would want to see a little bit more of that consistency. But when we move on ahead, I see Team Tamilas is there, another big name, still struggling. And then for SIGNIFY, Reckoning Esports, I still cannot wrap my heads around what am I witnessing. H4K also.
Okay, so technically from SIGNIFY's vicinity, they should mathematically not be able to qualify now, just because they need a minimum of 20 points per game in their final 2 games. And even 20-point games gives them 42, so it is still going to be very, very risky. For Dragon, they still have a chance, but the final 2 games need to be a massive one. Same can be said for shadowblitz, Arrow, same for them. Even Golden Gliders, they need about 38 points-ish to actually stand a chance. So I would say everyone from this bottom 8 should have a very difficult time. Mathematically, they're not out yet, but they need 2 amazing games in the final 2 games. They need chicken dinners with high volumes of finishes.
Yeah, simply put, they need to get these chicken dinners and they need to try and get as many finishes as possible. They will have to cross 45. We were anticipating 40 initially, but we know in the final days it kind of gets stretchy a little bit. But that was the storyline. But today we did see a lot of those comebacks, especially from those bigger teams, right?
I agree. When you talk about bigger teams, I feel like the biggest person I want to talk about as well is going to be coming in from 8-bit, because this is the first time we've seen Sheik playing on an official performance. And guess what? Her debut came in strong and got a chicken dinner. That was very, very impressive as well, because now we're going to be jumping in an interview with Sheik. It'll be a little bit surprised. If you know, you know, because I'm curious to see what Sheik has to say about how she is feeling about today's performance. We're going to be throwing over.
टीम की तरफ एंट्री हुई आज के दिन में उस मिरामार में आते के साथ वो विनर चिकन डिनर निकाला गया. कैसा लगा वो पूरा मैच आपको?
अच्छा था, ऑब्वियसली चिकन निकला तो अच्छा ही लगा.
नहीं, मतलब डिटेल में जानना चाहूंगा कि सोमराज किस तरीके से वो कॉलिंग दे रहे हैं और बाकी चीज जो एटमॉस्फेयर को, कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में आपकी टीम टॉप पे बैठी हुई है.
हाँ, मतलब ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड थे तो ज्यादा कुछ प्रेशर तो था नहीं और बेसिक्स पे स्टिक किया और हो गया.
जी बिल्कुल. बट शीक, अगर हम बात करें, हमने आपको रियलमी BGS 2025 के भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में देखा था और वहां पे भी हमारी बातचीत हुई थी. अभी के लिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है एज अ 5th प्लेयर और 6th प्लेयर की आपको एक दिन आइजल बोलते हैं कि आप आइए और आप प्लेइंग 4 में हैं, तो क्या प्रिपरेशंस रहती है? क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो अपनी टीम में 5-मैन रोस्टर या 6-मैन रोस्टर रहते हैं, तो क्या प्रैक्टिसेस रहती हैं और आप इतना रेडी होके कैसे आए कि आपने पहला ही मैच खेला? आई मीन लेजिट आपका जो विन रेशियो है वो 100% का है, क्योंकि पहला ही मैच 2 फिनिशेस आपने निकाले, एक अच्छा कंट्रीब्यूशन और चिकन डिनर भी आ गया.
मतलब प्रैक्टिस तो करती ही रहती हूँ मैं, रोज गेम खेलती हूँ, टाइम करती हूँ जी. तो प्रिपेयर्ड अपने तरफ से तो थी मैं. बाकी मेरे टीममेट्स आर एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी, तो मतलब ऐसे ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं है.
पर शीक, जब लास्ट टाइम आपने कोई ऑफिशियल इवेंट खेला था, जब वहां पर आपने अपनी टीम के साथ खेला था, और जब आप अभी यहाँ पर खेलने के लिए आई हैं, कंपटीशन में कितना बड़ा चेंज आ चुका है तब और अब में?
आई थिंक सेम. मेरे को ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं लगा, मतलब सेम ही फीलिंग आ रही थी मुझे कि बंदे मारने, खेलना है, चिकन निकालना है. तो हाँ, सेम ही था. आई थिंक ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं लगा.
जी हाँ, काफी कमाल का. मैं बस जानना चाहूंगा कि प्लेइंग 4 में आपकी एंट्री कब हो रही है कि हाँ इतना अच्छा आप खेल के जाए कि बाकी लोगों को हटा के आपकी एंट्री हो जाए?
अभी मैंने ये गेम खेला, ये अच्छा गया, बट इनपुट ऑब्वियसली इतना मतलब ठीक ही था मेरा, बट टीममेट्स को ज्यादा क्रेडिट जाता है, उनकी स्ट्रैटेजीज और इनपुट ज्यादा था. तो ऐसे अभी तो कुछ है नहीं कि मैं प्लेइंग 4 में आऊंगी.
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच. होपफुली आपसे फिर से बात करने का मौका मिले. थैंक यू सीक.
थैंक यू.
काफी कमाल की बात हुई. बस मैं समझना.
All right, so we had a nice bit coming out of Sheik, first time making an entry, got that chicken dinner. I think IC was quite happy, finally somebody stepping up and, having such a depth in the roster, and still she found a footing, secured 2 finishes today.
To be honest here, there has been a lot of doubts as well. It's like, oh, wait, she is the first female BGMI Pro player to lift a trophy. Guess what? She can play too. Trust me. She came in, she swung, and then guess what? Debuted, got a chicken dinner.
You know, I've
And
been.
you know what's funny about it is that before this, they were playing with Gamla Boy. Before that, they swap in Toy. They got a chicken dinner. They swap Toy out. Got Chick in. They still got a chicken dinner.
That is why she was of the opinion my teammates are quite extraordinary, and this is what you would expect from a champions lineup. But you know, expectations we also did had our few. We did come with our predictions and.
Okay, please don't look at my predictions. My predictions is completely not spot on today. Yesterday was 3 for 3, but today I've only got 1 out of 3, and even my 1 feels kind of shaky because Rider Esports still somewhere in the top 16 though.
You know, considering about teams at the top, we really did not go for them, right? But still teams making improvements. We saw FS, Persista Esports climb up the table a little bit. Jaguar Esports, not that great. Taking a look at the Hindi desk, nobody seems to have hit it. So it's fine. I mean, we'll just move on. But taking a look at the day summary, like we said, right? All those names that we were anticipating to stage a comeback, they did. Couple of them left behind. But Team Aryan, they were the ones who surprised us along with AERObots and Nonix. They've been doing Nonix.
I think when it comes to Team Aryan as well, a lot of us as a caster as well, we kind of felt like, hey, they did really well in the initial stages of round 1. But after a few after a few days goes by as well, we've seen a lot of lack of performance coming from Team Aryan. That's why all the casters kind of swayed away from Aryan making a little bit of comeback as well. Maybe it's doubt, maybe it's luck or something like that.
Yeah.
But they did find themselves a little bit of footing here. So it does give them a little bit of shot here to climb back to semifinals. And again, most of the casters who made the predictions today itself, the reason why we did not choose all the top teams is because there is no reason to choose a team that is pretty much in a position where they're pretty much qualified as well. As Sheik said, why do you want to choose 8-bit? They're qualified. What's the point?
You know, same.
Why do you want to choose non-X? Why do you want to choose Hero Xtreme Godlike? They're pretty much qualified for semifinals. What's the point?
I mean, this was exactly the idea. Even Hero Xtreme Godlike had, right? They were playing with so much freedom. They were doing so well. And, you know, tomorrow is where the entire hell breaks loose. We'll see so many of those fights breaking out. It's going to be so much fun.
Well, it is going to be very, very fun as well because tomorrow is going to be the final 2 matches of round 3. And once that happens, we will have our official 24 teams going to be joining the semifinals with the 8 team that is already going to be there. And, of course, 24 teams will be eliminated. But for now, we're going to be closing the show. My name is ICBaby12. He is Fixers. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the final 2 games.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Wow.
till then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun is going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my